lap is it in the stint? It is lap 14, so I think you're safe for at least one more go around.
Yeah. Ben's doing a good job, credit to him.
Yeah.
And actually Cormac and Luke as well have also done a great job today. Very few incidents. We've only had a couple of spin-offs / intimate moments with the tyre wall. But apart from that, it's been pretty good.
Is this your regular sim squadron?
Well, it's actually the first time I've done this event. It's the first time I've been done a proper event at the race centre, obviously minus the practice. I'd never been here before the practice sessions.
Right.
So yeah, it's a great little event, and it's all for charity and it's all for good causes. Also like to say a quick shout out to Charles and his wife, who have sorted out all the bakes and the food, and
Yes.
they've actually catered for me because I am celiac, I am gluten free, and they did cater for me. So thank you very much to them. And if you want to donate to the Talking Heads, that will help them out as well with the whole baking sale and everything.
Yes.
Yeah, mint. Right, I better go. Leave you to it, and I'll might see you after my stint.
I do hope we do. Why are two cars showing as having yellow flags?
Oh, dearie
no. Looks like there may have been a collision there between the Scrappy Racers and Raw Motorsport.
That was a bit scrappy, wasn't it?
He did it! I didn't even do it. I was beat to the punch. That's amazing. So, Raw Motorsport and Scrappy Racers, well, we said he was trying to not go 4 laps down earlier on, and it seems like it maybe got a bit physical.
He's gone into the pits. Feelings must be quite raw from that incident as well. So I'm going to leave. Right, I'm going to leave you to it. I'm showing myself up. Right. Thank you very much, mate. I'll speak to you later.
Yes, no, thank you. That was a pleasure. You did all of the puns I've been holding back for hours. That was awesome. I was just saying to Josh as well, or just gesturing to Josh there as well, of course, that the Talking Heads, if they do get some more donations, that will help them with the closing up of the field in the next few minutes as well, as the donations begin to have an effect on those who are a few laps down. They will get some time back if they're at the head of the donations order. I'm just getting a bit of an exclusive action replay of what was going on at the Canada corner. It looked like two cars both completely missed their braking zones there. So in the commentary box, I'm just going to update some of the driver names, and I'll be with you in a second. So then the 24 Hours of Lemon's car is into the pit lane. And we know, because we've been speaking to him, that Josh Malin will be taking the wheel now as that car sits on pit road. Hopefully we haven't distracted him out of his mojo too much with our extended conversation about, well, all things everything, really. Great to talk to Josh Malin. And again, if any sponsors are listening, I would encourage you to back Josh, because based on what he has done so far in Carrera Cup GB, the best could well be yet to come. He's had a third and a second. I think he deserves the opportunity to challenge for a win, or 2 or 3 or more in the 2023 season. So it's the Chandler's Ford Chargers car that leads at the moment out on the circuit. But pray tell, what is going on in the donation tallies? We are 10 minutes away, or less than 10 minutes away, 9 minutes away from the 11 o'clock deadline. And at that point, the donation numbers are locked in until the next morning, 10 a.m. You can still donate, of course, but at 11 p.m. we will take those donation numbers, and with that we will work out the closing up of the order we've been talking about. The team with the highest level of donations, the biggest number of donations, or the biggest number of money, the biggest amount of money, I should say, will be put 90% closer to the car ahead of it. So in the case of Raw Motorsport, they're 3 laps behind Scrappy Racers right now in 6th place, and they're 3 laps back from 5th. I believe that with the donations, that would put them back on the lead lap, or on the same lap as Scrappy Racers. So it is going to really compress the entire field back together and make things very exciting indeed. So let's talk you through the donation amounts at the moment, and I just want to again remind you, if you've been holding back on donating to your team of choice, do it now, because it will potentially bring them closer to the car ahead of them in the next few minutes. You've got until the top of the hour to do it. 315 quid for Team Taylors so far. £315 raised by Team Taylors of 350 that they have as their target. We'd like to see them get past that target. Stop the Start Watch. How are they doing? They're on £415 from a total of 500, or rather an amount that they want to raise as 500. Let's see if we can get them further up, as they're on 415 right now. So that is the... lost my page there. That is the Stop the Start Watch team. Happy Accidents. They have beaten their £500 target. They're up to £520. Congratulations to the Happy Accidents for that. They actually received a very generous £100 donation from Ian and Denise a little while ago. So my thanks to Ian and Denise on behalf of the team, the Happy Accidents there. Mighty donation from them. They've hit over their threshold of £500. Their targets of £500 are on 520. Race Ventura, how are they doing? Nathan Handley organised the page, and they have smashed it. They're at £720 right now. So Race Ventura, with £720 raised from a £600 target. Huge congratulations to them. Next up, we have the Chandler's Ford Chargers, who we're looking at on screen at the moment. How's their total looking? They're up to £350. The last donation coming in 2 hours ago. So thank you to everyone who's donated to the Chandler's Ford Chargers thus far. If you're supporting them, do so in the next few minutes. Donate in the next few minutes. What about the boys at Kinder in Need? There's their car on screen. Kinder in Need's total right now is £290. So Kinder in Need have done a good job fundraising. I see they've had quite a few donations as well since the race got started. So thank you to everyone who has donated to the Kinder in Need team. Next up, we have the Raw Motorsport squad. Let's see how they are doing. Raw Motorsport so far, oh my gosh, it's gone up significantly. £1,765 so far. And I think probably the biggest donation anyone has received, Alex Packham with a £500 donation in the last hour or so. So clearly Matt Bell and Raw Motorsports have some friends in high places, because that is a significant donation. Thank you so much to Alex Packham for that very generous donation, which of course helps the team. It also helps our event raise more money as a whole. The Scrappy Racers, how are they doing for donations? They run 5th place on the road at the moment. They've only raised £100 though. So the Scrappy Racers, if you're a neutral watching this race, I think that's the team you need to donate to. Just £100 so far for them, and they deserve more than that. They are having a very good showing currently in P5, and there's only 2 of them as well, so they've got less mates to harass for money. So let's help them out if we can. The Talking Heads are still on £398 at the moment. Hopefully that goes up. It was that figure a few hours ago as well. But the Talking Heads, if you're a fan of Talaloota, then make sure you get your donation in there. The 24 Hours of Lemons Racing team are on £485 right now. They've smashed their £400 target already. And we've had a few donations recently. Thank you to everyone who has been donating since this race got started. Oh, I hear some commotion down in the pods, and that was because the Raw Motorsport car has come off at turn 1. Whether anyone else was involved, I'm not entirely sure. So a reminder, all of those fundraising pages I've just told you about are at theracecentre.co.uk/BBC-CIN-2022. You can find the link in the stream chat right now. Hurry, 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 because there are 2 minutes until the totals are locked in. And so make sure you get your donations in post-haste, and we will see what effect that has on the motor race. So the Chandler's Ford Chargers lead for now by a lap. Question is, will the 24 Hours of Lemons find themselves suddenly on the lead lap? I'm not quite sure that will be the case, although with the pit cycle, I suspect that Chandler's Ford Chargers will soon be back on the same lap as 24 Hours of Lemons anyway. We're 12 laps into the stint for the Chandler's Ford Chargers, with Michael Hillman at the wheel. So then, we've just hit the 8 hours mark, and we had a slight off one of the cars off camera there, but we continue to follow Raw Motorsport right now. Chandler's Ford Chargers, Michael Hillman at the wheel. I think he will be at the wheel for a little while. And I believe it'll be Ethan after that. But for now, the Chandler's Ford Chargers with their, I must say, very impressive Dayglow colour scheme. Ethan did tell me that I was in for a surprise come the night time, and I must admit, I rather no-sold it. I haven't mentioned it so much thus far, but it is a very, very nice looking colour scheme. He's done a good job on that one. The four-corner mobile, the Neapolitan car, as I like to call it on a recurring basis. A third of the way there. Everyone is doing great, says Aaron Bose. Thank you, Aaron. And yes, I think everyone has done a great job so far. We are 8 hours in to the race centre. 24-hour race here at the Chandler's Ford Race Centre facility. Of course, we have a mighty 16 hours of racing left to go. How many laps have we done then in the first third of this? We have done 244 laps in the first third of this race, so looks like we're going to knock on the door of 700 before the end. In fact, I believe, yes, we will surpass 700 before the end in theory. I think Kinda in Need may have just had a bit of a slip-up out there on circuit. And did that put Race Ventura ahead? I'm not quite sure whether Race Ventura has just passed. Yes, so Race Ventura have moved up to 7th place there, up against Kinda in Need. So the Kinda in Need car being driven by Steve Rowley has lost a position there. Race Ventura, who have they got at the wheel? It's still Stuart Neville for now, so Stuart has made up a position. So at the start of the lap, we ride on board with the Chandler's Ford Chargers for a little while here on the stream. This is our race leading car in the hands of Michael Hillman, who started the car on pole position. Under the Sargento-backed bridge, the Cheese Bridge on the back straight. And into the braking zone. Turn 5, technically turns 3 and 4 are on that long back straight that's not quite a straight. Corvette Corner is turn 6, or rather Corvette Bridge precedes turn 6. Turn 7, the little kink. And through another 90-degree bend in the form of turn 8. It's funny, there's a lot of 90-degree bends on this circuit, and yet it just flows naturally, unlike a lot of circuits with forced overtaking opportunities. Turns 9 and 10 are the carousel. The motorcycle chicane off to your left as you make the turn through the kink at turn 11. It's then time for the run down towards Canada Corner, turn 12. Another all-important braking zone. Nice running out wide there from the Chandler's Ford Chargers into 13. And then finally, turn 14 sends you across the line. Of course, you've got the huge incline before you get to that start-finish line. And you've got the gantry just above you on the left there. And that completes the lap of the Road America circuit. There's the 24 Hours of Lemons car. Of course, we know Josh Malin took this one over not so long ago. Let's take a look back to the outside of that car, and it's a citrusy exterior. The Eureka 07. Chargers in second place then for now, and rather telling there, isn't it, on the graphic on the bottom right. 1 lap behind the leader, 1 lap ahead of the Talking Heads, it reckons, but that's not quite right because, of course, the Talking Heads are still on the same lap. 78 seconds behind. The Kinder in Need squad are now closing, or are they closing, or are they losing time to Race Ventura? Race Ventura's last lap was a 1:57.191. The last time for Kinder in Need was a 1:56.9. So I think it's a bit of a back and forth battle right now between Ventura and Kinder in Need. And there's Race Ventura into turn 1, just to illustrate. Kinder in Need are just a few seconds back, as we saw there in that shot, and they've got the scrappy racers just ahead of them. The Chandler's Ford Chargers are in, so they're about to lose their 1 lap of advantage there, the Chandler's Ford Chargers. "24 Hours of Lemons" will come across the line shortly to get back onto that lead lap. Here comes the 24 Hours of Lemons car across the line now. And they will start their 247th lap. Once again on the lead lap, but only just. It's a bit of a ping-pong game between 24 Hours of Lemons and Chandler's Ford at the head of the order. Meanwhile, there's some aggressive maths going on in the commentary box, and I'm going to stay stum for just a couple of minutes so they can aggressively maths without me in the background. So just a couple of moments. So then, the calculations are in, and we are going to see adjustments shortly. We have the 4th place car off the circuit. The Happy Accidents have gone off at the kink. The Happy Accidents rejoin the race, but they had a brief moment there, and that could be quids in for the Talking Heads. I note that the Talking Heads have switched over to Charles Grout now. I hadn't updated that, so let's do so now. And while we're at it, let's check what everyone else is doing in case I've missed any driver changes. Seems as though we're still up to date. In fact, no, Josh Barton has taken over the Taylor's car. So let's reflect accordingly. And yeah, I think everyone else is still current on your graphic, so no changes there. And a bit of a moment there for the Happy Accidents crew. You can see that they're fighting a bit with the traction at the moment. And oh, Charles Grout in the back of shot there with a bit of a sideways moment. And oh, almost collects Raw Motorsports there. It's getting a bit close for comfort here with the Talking Heads and Raw Motorsports. Nico van der Werf is at war right now with Charles Grout. Grout with that error allowed Nico van der Werf through, and I don't think Charles wanted to be behind traffic. Oh, and a spin up ahead of this battle. That was Kinder in Need. And Charles Grout is finally going to get back past Raw Motorsport, but he and Nico van der Werf have been in it on this lap. They have been at each other's throats. And it looks as though Charles Grout is going to get past van der Werf. Although, van der Werf looked speculatively to the inside line. Kinder in Need took a little while to get going, but get going they did. So then, as we have discussed, we have just gone through the process of working out the lap times. Working out the donations and what effect that has had on the race order. Ethan Jonas, the mind behind the maths, the only mind I think that can comprehend the maths within a 20-mile radius, is going to hop onto us and explain exactly what has happened. Now, we've seen that Raw Motorsport are suddenly a lot closer to the Scrappy Racers. And explain a little bit about why.
Yeah, I'm going to try and explain this as best as possible, but it's one of those things where I understand what the words mean. I don't know how to communicate what the words mean, so we'll see. So basically, we take all of the donations from all of the teams, we rank them by most money raised down to least amount of money raised, and then whoever has raised the most, they get to make up 90% of the gap to the car in front. Next one gets 80%, next one 70%, and so on and so forth. So it's just a way of closing up the field, just trying to make things a little bit more interesting, keep everybody motivated to keep pushing as hard as they can, and also really to keep it focused on the fundraising aspect, because while yes, we are on a 24-hour endurance, we are also here for charity, and that's the main thing. So yeah, it just keeps everybody focused on that, really. Yeah.
And so beyond the fact that Raw Motorsport are now 2 laps closer to Scrappy Racers, is that practically the only change, or has more gone on here that I'm maybe missing? Everyone else has come with
Raw
Motorsport behind, right?
So Raw got moved forward 2 laps, and then they drag everybody behind with them 2 laps as well. So
Okay.
Raw with once you work out how the advantage that everybody needs to be moved, Raw were the only ones that ended up actually gaining any track
Yeah.
position. So yeah, they just drag everybody else with them 2 laps each.
So effectively, with the donation effect, you can get closer to the car ahead of you. You can't get further ahead of the cars behind you.
Exactly,
Which
yeah.
makes things very compelling. The Scrappy Racers car has had a bit of an off there on the exit of Turn 2. Who's at the wheel? It's time to name and shame. It's Henry again. Sorry, Henry. He's been very down on his own stints in recent times. I understand Ethan is hustling and bustling his teammates for media duties. I believe I've been joined by Mr. Swift.
You have indeed. You have indeed. Good to be here. Awesome. Yeah, no, good to be here. Hopped out of my stint about sort of half an hour ago-ish. Was a good stint, actually. I was really, really happy with how that went. Took a bit of adjusting to the night time, cooler track temperatures, spotting your braking points in lower light, but overall happy with the advantage I made over the guys in second place.
Yes, I mean it was a dramatic start. I think that much is fair to say, and I imagine that's the most uncomfortable feeling in the game, is just like watching your car with you having no input whatsoever and just seeing dramas unfold.
Yeah. Initially, I didn't see what happened at the start. All I saw that Michael was sideways down at turn 2, and yeah, as you said, your heart just sort of sinks at that point. But considering we were, last on lap 1, turn 2, and we're now a good, decent 90 seconds ahead in the lead, it's been a really, really good job by our team over the past sort of just over 8 hours. Massive accomplishment for what we've achieved. But still got over 15 hours to go, so anything can happen still.
And of course, 15 hours to go. You've all done full practice sessions and qualifying and all sorts of other track time, as well as just running it a bit deep. There is Michael Hillman. Hillman holds it together nicely, though. But I imagine, as good as a combination as Road America and Oreca 07 is, I get the feeling you may not revisit this anytime soon after we're done. 3 PM
I mean,
Saturday.
Personally, I absolutely love this combination.
Okay.
I would happily. I mean, it was sort of mine and Ethan's sort of idea. Well, majority Ethan's, but I was absolutely on board with it. I love this combination.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. I'd be back for it. Obviously, I can't speak for everyone, but yeah, me personally, I absolutely enjoy this.
Can't get tired of this one.
No.
Okay.
I mean, maybe because I'm slightly biased, because my pace is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with where my pace is at, so I might be slightly biased in that sense. But no, really, really happy with how this combination's turned out. Really nice to finally do it.
Yeah, you've really been on it today, I must say. And in Road America, obviously a off track there.
A little bit
Michael.
wide.
The onboard is proving to be very exhilarating viewing. Road America then obviously up there for you. What else is in your favourites? What circuits do you frequent the most?
I'll tell you what. I think a good endurance for me would be Fuji. I haven't driven that track in a while, but it's one that I've always just sort of enjoyed for just sort of longer endurance racing and just the flow of that track. One that I do enjoy. I mean, there's not many tracks that I do really dislike, to be honest. A lot of really nice tracks. Daytona's always a nice one for endurance. I think the majority of the American tracks. I know Charles isn't too keen on American tracks, but yeah, no, I don't mind them. I actually, you got your Watkins Glen, you got your Road Atlanta, Virginia International Raceway, all fantastic tracks for racing.
Virginia's awesome. I hope that for as long as Virginia appears in games, I hope that they continue to model the big tree. It's sad that it's not there anymore in real life. I think it came down in a storm.
No, that's such a good track to drive.
Yeah.
Just a bit of a unique one. It's very, very open.
I'll try and remember to ask him about this tomorrow morning, but Jules Gounon, who we'll be chatting to tomorrow morning, he had to be benched for a month because just driving around, but in one of the compressions at VIR, he actually injured one of his vertebrae.
That's
Such is the force.
scary thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me. That track is a bit of a roller coaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of wild, actually.
Yeah. And so he had to sit on the bench for a month. He missed the Hockenheim round of the GT World Challenge Endurance. But of course, he won Spa 24 Hours this year, so he's had a decent season.
Absolutely,
all
can't
told.
complain about that.
Indeed.
So what time's he on?
He will
tomorrow
be on
morning?
at 7:45 our time in the morning.
Early bird.
He'll be the start of our breakfast show.
Love it.
I asked him whether he'd be willing to do 9 o'clock our time, which is 10 in the morning for him in Andorra, and he said, I'm training at 10, do you fancy doing 8:45? I'm like, sure, I guess.
Absolutely.
So he's going to be on the early shift. The 24 Hours of Lemon's car is in the pit lane, which means it will fall a lap back behind Chandler's Ford Chargers once again. I never quite know what to make of this phase of a race, where you've got them ping-ponging in and out of being a lap down or a lap on the same lap as the leader, just as the pit cycle.
It's a bit of an interesting one.
Yeah.
Ever since sort of looking back to sort of Alex's stint, that's, you can see sort of the beginning of it from there, of this sort of our pit stops now seem to be opposite with 24 Hours of Lemons, so anything can happen again. Now that these strategies are sort of completely split, it's like you said, just ping-pong back between them being on the same lap, back to a lap down on the same lap. So hopefully we can put in the pace to bring that deficit, or get up to just being a complete lap ahead. That would be the goal. Just give us a nice sort of secure sort of cushion behind.
Yeah, the Lemons kind of admitted to the fact that they disrupted their pit cycle, wanting to avoid the traffic. They're like, okay, we're going to do an early stop and get out of the
That's smart.
dirty air.
That's smart. I mean, if you're getting held up a little bit, it's always worth coming a little bit earlier, get some fresh tyres on and just go for it. Oh dear, we've had a Charles. Oh, who's in the car?
It is Charles.
It is Charles into the back of Stop the Start Watch.
Yeah, so Adam Smith and Charles Grout there colliding at turn 8, and Charles gets the car back underway, but he's lost time, and we were speaking about this with him earlier on. He does not want to lose second to the happy accident. He sounds like a man who's aiming for third this weekend, and that kind of thing isn't going to help him in the slightest. We've got a yellow flag briefly there at sector 3, but I'm not sure for what exactly. Didn't seem to have anyone spun or anything of that nature. But nonetheless, a moment there for Charles, and again, a few more seconds lost that he really could do without conceding.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an annoying one for Charles, I can imagine. We got, I think, happy accidents lapping Stop the Start Watch there. Charles making his way back up, see if he can get a clean one this time.
It's always interesting to see them approach each other once again after an incident like that, isn't it? Just ahead of them is the Happy Accidents, incidentally. So Happy Accidents have actually unlapped themselves on Talking Heads there. Talking Heads will ride on board with them for a bit then as they approach. Or maybe I won't. Okay, we'll come back to onboards later. I'll have to refresh that page again, and I think maybe a little bit of an inquiry ongoing, but the Talking Heads car now coming up on Stop and Start Watch again.
Yeah, a little bit cleaner that time. That's what we
driving
like.
From Adam Smith, I'd say. I mean, we saw an incident earlier on, I think it was certainly Team Taylor's, I think it was the Happy Accident. While we were speaking to Ollie Goethe and Stuart Hall, and Stuart Hall's like, did you say they're all in the same room? And he kept going,
really?
Yeah. And I said, yeah, they're all in the same room. And he's like, right, because if that was me,
that'll be up and out.
Would have come out physical.
Yes. Yeah, fingers crossed no one starts getting a little bit rowdy into the early hours of the morning.
Do not want that.
But I'll tell you what, it's been, I'll give all teams real respect. It's been very good racing. Backmarker's doing an excellent job of where they can to let people through. I know it's not easy, especially at night time, to try and spot a place to sort of slow down, let them past, and especially not lose too much time yourself. So yeah, no, a big shout out to everyone who's done that. But yeah, everyone's doing a really good job.
And so are you one of the workers here or not?
Yes.
I lose track of who works here, who doesn't.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
How long have you worked here?
I have worked here just over 3 years. So 3 years and a couple of months. So
I struggle to explain my job to people. My default tends to be I yell at cars for a living, unless it's bikes. Sometimes it's bikes. How does one describe this?
That's a good question. I mean, it's a lot of work. It's maintaining the venue, running the venue. Of course, as you can imagine, running the events that we have here, whether that's stag do's, family events, single or a couple of people hot lapping for our track of the month, and yeah, just sort of keeping up together with phone calls, emails, inquiries. There's a lot to sort of to do, but no, I mean, me being here over 3 years is sort of precedent to how much I enjoy it, especially my passion for motorsport. At times it doesn't even feel like a job.
Yeah.
Just having the enjoyment of running events such as this, and then just sort of our shorter 3-hour open race meetings. It's a really good little sort of part-time thing for me at the moment.
Yeah, and so I mean, I must say it's something that Adrian said to me a while back. I think when I came here and did a first Monday and randomly started commentating, we spoke about whether it would be interesting. I don't know if he ever tried to ask people about it. He said at one point, "Oh, I'm going to try and put a professional commentator option on the stag do
Yes.
see whether people want to."
He has come up with that a few times, which could be quite an interesting one.
I would be so up for that.
I'm
I've
sure
said to him
stag do's
before.
would absolutely love that.
Well, especially with a stag do, because I know I can rinse people.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you've got especially as army groups as well. That'd be a great one for them. Especially a nice big group where you've got sort of 10 guys in, 10 guys out spectating. Yeah, no, that could be a funny little add-on.
Yeah, we did
groups.
talk about it. I don't know if he ever actually actioned it like a Xbox option, but
maybe in the future. You
I'd
never
love
know.
that.
You never
if
know.
You're listening, Adrian, I would still to this day love to come along and do that occasionally. I'm sure those races are disasters.
They're interesting. Yeah, as you can imagine, Turn 1 is quite the feat. Definitely something to watch.
Do you gift them things like ABS and traction control, or do we still...
Normally not, to be fair.
Wow.
We obviously recommend people start off in lower powered cars and work your way up to the more powerful vehicles, but no, we normally keep all assists off. It is on the drivers to take the practice time, learn the car, learn the track, and then put that all into practice in the race itself. So yeah, no, they're out there same as we are. No assists on, driving it as it would be in real life.
Yeah, no, that's what I like about it. It was a shell shock to me actually when the one first Monday I've actually come to. I honestly, I've spent 2022 probably at least 4 first Mondays of the year. I've looked at the clock at about 8 o'clock and gone, it's the first Monday of the month. Darn it! I wanted to go down to the race centre. But the one time I actually got to spend any significant time in these rigs, being someone who gives myself the pleasure of ABS when I'm on a sim myself, a little bit of a get-out card sometimes. It was a shock to the system getting used to that, but it is good. It really does add a huge dimension.
It is. Although it may be trickier to adjust to initially for a lot of people. Yeah, understanding why the car's locking the wheels under braking, why you're spinning out under acceleration out of corners. But for me personally, I think it's so much better to start off without assist, because it makes you understand what's actually happening when you're applying the brake, when you're applying the throttle, how the car's actually reacting to each of those different situations. So yeah, I fully stand by it. and it makes it a bit more fun for everyone as well. Especially when you got the guys who come in who've done a little bit of sim racing before. They know what they're doing in their group.
Yes.
And they're flying around.
It's like the hire karting, isn't it? There's
Yeah.
always one or two blokes
Yes,
that you can tell
turn up in all their
actually
own
know
gear.
about this.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, it's funny enough, I had a boss that had all his own gear, and he was actually terrible. So there you
All the gear and no idea.
very much so. Hi, James.
Shout out.
He was actually pretty quick. I shouldn't say that about him. But yeah, no, that's always the case. In fact, it's funny with the drivers, real life drivers. I actually went karting with some of the GT Masters lot in September.
Yeah.
The most demoralising experience of my life.
Oh,
because,
really?
I
They
mean,
just
what the audience
flying.
can't see and what you can see is that I'm a man of size, and so I understand the fundamentals of driving a car around a circuit or a kart around a circuit.
Mhm.
Around the corners, I was all right, and then the straights came, and honestly, like 4 or 5 kart lengths without even blinking an eye.
That's exactly why karting, it has that little just knack of
That's why
it's-
sim racing's so good.
exactly. You can make them all completely fair and square. No
Yeah.
one has any advantage or disadvantage over anyone else, which it's absolutely fantastic. Absolutely love it.
Do you ever have it with the stag nights that the kind of the regulations aren't in place? There are no drive-throughs or investigations.
Yeah. So
Back in the race.
for pretty much all the group events we do, all of the penalties and everything like that's turned off, as you can imagine, for good reason.
Yeah.
Obviously, having penalties on for a stag do is a little bit of a mood dimmer if everyone's
Yeah.
getting drive-throughs every single lap. So we just let them have a bit of fun. Just keep it all off. But they still race absolutely fine. Always fun.
So obviously you talk about the fact that you're into your motorsport. Where did that come from? How did that happen?
I've always sort of played the odd sim games back in the day on console. But I didn't actually get into sort of watching Formula One until I think it was the end of the 2016 season. It was actually no, it must have been sort of midway through, because I remember it was the Hungaroring, the Hungary.
That'll be July.
Yes, Hungaroring.
It's difficult, honestly. I commentated there for the first time this year.
Trying to
and
get
it
it out.
is, it is a Hungaroring.
Hungaroring,
But if
yeah.
you're saying it quickly, you do sound a bit like you're having a stroke.
I remember, so it was when I was in, I was on holiday somewhere, and it just popped up on the TV. And that just literally just sparked it. Ever since then, just keeping up to date with it all, and also just sort of keeping up to date with, the F2 series. That's always a fantastic one to watch. And then just the GTs. I love the sort of the 24 Hours of Spa that was on early this year. Managed to watch bits and bobs of that. Really enjoyed that one. For me, even on the Sims, driving GT3s around Spa is one of the best you can get. The way they can take Eau Rouge pretty much flat out it's kind of mega.
It's remarkable, actually. I was on the top of Eau Rouge Radion in June, and you can see with the new tarmac laid down how much more runoff there is now.
Of course, yes.
And I think there's a newfound appreciation for effectively like the pre-22 builds of Spa, the pre-2022 builds. It's like, wow, that was a sketchy corner. Those barriers weren't far away.
Yeah, absolutely. And then they removed they added gravel on the exit of Turn 1, which is an interesting one.
Yeah.
And on the exit of Speakers.
Yeah, Speakers Corner or Jackie X Curve, depending who you're talking to.
Yeah. Yes. So that spiced things up a little bit. But those GT3s are always fun to watch around there.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that they've got the bikes back around Spa. I can't imagine what that's like on a motorcycle.
Of course, because they've added where you say Speakers was. They've added that extra section, which I initially didn't realise what that was for, but that's quite an interesting one. They've got that sort of shoot down the hill to put on.
Charles Grout clearly likes a Gulf livery because he's been studying the rear of this Happy Accidents car now for quite a few laps. And how many laps does he have left in his stint here? How far in is he? He's 9 laps in. I'm wondering if he may decide to shorten that stop to try and get out of...
Can't imagine he's doing his tyres too much good.
Yeah.
here.
And, okay. We just had a bit of direction assistance there, but I think we've just had it actually.
Well,
the accents have just dropped back. So
presumably either they made a mistake or abiding by blue flags.
yeah, I think possibly the latter. Yeah, as you say, either an error or
I imagine. Who have we got at the wheel? David Schlanders. Yeah, I don't see David making too many mistakes.
yeah,
He's a very, very quick, consistent driver. Yeah, a solid team for Happy Accidents. David Schlanders, Chris Leach, Scott Atkins.
yes.
Obviously, I heard you say earlier on, regulars to the race centre have been for quite a while now.
Yes.
But yeah, no, they're doing well. I love the livery, absolutely love it. One of my favourites for this event, that Golf livery.
Yeah.
Very, very smart.
That's what I love about because I've explained to a couple of people in the couple of weeks prior to coming here for this, kind of what this place is. And they're like, well, you're not doing that from home. It's like, no.
No,
I've explained
a little
it.
bit different.
Yeah, I've explained it, and eventually, on a couple of occasions, for someone who just didn't know about racing, I was like, imagine a pub, and then imagine a bunch of boys' toys in the pub, sim racing stuff. And just to say as well, Ethan, the ever vigilant man currently at the helm of all the important equipment, he is just quietened down the volume for everybody. So if you do want to continue to hear me talk, I believe you still can, but I'm now at quieter volume, thankfully, for most of you, as some of the guys sleep, rest, chill out. And are you a sleeper at these events? Can you do that?
So last year I did manage to.
Oh.
I think I was that just wiped. I did have a quick kip down by pod 4. This year we'll see how it goes. Probably not. I think just, especially being staff, I probably need to just stay alert, and I think just the adrenaline as well just keeps you sort of going. Yeah, no, I doubt I'll manage to have a kip, get some energy drinks down me, keep going through the evening.
Yes, I think I'm on 1 Lucasade and 1 1/3 bottles of water. So
I haven't had one yet. I haven't gone too early with them, so
I had
we'll
one
see.
like 3, to be honest with you.
When I start feeling a little bit groggy, I'll get one down me.
There you go.
But yeah, no, I'll stay up as long as possible. I believe I'm not in for a while anyway, so I've got some time to sort of chill out.
Yeah, Ethan's in next, isn't he? I think.
He is,
Yeah.
yeah. Yes, so Ethan's in at midnight, so just over 20 minutes. Well, about just over 20 minutes. Then it'll be Alex. Then probably Michael again. Depends, because stint we just did, me and Michael swapped around. So if we decide to do that again, I'll go in before Michael. But if Michael's happy to hop in at 3 o'clock, absolutely we'll go for it.
There you go. So not a set order then.
No, absolutely not. I mean, earlier on, when I had to run an extra half an hour, there was a few things going on in here. So yeah, ever changing. You never know what's going to happen. So you, just to stay alert really. But yeah, sort of settling down into the night now. This is where, well, I say it becomes a bit calmer, but there's still some sort of on-track battles going on. We've got just under 11 seconds from Kinder and Need up to Race Ventura.
Yeah, they've been 20 seconds or less for pretty much the last 2.5
keeping in touch.
Yeah, them and Ventura and Kinder and the 9th and 10th place battle Taylors and Stop the Start Watch.
Of course, yeah, they're still on the same lap. Obviously, Talking Heads, they're still staying in touch with Lemons. Looks like we're coming into
Raw
dear.
Motorsports.
Whereabouts is that?
Canada Corner, turn 12. Having a bit of a moment. The unfortunate thing is that I get the yellow flags flashing in front of me on a screen, so a lot of the time, if there's an incident, I can dob the person in before they drive away from the scene. So Matt Bell, who again is determined and pushing to try and get himself up into the top 5, maybe even the podium positions, he's working hard, but unfortunately having a bit of a moment there.
Oh dear, and Team Taylors.
The Team Taylors down at the bridge at the carousel. And go on, get it going. Here we go. Find that clutch bite point. There we are. Off we go.
That'll close. Stop the start watch up a little bit. That looks like it's gained them 10-ish seconds. So yeah, I'm sure plenty to come. yeah, that Kinder and Need Race Ventura battle will be one to keep an eye out on. It seems to be dropping quite quickly. They might have made up a little bit of time somewhere. Yeah, that could be an interesting one a bit later on.
Yeah, ebbs and flows. I think that's the interesting thing about this. Is a lot of people who are consistent but just don't have that ultimate pace, and then there are a few others that have a good bit of pace, but that consistency isn't quite there.
Yes.
And so you see the gaps go down and then back up and down.
Absolutely.
And you see that a lot more in sim racing than in real life competition. You get a bit more, I think, again, because that self-preservation element isn't there.
Yes.
People are more willing to take risks.
Yeah.
Fling it
It's
into
just trying to
trees.
find a balance between the two, really. You've got to have, a decent pace, but if you're not consistent, you're not going to be going anywhere. So, yeah, it's just finding you've got to get yourself into a rhythm, just sort of settle yourself down into the car, and just get yourself going. Obviously, easier said than done when you've got sort of back markers coming up every couple corners, trying to navigate your way around them. But yeah, once you sort of get settled into the rhythm of your stint, yeah, it's quite nice and easy, especially at night, darker, so you can just sort of relax a little bit more. Yeah.
He's alright, this one. I've had racing drivers who give much worse answers than this. Yeah, no, not bad at all, my friend. If you want to escape at any point,
Oh no,
you
no,
can.
absolutely
But,
no. I've got nowhere to be as it stands.
No, Jamie Marsh is getting into the Race Ventura. Just come in and tell me. So, Jamie Marsh just letting me know there that he's about to be in the Race Ventura car. So that will put them back behind Kinder and Need again for a bit. So Jamie will take that one over. Race Ventura. So then we are rapidly approaching the 9-hour mark of this already. Is that right? Yes, it is. Good lord, we're already over
It
a third
is.
of the way through, and I didn't even fully twig
It's
that.
gone very quickly already.
Crazy. Yeah, 15 hours and 18 minutes left to go then. Chandler's Ford Chargers are 86 seconds clear at the moment at the sharp end of the pack. The 24 Hours of Lemons machine running in second place. The Talking Heads in third place are 102 seconds back from 24 Hours of Lemons. They are, of course, a lap off the lead as Race Ventura does a little bit of a Tokyo drift there at turn 6. Happy Accidents in fourth place, a lap off the podium positions. In fourth position, 2 laps off the lead. Another lap or so back, the Scrappy Racers in fifth place. Raw Motorsport, of course, they've drawn a lot closer now, courtesy of the donations tally, a mighty £1,700 plus for Raw Motorsport to this point. They sit in sixth place. Race Ventura in seventh place, 2 laps currently behind Raw Motorsport. Kinder in Need in eighth, 11 seconds back from Race Ventura, but we know they're about to inherit that position. Ventura, 19 laps since their last stop. They are doing some serious laps per stint there.
I was going to say, that sounds... What's sort of the average have we got for
16 seems to be 15 to 16, I've noticed.
some ultimate fuel saving
It
going on
is.
from Race Ventura as they just come into the pits?
Yeah.
That's a pretty decent stint for whoever was just in the car.
More or less 40 minutes.
They seem to be bumping up against the barrier.
Yeah, everyone seems
Interesting
to want to be
tactic.
as close to the wall as possible. For some
Shortest run to the pit box.
Yes. Those
Those-
hundreds.
yes, absolutely.
They
Those.
count. There's no men to plough into, so let's just take the shortest possible route. I do find the American pit lanes interesting.
They are. I mean, this one's just mega long.
Yes.
It's a good. I believe it's a good sort of minute. It must be a minute 10, minute 20 in the pits, something along those
yeah,
lines.
I think about 112 is the average.
Yeah. So it's quite a beastly pit lane.
But just the fact that, you know, obviously, unlike the European circuits, there are no garages. It's very much like hop over the hop over the barrier
Yeah.
and get on with it.
Absolutely, absolutely, as they do in
Stick the car
NASCAR,
in the
everything
wall
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pit guys jump over the wall, sprint round, tyres on, get them going again.
Yeah, I remember actually at Road America years ago, as
Ooh.
a bit of argy-bargy there. The Happy Accidents crew coming into the pit lane there. Are we going to have a driver change? I think Sklanders has been in there for a little while, but not... for a
Looks
huge
like
amount
he's
of time.
staying in there.
Good stuff. So Sklanders will continue on for the time being. But yeah, I remember at Road America years ago, watching the American Le Mans series. I think it was 2004. They used to do pit lane competitions among the driver crews or among the mechanics to see who could change the tyres quickest.
Nice.
And every year, without fail, in the 2000s, it was the factory Corvette guys in the GT class and the factory Audis and the prototypes, the two most efficient pit crews by far.
Nice.
It's like watching ballet, watching them, change these 4 tyres in the
It's
sharpest possible
pretty
time.
impressive because those tyres are hefty as well. Yeah, they're not light. You got to lug them around. So yeah, fair play to them. Michael doing a good job at the moment, holding a nice sort of around 88-second gap to the guys behind. I believe he came into the pits not too long ago. So yeah, keeping a nice barrier to them. We got Josh in the car. Obviously, we know he's quick. So yeah, Michael keeping him at bay is all we can ask for. So yeah, really, really good stuff from him.
Yeah, I think the Chargers are on I don't think quite an outlap. I think 1 lap ago they came in. So 1 minute 14 and 43 seconds stationary for Michael in that pit stop. So, as I said, about 1 minute 12 to 1 minute 15, depending how quick on the trigger we are. And I imagine Michael's taking a little more caution with the pit limiter, given his first pit stop of the
Yes. I think he learned his lesson with that one. I mean, we had a scare the second time he came into the pits as well to actually serve the penalty. Thought he was potentially going to get a second one, but avoided that. So yeah, like you said, I think he's realised, it's better to slow it down earlier, potentially lose a couple of attempts rather than a whole drive-through penalty.
Yeah, we had a couple of instances in the ADAC GT Masters season where people missed the pit window. We've got a 10-minute pit window, 25 minutes into the race until 35 minutes into the race. And it was basically a cumulative penalty for that, where however long you'd missed the window by was then your penalty.
Oh, that's not a bad way of doing it.
Yeah, I think one guy was a 2.5 minute stop go. They managed to massively miscalculate and do 2 extra laps. When your penalty is the size of most Green Day songs, you're in trouble.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I'm impressed. They managed to miss a pit window, though.
That happened.
That takes some doing.
3 or 4 times. Schubert Motorsport were in the lead of the race at Lausitzring when they managed to miss the window.
I guess to be fair, with all that's going on a race day, a 10-minute window isn't a huge amount of time to get the car in.
Into the pits come the talking heads then. Charles Grout taking the car in. And is he got a driver waiting in the wings? I think he does, but only for a conversation. I don't think Michael is readying to take the headset away. Looks like they're just having a bit of a chat, frankly. So, I don't think there'll be any movements there. Keeping an eye just in case Charles sprightly leaps. Nah, he's settled. He's in the car.
He's raring to go for another stint.
Still feels weird to talk about Charles as someone who has a co-driver after last year.
Yeah, honestly, just walking around the venue for these sort of first 9 hours and seeing him out and about is a bit of a weird one, especially as my first 24 hours was only last year when, like I said, he was just doing this by himself.
My first as well. So
yeah, he was doing it by himself. No one really got to see him. He was strapped up in that VR headset. Full beans. So yeah, it's nice to have him sort of out and about. Just have a chat with him about what's going on in the race. Always a great guy to talk to about sort of stints, anything like that. You can see Happy Accidents coming up just off in the rear there.
Yeah, they're just on a lap behind the Talking Heads at the moment. And how many laps have they done so far in this stint? I think this might be first lap back out, the sort of second lap back out the pits. Actually, it hasn't given me an exact reading just yet on how many laps they've done on the screen, but we'll wait and see on that one. Nonetheless, the 46 car continues on with Sklanders at the wheel. Of course, we know that David was in just a moment ago, actually, because we were checking whether he was staying in the car. So he's just a couple of laps into his stint, and Charles Grout has come out a lap clear of him. And I imagine Sklanders will be all too aware of the situation, and he'll be looking at maybe trying to get himself back on the lead lap.
Yeah, it'll be interesting how Charles does on these fresh tyres. Obviously, like I said, David didn't come in too long ago, so on fairly new tyres as well. I'm sure.
Saying that, Sklanders did, of course, rather gentlemanly leave the door open to allow Charles to lap him earlier on.
He did. Very, very sportsmanlike from David there.
Misrepresenting him slightly.
Looks like we've got a driver change for 24 Hours of Lemons.
Oh, interesting.
Luke Papworth replacing Josh for the next stint.
There you go. So Josh Malin with another good stint. We heard from him a little earlier on. And Luke Papworth taking over now.
Let's see how Michael manages this back mark. Who have we got? Race Ventura, I believe that is.
Start-watch up ahead of them, I think. Oh no, you're right. No, it is Race Ventura.
A little bit pushing him around the corner there.
Yes.
Nicely done though, nicely done.
Just a nibble.
Can never get bored of this car. I mean, the colours itself, absolutely excellent, but to have the glowing stripes down each side, yeah,
they are quite cool.
Love it, absolutely love it.
He's done well.
Yes, oh, really, really good job. I mean, with all the liveries, yeah, it's just nice to have a field of sort of custom skins that people have contributed to, put their own logos on, selected colours, all of that good business. So yeah, really nice to have a field, but yeah, absolutely love the glowing parts on our car.
Whoa, a bit wide there at the
yeah, getting a little bit unsettled there on the exit.
Yeah, it's a deceptive corner, isn't it? Because you want to carry as much speed as possible, so you try and use as little steering angle as possible.
Of course.
Sometimes that counts. It cuts
yeah, you can run a little bit wide over the curb onto the grass. That can unsettle the car a little bit. But no, really good stint by Michael at the moment. I believe he's on his second half an hour since he's hopped in.
I think it might be his third.
It might be his third.
He's been there for a while.
Yes, of course, because Ethan's hopping in at midnight. Yes,
yeah.
So not long. Really, really good job by Michael.
It's the kink though corner where we've seen some big crashes. We've seen one today. We saw Catherine Legg have a huge accident there in a champ car many years ago, and I think she counted herself lucky to be able to recite the tale. Catherine's been racing in America pretty much her whole career, despite being English. She raced, I think, most recently in IMSA in the GT class in a Lexus, and whoa, there's a moment for
a little bit late on the brakes there, I think.
Yeah, so just
getting a little bit too compliant with the car.
Yeah, Michael Hillman there, just losing the rear end slightly, and I mean, it does seem like it's quite easy to lose the rear end under braking in this car.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yes, you'll find this car does like to lock up quite easily, especially the rears, and if you're shifting down a little bit too quickly, you're going to lock those rears up, you're going to send yourself round, so you've got to be on it. You have got to be on it with this car. You've got to be understanding of it will bite if you're not too nice with it. But he recovered that one quite nicely.
Two cars in, Raw Motorsports 23 and the 13 car from Kinder in Need. Raw Motorsport back out there. I believe Matt Bell staying in the car. He's only done one stint in this particular appearance at the wheel, so he'll be out there for a little while yet. The Raw Motorsports livery Raw Motorsports logo looks right on just about any given car, and I think the reason for that is because of the sheer broadness of cars it appears on. Just commentating, I've seen it on Radicals, GT3 radicals, sports open top radicals, all sorts of different stuff. I've seen it on a Citroen C1.
Love
I've
it.
seen it on Pragas. And much
Everywhere.
more besides.
But yeah, it
always
does
looks
look very, very nice on this car. I do like the livery. I like the very sort of minimalist matte black with those nice sort of lime green stripes down the side, and then the logos on for the sponsors. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
It's a bit like a pre-season test livery. isn't
Yes,
it?
absolutely.
And I love
It's a
those.
smart looking car.
I remember in 2005, in the FIA GT season, GPC Racing had a factory fresh Ferrari 575 GTC ready, and it was so factory fresh they didn't actually have time to fully livery it.
Oh,
They
really?
just stuck some Pirelli logos and some other key sponsors in, so it was just white logos and carbon fibre.
Oh,
And
wow.
the entire paddock was begging them, like, just keep that for the year because it looks amazing.
Well, that's what I always think with sort of the F1 testing liveries and their sort of showcase liveries. They always look really good, but they never actually end up using them for any more than testing, of course. Yeah, I mean, just sort of a couple of examples. You had that sort of, was it the sort of blue camoed Red Bull?
2014, I think that was.
That was a smart one. Then you had was it the full blacked out Renault a couple of years ago?
2018, maybe?
Yeah, there's a few sort of smart ones in there at the moment. I think we had a driver change as well for Stop the Start Watch. Tom Adams now in driving for them.
Tom Adams.
We've got a nice 5-second gap for Race Ventura now. This was the battle we mentioned not too long ago.
Yeah, so Kinder and Need are actually ahead of them now, where previously I believe it was the other way round. So let's see how the pace is comparing in this battle for 7th place. Certainly, this has been the most tennis match battle out there. It's just
Yes.
been back and forth,
Absolute
back and
back
forth.
and forward between the two of them, which is what we like to see.
Have you come across in your stints, have you ended up kind of intervening on a lapped traffic scrap occasionally so far?
Luckily not for any of mine. Majority of what I've come across have just been sort of individual cars. Yeah, I can imagine getting involved in an on-track battle while you're trying to lap them.
Identical cars.
Could make for an interesting time at trying to get past them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems to be closing in a little bit, slowly but surely.
We're down under 5 seconds and a bit late on the brakes there. Let's see what Race Ventura does by comparison. Shallow entry there. That was very Matt Neal. Matt Neal likes to do that in touring cars, or he did. He's retired. But he used to take a shallow entry into every corner and defied the logic of everybody, but it made it work.
It works. If it works, yeah, go for it.
Indeed.
yeah,
So I reckon I should let you go. I think you've contributed more than enough to
It's been
this.
good. Yeah, I know. Time flies.
We
When
will,
you're having fun. But yeah, obviously
you go.
Ethan hopping in, so yeah, I should probably
Yeah, you should
check
probably
everything.
inherit Ethan's big boss position.
check everything is as planned. But yeah, I'll let you get on. Thanks for
Excellent.
having me.
There you go. So we'll see Ethan into the car shortly, and inheriting the whole operation will be Ollie Swift, who we've heard from there. Great conversation with Ollie there. As he said, he's worked here 3 years. Quite a lot of that team at the Chandler's Ford Chargers know their way around this facility and around these rigs. And so far, that experience is working in their favour. They're a lap clear of the pack. We are approaching 9 hours of this race. We're 1 minute and 25 seconds away from ticking past the 9th hour of this race into hour 10. I'm just going to very quickly take a quick break for a sip of drink, but I'll be here at the commentary position. It'll only be about 30 seconds. So then we continue to follow the 8th placed Race Ventura car. Being pursued at the moment by Charles Grout there. So Charles Grout making chase at the moment. Of course, Charles in 3rd place for now. Continuing to try and manage the gap between himself and the Happy Accidents. There's a lap between them at the moment. It's a lap and about 10 seconds. Happy Accidents are just up the road from Charles Grout. We've just crossed the 9-hour marker in this motor race then, so 9 hours of this race are in the books. 15 hours remain here at the race centres. BBC Children in Need 24-hour. If you haven't already visited the racecentre.co.uk/BBC-CIN-2022, then please do so and join us as this race wears on. Charles Grout there putting a lap on Race Ventura as the Team Taylor's car is back into the pits again. Andrew, John, Richard and Patrick listed as the drivers in that car, and John Barton has been at the wheel. We'll see whether or not that is transferred. Certainly there is a driver transfer going on, but I'm not quite sure for whom just yet. It is for the Team Taylors, guys. I thought I recognised you, sir. So we will have a driver change for the 9th place car, and that will bring them back onto the same lap as Stop the Start Watch, who just passed the position now. Although I will say, Team Taylor have definitely built an advantage over Stop the Start Watch in the last couple of hours. They were at various points very much in the same piece of real estate, 10 to 12 seconds apart, and now they are practically separated by a lap. So Team Taylor's doing a good job there up against the Stop the Start Watch team. Richard Barton Knott has taken over the Team Taylor's car, so Richard Barton Knott taking over from Josh Barton. Of course, with the arrival of the 10th hour of this race, I could also say, happy Saturday, everybody. We are now into a new day of racing. Friday has been and gone, and we're into Saturday as Team Taylors investigate the outer limits of Turn 8. Richard Barton not on the cool tyres, on his outlap. We'll give him that, we'll allow it. Oh, some more rally crossing there from Richard as he settles into the car. There's the Chandler's Ford Chargers machine then, the number 69 car. Michael, Ethan, Ollie and Alex. And, meanwhile, as we continue to watch our leader, I can tell you that Ethan is looking to get ready to hop in the car. And we'll see Ethan Jonas back at the wheel very shortly. How's Charles doing? He's cleared, of course, the Race Ventura machine. He's got the Kinder in Need car just ahead. In fact, no, that's the Scrappy Racers just ahead. So Scrappy Racers, the 5th place car, just ahead of that man, Charles Grout, at the moment. We've alluded to it several times today, but if you're unaware of your BBC Children in Need 24-hour history, this car has been responsible for, well, this driver has been responsible for one of the great feats. He's not the only person to have ever done the 24 hours solo, but he did do it last year in VR, which I think is an added challenge, shall we say. It was a remarkable feat of endurance, and he continues to press on today, closing in quite nicely on Scrappy Racers right now. Oh, Scrappy Racers, yet with an off. I was just opening up some donations pages, so I missed that one. But yeah, off at turn 5 there for the Scrappy Racers. And seemingly back underway, so Henry with a brief moment there. He now presses on once again. Henry's definitely getting quicker as the day goes on. Not quite as acclimatized to a sim as teammate Sam Jewell. I think I completely forgot to update that Henry was in the car, so just doing that now on the graphics. Just checking if we've got anyone else who's changed off my radar. No, I think everyone else is still with the correct drivers listed, although I know that Ethan will be at the wheel in a minute, so I'll update that very shortly. But I was just going to do a little bit of maths here, and on-air maths is never a good thing. Thankfully, I'm doing it with the help of my phone. I just want to work out what our current total is for this year. Ponder calculator. So £325 raised so far from Team Taylors. 425 for the Stop the Start Watch crew. 570 for Happy Accidents. For the Nathan Handley entered team, the Race Ventura guys, they've earned 270 so far. The Chandler's Ford Chargers so far have £400 on their page. The Duncan Ford & Co., which is the Kinder in Need guys, they have 320. Of course, Matt Bell & Co. have amassed a whopping £1,765 so far. Henry Skelly, the Scrappy Racers guys, they've got another fiver. They've got up to £105 now. Charles and Michael, they're still on 398. We haven't seen many donations for the talking heads within the race. Let's see if we can get some more contributions for them, as Scrappy Racers, they have a bit of a sideways moment. And latterly, Ben Straffen and the Lemons team have currently got a very nice round number of £500, which means our total has surpassed £5,000 across everybody. Over £5,000 has been raised so far today, which I believe means that the total for the event over its 13 editions is now over £70,000. as well. So the race centre continuing to make a difference for children in need. Huge congratulations and a hype. Oh, a moment for the Scrappy Racers. The Scrappy Racers, they're just getting on the grass. And a spin for Henry. Car loops around, but he gets it going again. Just a moment there, clipping the grass, so easy to do. Chandler's Ford Chargers are in. And therefore, Ethan Jonas will take over that car, so I will update that accordingly. Ethan Jonas taking the wheel of the 69 machine. Nice. But yeah, so that is a great little achievement there from everybody concerned with this event. Oh. And it seems as though things may have taken a turn here, because I think everyone's pod has frozen too. It's not just me, right? Oh dear. Yes. Oh dear. Yeah, my computer's gone too. I think. Is the stream still on? Okay, cool. So I understand you're still with me here on the stream, but it seems as though everything is frozen up here at the race centre. We've had a momentary issue, I think, with the hardware, but the diligent team here at the race centre will solve that ASAP. But I tell you what this is. This marks a very good opportunity for me to go harass people with the live mic in a minute. I know, right? Always be afraid. Dangerous prospect, right? It's not. You coming to join me? Okay. I don't understand how this works. Not as if I play with mics for a living, is it?
Oh no, not at all. Not at all.
I've been rejoined then by Josh Malin. He did promise us a post-stint debrief. So, floor is yours. Tell me how it went.
Well, it was going well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I come and move my car and everything's broken. I don't know what's going on about that. Yeah, not ideal, but yeah, about my stint, which is now null and void because everything has crashed.
Yeah.
Thank you, R Factor. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I struggled to find a bit of rhythm in the night.
Sorry.
have you seen the video? Is this a Reebok or Sonike? You know, the Spanish guy that thought, no, you clearly haven't. Right, okay, I'm just talking waffle. Oh no. This was like years ago.
Oh,
but anyway, I digress completely of waffle and rubbish.
That's all I am, waffle and rubbish. Alice says hello again.
Hello. I'm surprised I haven't gone to bed, sweetheart, to be honest. There you go.
Worried sick about your...
Right, well, yeah, my stint, it wasn't too bad. I set a good couple of laps close to my quickest time in the day. So I was quite happy with that, but again, I struggled to find a bit of rhythm, and there were times where I messed up braking zones where I couldn't quite see. I struggled with the last corner quite a bit because it's quite a late apex. So having to look round the corner, obviously you're looking into nothing and you're having to like guess. So sometimes it was absolutely fine, and other times it was like, wow, I just went wide and I had like several track limits penalties, so that was good fun. Other than that, yeah, generally it was okay. I kept on the track, kept in a straight line, and I think that was about as much as we can ask for. But
there you go.
problem is that now everything is null and void because all the screens have gone off.
Yes. Well, with that being the case, I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to steal that roaming mic from you.
Absolutely,
And I'm
that's
going to
fine.
go around and just chat to some people.
That's fine.
Since we have this roaming mic in our possession, I want to see what everyone's thinking. But yeah, I will take that from you, and I'll go on an adventure. But
No
thank
worries.
you for telling us about the stint. Hopefully, it's of some relevance.
Yeah, I'd like to think so. Well, the screens are back on now in the race, and hopefully this means we're going to get back underway shortly. I'll speak to you in a bit.
Cool. So we'll mic live as I go on a bit of a magical tour and chat to people. Okay. And I think the first question we should ask, the first person we should talk to. I want to talk to. I don't know why. He doesn't like me, Ethan. Okay. Yes, I wanted to go talk to people, but the microphone's having an argument with me. No, it's fine. I want to go around and bully people personally. No, it's all right, mate. We want you after every stint. We want to preserve you a bit. So this momentary pause will no doubt be resolved pretty quickly. Yes, Reebok or Nike, says Spencer. I think this might be another in-joke towards Josh, which I'll ask him about in due course. But work ongoing from the crew at the moment. Hopefully, this microphone is now willing to play ball with me at the controls. Sounds like it. So then, a bit of a weird situation that we've got at the moment with a mid-race pause. Red flags aren't traditionally a thing in 24-hour races, at least not at Le Mans. I'm going to go talk to Pudsey, though. Yeah, Henry. Tell me about that last stint. I saw some excursions.
Yeah, living up to the name was quite some scrappy laps, as you said earlier.
I think that might have been Pun Master Malin, actually.
Oh, that was you. That was you. I was told about that afterwards. As accurate as that description might well have been. I found a little bit of pace compared to my first stint. My first stint was horrendous to the point where I cut it halfway short and gave it back to Sam.
Yeah.
That was why I only did an hour instead of 2. The second and, well, the third stint was going all right. I've sort of found about 2 seconds. I'm sort of around 154, 155, which is nowhere near as quick as Josh and everybody else, but it's enough to keep us in contention for 5th. We're not getting caught by everybody behind us. Sam's having a lovely nap. I think when he wakes up, he's going to be horrified about everything that's gone on at the moment.
Yes, remains to be seen exactly what protocol is here. There you go, you've got yourself a cookie to match your jumper now. If you're not, obviously you can't see him, those of you watching the stream. I'm sorry that we've abandoned you at the moment, but good Henry has come along with his full regalia for Pudsey. Really?
You can wear them in the booth.
Sure, I don't have a headset on. We could get away with that. I am going to go pick the brains, though, of one Michael Hillman, because we spoke to him. Yes, mate. The pleasure's all yours. Obviously, that first stint started off interestingly, and then you found your rhythm. How did you feel about that stint?
To be honest, it was exactly what I could have wished for. I mean, the car felt really underneath me, almost came to me so easily, and that just from the get-go, really. So, yeah, conditions, obviously, with the night time and that, maybe a tad cooler helping as well. And but yeah, just was straight on the button with pace. So really, really happy.
And clearly you were the person holding this whole operation together, because as soon as we removed you from the Chandler's Ford Charger's car, everything's gone to pot.
Precisely, yeah. A bit of a technical glitch in the system, I guess, because, yeah, not me in the car at the moment. But, yeah, it is what it is. Like I say, usually can happen with this sort of stuff. But we will wait and see. Like I say, in the capable hands of Ollie and Ethan, I'm sure they'll be able to get us up and going when they can.
There you go. If we don't have Miracle Mike in the car, things won't go far. And we do have the odd sleepy heads here. I was going to go and interview someone from Royal Motorsports, but I'm not sure the conversation they're currently having is broadcastable. That was a very interesting conversation. Up to this point, Matt, how's it been going?
Well, it was going well till I left to go to work. And then it's been going downhill since then, but it's fine. Still for children in need, and we're doing all right on that front.
Are you no longer feeling as precious about your most wins ever tally then? Because again, if the Chargers take a fifth, they tie you today.
They do, but you know, it's all good. So we can ignore some more blue flags and sort that out, I'm sure.
And we can come back next year as well.
Yeah, and we can come back next year. And we're only drawing, so like we got there first.
There you go. That is good logic, I must say. Obviously, you're both a sim expert and a real life racing expert. Did you get up to much this year in the real world?
No, I did one Praga round with Rob at Snetterton.
Nice.
Which was quite an experience. So, yeah, it was good fun. Weekend could have gone a little bit better, but it wasn't too bad. I had a panic attack because they didn't tell me how to get out of the car, so that wasn't ideal.
Oh, dear.
I went to the fueling area and they asked me to do the noise test, and I couldn't hear them because I couldn't open the door. And I was like, probably shouldn't go out because I don't know how to open the door. So I went back to the pits and they were like, what's wrong? And I'm like, I don't know how to get out of the car.
Is it all in the hips in a Praga?
It's in the hips and knowing where the pull cord is for the door.
Okay, yeah, that's a more literal issue. Excellent. Well, I'll leave you to your continued serenity. Are you back in the car when everything's up and running?
Yeah, we were in the lead, so hopefully they recorrect it when it all turns back on.
You got someone working on them screenshots as we speak?
Well, you know, it was wrong from the word go because we were sicked or something, which I just don't believe can't be right.
There you go. Timing and scoring denier Matt Bell there. Yeah, mate. It's actually Saturday 4 p.m.
You guys have been asleep for that long. I had to do the rest of the race without you. You came last.
You're going to make him really sad because he's actually been asleep for hours. It's only 20 past 12.
We're just bullying some of our contestants, as we do. I don't recognise everyone's face. Names there.
James Smith.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Stop start watch.
Yeah.
Hanging around in last at the moment, I'm afraid.
Yeah, but you've had some good pace. I think some of your drivers, I think yourself in particular, you look quite consistent out there.
Yeah, a little bit off of what I did in practice, but just sticking it out at around sort of 158, managing to keep it on the track. Start driver for us is James Collier, who started off with the first 2 hours. He had a good run. Yeah, we tried someone out because we had a dropout last minute, so we've been trying to sort of make up the numbers. But yeah, we're putting it together now and getting some steady pace, doing all right.
I think it's the mark of a determined team that some of the drivers have stayed in the rig. I think that's a sign that you guys are ready, willing, up for it. I mean, that's a focused man, I must say. Like, the full elbows and clenching, like, ready for it. Oh, goodness.
Just going around the fast right-hander just when it conked out.
Oh, yeah, it's the worst thing when you get, like, a frame rate skip mid-apex. That's terrifying, yeah. Well, hopefully it won't be long before we get back to racing, but good luck, guys, when you are back. I'm scared to go this far over here because I know the mic starts to run out of juice. as proven. But how has your stint been going so far?
So far, so good.
This is Leach on the beach, by the way.
Oh yes, I'm feeling on the beach. Just slightly more tired than otherwise I would be. But yes. So what's it? 4 stints in now, I think I am. And yeah, very smooth, very consistent. We're in no man's land. Not gonna lie, we're there in 4th place. We're not really gonna go anywhere. We're probably gonna race for the next 15 hours or however long this takes to make sure that we come 4th. But yeah,
someone tell Charles Grout that you're not going to catch him, because he seems to think you might.
It's all bluster. He knows.
There's levels to it, is there?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't see him just getting to a point where they're going to blow up. I know that that's what happened to him last year, but he was on his own last year, so he has a slight advantage that he has double the manpower this year. So I have full faith in the fact that they will not blow up at 20 hours this year.
I don't think those are fighting words so much as voodoo words. You may as well have the doll and the pin in front of you right now. That's audible sabotage.
Anything we can take at this point. We're not beating them on track.
There we go. The spirit of the Children in Need Race Centre 24 hours.
We just wrap up.
And just over to Ethan.
Okay, we have a plan. So we're going to resume momentarily.
Alright guys, so I think how we're going to do this is we're going to pop everyone on the grid. We're going to pop everyone on the grid for sort of a standing start, so you'll all be sat on the grid. If you can just hold the brakes for me just so you don't go rolling anywhere. We're then going to sort everyone's laps out, so how you were. I did manage to snap a photo of the interval, so we're going to pop everyone on the correct laps. And then what we're going to do is just send the first car off, give it about sort of 10-ish seconds, send the next car off, 10 seconds, send the next car off, and you get it, etc, etc. Alright, I think that's the fairest way of doing this. It's the way that we're going to do it. So if you just get your driver back in for me, get ready to get going. What I'll do is I'll just give a shout for each person to get sent off from the grid. Alright, and then we'll get back into it. Yeah, I believe so. Let's just double check it is all good.
Might be yours turn to get back in there.
I know.
Do a little spin.
Okay, so like I said, just no one go shooting off for me. You're going to have to just give me a couple minutes to get it all back to how it was.
So then we're working hard here at the moment to get everything back ready to go, which we'll well be able to do very shortly indeed. As you heard, the team currently making a heavy effort to restore us to where we were previously in this race. A few of the intervals are going to suddenly close up then, and I think Charles Grout will be pretty happy that he was a lap clear of the happy accidents prior to that. I believe he was, anyway. But I'll leave that to the better minds than I. But again, I want to reiterate as we continue to get ready to go, a huge congratulations and a thank you to everybody. We have surpassed the £5,000 marker at this stage. We have a few driver changes. Chris Leach is hopping into the Happy Accidents car after his fighting words for Charles Grout. speaking of Charles Grout, he has emerged, and that would suggest to me that he... Yeah. Mike Numero Dos isn't with me right now, but what I can do is share with you. So you're not resuming in the car then?
I was shortly to come out anyway, so yeah. I was hoping to stay in for a little bit longer, but as I felt in a good groove, but seeing as this has happened, it's sort of like that groove will have gone, so we might as well get the driver change out of the way that was going to happen anyway. Yeah, not much more to say than that, really.
And of course, as you said, that groove interrupted the race as a whole. Interrupted. You've been doing this longer than me. How has this happened before?
We haven't had a crash like this. We've had a few incidents where steering wheels or pedals have gone wrong and they've needed to be hot swaps in the middle of the race. Other than that, we've only ever had minor problems with this before. But unfortunately, there's no clear and fair way, per se, to put everyone back where they were, because unfortunately with the crash it's not recorded exactly where it was. All we have is the lap gaps, so it's the fun we'll do it the best we can with this, and just about ready to get away, and I'm glad that we opted for this rather than try and figure things out and take them again. Because at the end of the day, we want to get back to the racing rather than spend forever trying to work everything out. Really, it's not going to be fair.
Got some people saying, got Ben Serda saying, I leave the house for a couple of hours and seems things have thrown a fit. Yes, but the fit will be rectified briefly.
Yeah, I've not during the 24-hour, but during my tenure here as a staff member, we did have a day that was absolutely full of kids' parties and stag do's, and half an hour into the first kids' party, and there was some roadworks going on outside, and they managed to draw through 2 of the 3 electricity phases in the building. So out of 10 pods and race control, 8 pods went out, and we were left with race control and 2 pods on a full day. I believe Adrian quickly.
Okay, so lap.
Daisy chain wheel, so we can get somehow we ended up with about 13.
Okay, so lap counter is looking all good. So like I said, what I'm going to do is just starting from the leader, I'm just going to send you off. I'll give it 10 seconds on a timer, and then I'll let you know when the next one can go. All right, so Chandler's Ford Chargers, you can get going.
It's the restart process.
Lemons, you can go. Talking Heads, you can go. Happy Accidents. Scrappy Racers. Raw Motorsport. Kinder in Need. Race Ventura. Team Taylors. And stop the start watch. Awesome stuff. Sorry about that, guys, but we're going again. Fingers crossed. That should be the last of any issues.
So then the race resumes with a field spread pretty much evenly around the circuit. And this is the car in second place, the 24 Hours of Lemons machine. Our leader now by a clear lap is the Chandler's Ford Chargers. I suppose for them, in a way, it's rather fortunate that it was the phase of the pit cycle where they got a little bit of a G-up, now a full lap ahead, regardless of pit cycle.
Yeah, with when it comes to red flags, whether it's real racing or virtual racing, unfortunately, any kind of incident that causes a red flag, that kind of thing, is always going to benefit one team more than another. And the guys here have done what they can to make things fair. It's not really much more that we can do than that. It's, at the end of the day, we can say thank you that at least this is a charity event and not a major championship thing. In that, we can all walk away and say, hey, issues happen, we all had fun, that's what matters. Let's raise some more money.
I'm just noticing the safety cars out on circuit, just coming around.
This is interesting. Are they going to get penalised for overtaking that, according to the sim?
I don't know, but this is.
I hope so, because that will throw an interesting wrench in the works. It'll make things interesting.
It would.
Get them penalised. Go on, put them back 5 laps or so.
Is that safety car going to pit in? Hopefully. Otherwise, this could get more interesting before less. Just trying to get a good shot to actually see whether it comes in. It should do.
We'll see. Let's have a look at the 24 Hours of Lemons, because they'll be the next ones to come across it.
Yes, I was just not sure they're actually going to get there in time. Our ways back.
Let's
keep
see.
an eye on some Corvette tail lights. Hopefully going into the pits.
I don't think
so.
so.
Lot to me, like it's still running around the circuit.
Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, the safety car is still lapping around the track right now. GT traffic?
I didn't know we were doing multi-class for children in need.
No, but we clearly are. The Corvette is resolutely staying on the track. Are we just staying with this? Is this forever?
I hope not, but we'll see. They'll figure it out, I'm sure.
I really hope so. The Talking Heads in third place. But so are we just doing that for the entire race then? Hello?
Ollie.
Are we just doing that for the next 12 hours then?
What's that, sorry?
Is that staying out there?
No, it should. This says 1 lap to go.
Oh,
so
okay.
it should.
Cool. Okay, so it sounds like it's in this lap. Everyone who's finding a safety car, please go past it. If you're seeing a safety car out on the circuit, please go past it. Apparently it will be in, hopefully, this lap. But it's not a safety car, it's merely a distraction. So just pass it.
But Maylander just decided he wanted a few laps this time, I think.
Yeah. Unusual for him to be in a Corvette, but you know what? They've changed allegiances a few times before. Remember the bad old days, the 90s, when you had like a Nissan Sunny or whatever as a safety car. Corvette holds its own decently, to be fair, doesn't it? It's got some pace.
Good pace, yeah.
Obviously got a special tyre build on the safety car. Maybe the safety car entered a late team, says Penguin Victoria. Not sure. LMP Z06. Spencer wins, he's got the best comment. Safety car wants some smoke. So then, hopefully we're going to see the safety car in just a moment. The happy accidents are making their way towards the safety car. Whoa, a bit of a taily moment there.
Looks like they locked the rear wheels there.
And it's in!
It's in!
The safety car is no more, so we are back to 10 cars on the circuit.
Unfair advantage to everyone from P4 down. They didn't have to overtake the safety car. Oof.
Such a litigious man.
Oh, absolutely. It's all fun and games at the end of the day.
But I suppose this has worked out for you guys as well, because you are 10 seconds now back from
Yes, yeah. I do feel a little bit guilty about that, but
do not hamper yourself.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm not going to complain, but we'll have to see where this goes from here. But Mike certainly managed to find his pace in the past couple of stints, and I've certainly managed to get a lot more consistently fast as well. So We'll have to see how this goes, because I'm not sure how they've been doing for pace, but we seem to have been doing rather well ourselves.
So Henry, for the Scrappy Racers, is coming under pressure now from Matt Bell. Matt Bell is a lap down, but he could be about to unlap himself. So again, another team that I think will be slightly helped by this redo of the race, as it were. This resetting of the race is Matt Bell, although taking those curves like that might be less than helpful.
Matt's always been quite aggressive when it comes to the vehicles he drives.
We saw it in.
So yeah, he likes to really throw it around and use all of the track. It's worked to his advantage with some of the cars we've raced in the past. Doesn't seem to have worked in his favour so far this year, but doesn't look like it's done him too bad either.
Yeah, so we have 14 hours and 17 minutes left to go, which I believe means we have lost some of the actual on-track time.
Yes, so
as a result.
We weren't obviously 100% sure of how long there was left on the race, not 100%, and obviously we didn't know how long the downtime was going to be, so I think it was arbitrarily chosen to be about 14 and a half hours, just so that we were able to get underway. We lost a little bit of time, but again, a minor loss when it comes to getting everything going again.
Oh, 100% the case. So then Matt still closing in on the happy accidents right now. Meanwhile, Stop the Start Watch has got some company in the form of our race leaders, the Chandler's Ford Chargers. And see if this is handled nice and gentlemanly. Tom Adams, I think, is usually pretty aware of his mirrors.
Do you think we can blame them for the incident? They told us to stop the start watch.
I was wondering if you were going to do that. I'm glad you did.
I'm always one for bad puns. Why
Good
not?
lad.
Absolutely.
You should meet Josh Malin. He's into that as well.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure. Plenty of bad puns out there, as we've already mentioned a few earlier on today.
Oh yes.
Why not? I've got to have a laugh with life.
I try and restrain myself lest I get in trouble with some of my German paymasters in my normal job. Yes, here we have a bit more free rein to put the tongue in cheek.
Still got to keep it clean.
Oh, yeah.
Like that racing there. Nice and clean.
Yes.
He's just letting by there, really.
Yes, exactly right.
Nice and clean. Oh, a little bit wide.
Yeah.
Not the end of the world.
Well, the thing is, there is a drop-off there in the runoff, isn't there? There's kind of an outside curve, and then there's the rest of the tarmac, and you can quite easily drop a wheel and go, ooh.
Yeah, well, this track definitely seems to have IndyCar-style track limits, in that you can take it past the white line as long as you're still on the rumble strip. But as soon as you start to dip past that rumble strip, you really drop off, really, and honestly, you lose more than you gain by going out there. So it's sort of natural track limits, even though it's not the white line, which is, in my opinion, should always be the white line. Define the track as it is.
The Chandler's Ford Chargers have lost their lap advantage. I'm not sure if that's by design or not. I'm questioning the man whose head is faced away from me, whether that's meant to be the case. They were a lap clear and they're not anymore, which has been spotted by Ben Serda. No, Josh, I'm honest. You going? Oh, I didn't know.
Ollie?
No, I'm looking at it.
He's looking at it.
He's looking at it. Okay.
I'm not sure what's happened there.
Right, so... Unsurprisingly, Josh Malin telling me to keep quiet on that. But, sorry, honest man. Team Taylors have had a moment there. And that sent the Chargers off track there momentarily. And let's hope the rejoin's clean. Good. Sensible driving from both parties. I think we're going to have a handover now from Charles. You want to stay? Interview each other?
Should we share the microphone?
There we go.
Hold them handy.
There we go, yeah.
There we go.
That's just weird. I'm taking a picture of that. I'll post this on my Twitter if you're curious, at Adam Weller Comms. You've got Charles and Josh with a communal microphone at the moment.
Why not?
As the battle for ninth gets spicy here, side by side into the first corner, and just about holding on to it is Stop the Start Watch. After that moment for Team Taylors, and we've got some proper wheel-to-wheel stuff here and contact between the two of them, and that sends Stop the Start Watch off, tried to carry the speed around the outside, and didn't quite manage to do so. So Team Taylor's back up into 9th place, as they were when we restarted. What's your take on that there? You were watching, Giles.
A little bit aggressive there, but I wouldn't say anything too unfair, really. A bit stern. What about you?
Firm.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I looked away for a little bit. 'Cause
You got distracted.
Oh, Taylor's rear rotation there. Easy to lock up the rears, going over the crest, going over into the left-hander.
Yeah, turn 6, difficult corner to master. Never fails to annoy me that turns 3 and 4 are the 2 little curves on the back straight of the circuit on the official track map. But that is the case.
Turn 2 was a little kink in between what we would actually call 1 and 2.
Oh, is that correct?
And the third one is on the back straight there.
Ah, that might be me.
Americans.
Yes,
Americans. I don't
but then
care,
it makes me
that's
question. Then it makes me question why the one after kink, the left-hander, isn't also a corner as well. Because
well, so that's technically
just as much.
Just to really annoy everybody. That's 11A.
Yeah, no, that should be 12 if that's the logic we're going for.
Yeah,
the other corners.
but it's split logic.
Yeah.
Honestly, I believe that's 12A as well. Just before the last 2.
For those of you not looking, he's pointing at a track map that we could see live on screen.
Yes. I did just explain it is between just before the last S-bend. Yes. Josh back with the dad jokes. Let's go, says Spencer.
Absolutely. You've got to provide some entertainment somehow.
Spencer said something earlier on that I assumed was another one of your in-jokes.
Oh, probably.
He just said, yes, Reebok or Nike.
That was
Is
the
this the Reebok or the Nike? Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh!
Is this the Reebok or the
you
Nike?
finally got it! I just twigged.
Someone's a little bit slow on the uptake today.
I'll let him off. It's
Yes.
1:45 in the morning.
No, I'm just a bit too autistic for that kind of thing sometimes. Oh, dear. So it seems we've regained that lap, the Chandler's Ford Chargers. You can blame Ben Serda for that, because he's the one that pointed it out
Yeah,
to me.
he's part of my community.
Yeah, there you go.
For that.
Seriously.
Blame Talaluta and gang.
I actually thought I was going to have a go.
If it's any
I'm
consolation,
disappointed.
you can have a go at defending against us because Mike's catching you.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh yes.
Come on, Luke.
Come on, Mike.
Come on,
Mandrews. Mandrews for the win. You said I'm going to call him Mandrews from now on, and then you haven't.
I have occasionally.
Disappointed.
I have occasionally. I've just realised I haven't updated him either. He's in the car. I know he's in the car because you're here. It's funny how that logic works, isn't it? So updating the graphic
I
there.
could be omniscient and omnipresent. Why
There
not?
you go. Ever present. Everywhere we go.
I mean, people did used to call me Jesus before I cut my hair, so you know why not?
Did you
I can see the resemblance.
Yes, I did. I cut my hair for raising all the money.
The thing was, I didn't see you.
Yeah, you can't blame me for that one.
you were preoccupied most of the time.
Unsurprisingly.
Yes, indeed. Would you
So-
ever attempt that?
I was going to say, so we're going to
Attempt
see you
what?
do that next year solo. Whole thing, no breaks.
thing?
Yeah.
That's what you did
I'm
last
falling
year.
asleep right now, mate. I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, two
I'd be-
people in this venue have done 24. Make it 3.
I'll be knackered.
Yeah, it is.
I
knackering.
don't do well with no sleep. I really don't.
So what I'm hearing is, if I want to win, I've just got to keep you up.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna retreat to my
Gotcha.
car in a minute.
No.
Oh, what car is it? Let's see how.
Oh,
try and rate
what's our
this for
real
sleep.
world car?
Yes.
Oh well, I've brought my BMW 330 diesel.
Is that a state?
No, it's a coupe. It's the E92 shape, 2008.
Okay, so you are. I'd say it's a solid 6 out of 10 on the potential sleep scale. I don't think it's great.
No, I
but it'll do.
don't even know, to be honest.
Fine.
Fetal position.
I'll
and
keep
hope
him
for
up
the
all
best.
night anyway. It's fine. You know, give myself the best chance.
What have you driven down here, Charles? I don't know.
2016 Suzuki Swift.
Oh, sport?
No, no. It is black and orange though. Black colour with orange trim and roof. Fairly similar. Fairly similar to my racing colours, but you know, dark grey on my racing colours versus black on the car. Purely coincidental, had nothing to do with each other. Just happened to be the car that we picked up when we needed to get a car.
Okay. Alice says, Josh sleeps a lot. He hibernated 24/7. I assume that's
I might
hibernates
as well.
24/7.
Like, she's right.
So
So we get up at 8
So
o'clock
rather-
in the morning, and I will still be in bed at like 10, half 10.
So-
Because I just
So rather than getting you to do a 24 here, we can get you to do a 24 hibernate. Yeah.
I could sleep for 24 hours. Probably. I haven't tried it yet.
In that case, I take
Knowing.
it back. Do you want to go sleep and just leave your teammates to it?
Let's see what you did there.
Oh, dear. He hears of a Carrera Cup driver among us, and he tries to get rid of him immediately.
No, I'm not trying to get rid of him. Just doing what I
Dirty.
can to say I beat him. You know, I've got to try and make myself look good and say I beat these people.
Yes, I don't let Ollie Webb forget that I beat him in a Gran Turismo race once. I don't
Really?
Yeah.
Fair play.
So
It was a practice race for a charity thing I did during the first lockdown.
Oh yeah, yeah.
it's always good. It's always good when you beat a nice rival.
Yeah. He's not a rival.
You know, someone that you can have bragging rights on.
Dear.
I raced Max Verstappen. I got my backside handed to me.
Was that the iRacing Bathurst?
Well, no, it was actually just in sort of a fun race. Like we, guy called Chris Lullum. He is part of Team Redline, and obviously Max is part of Team Redline as well. And I'm friends with Chris, and obviously Chris is friends with Max. So he's got his Discord server, and we just, I think it was during, I can't remember when it was. It's quite a while ago now. We just set up like a few races just for fun, just have a laugh, and yeah. It's not just the car that makes Max quick.
No, I think that's an understatement. The 24 Hour of Lemons car coming up
Come
to the
on,
back
boy.
of Team Taylors.
Come on, boy.
Taylor's
Blue
renowned
flags.
for not necessarily letting people through under blue flags.
Okay,
Blue flags.
there you go.
Oh,
Shots
you let,
fired.
oh my God.
A few
Levels.
penalties have been given.
Oh no, I think we'll be all right.
There we
We're
go.
Okay, we're okay. Very
Okay,
good.
Annie.
Well done. Well
Cleanly,
done, Luke. Thank you, Team Taylor.
cleanly done.
Disappointed both of that. But
What was that?
Wait, missed what?
he said you're okay. I said you're okay, Annie.
Oh, haha.
Right, it's lost. Yeah, it lost its touch because I had to explain it. So never mind.
Mate, it's 10 to 1 in the morning.
Yeah.
Can you just give me a little bit of slack?
No, full 24. Wide awake.
Yes. We are 14 hours and 6 minutes to go. I will say one thing that I think is genuinely interesting about this reset is obviously, at least for now, everyone's fuel is in lockstep once again. We haven't got people
that's a
7,
good
8
point.
laps apart on pit window.
Yeah, I think some people definitely gained more than others. I know we were about 3 or 4 more laps away from our pitting, and I'm pretty sure Chandler's Ford Chargers or someone else had just pitted not long before. So it could really, benefit in that way or another. But again, not much we could do about it. We just had to get things going again. I'm getting really excited here because I can see Mandrews is really closing in on.
3.5 seconds
yeah.
out, 3.3
Yeah.
now.
He's worked another
He's-
second or
he's
so.
found
in the
his
last-
pace.
Yeah.
He's found his pace. He's just got to get himself past Team Taylors and keep chasing.
There you go. This is great. So we've got the battle for second chilling in the room with us here as we watch the Talking Heads car. We're right on board. Coming up to Team Taylor's, just ahead
You've
of Team
jinxed it now.
Taylor's.
You've
is
jinxed it.
24
It's the
hours and
commentator's
11.
car.
Yeah, you put it on board as we come up to Lapa car.
Well, it remains to be seen, but Josh being
Josh is being
beckoned
summoned.
away.
It's Josh being summoned. It's reverse Beetlejuice.
Yes.
Call his name and he goes away.
Yes. So what's interesting earlier on, I thought for Team Race Ventura, that was a bit scary.
Yeah.
Talking Heads are trying to find a way past Team Taylor's, but right now it's not forthcoming.
Racing very early for Taylors and missing the apex.
Oh, wide he
Nice.
goes,
He's,
through we
Fair
go,
play.
yes.
Well done. It's used experience. Very good.
Grateful.
Good
Let's
stuff.
go. Chase him down. I hope you're not sour if we get past you.
No, I'm not sour.
So the
Lemons,
gap
sour.
has effectively
Ah, very funny.
Come on, guys. Wake up.
effectively reset to where we were about 3 laps ago. 4.7 seconds now the gap once again between the 24 Hours of Lemons team and Talking Heads. But even in that first corner there, half a second was gained. So I think that might have been a little bit of
He's found his pace and I'm loving it.
Yeah, I think that might have been a scruffy first couple of corners there from Luke Papworth, but we'll see how this battle continues to evolve. Yeah, this is an interesting one for sure. In this revamped running of the race, as it were, and the Talking Heads car in P3 for the time being, but everything we're hearing from Charles suggests that he thinks Mandrew smells blood.
Well, like I say, he races as good as me when he gets his eye in the game, and it certainly looks to me like he's got his eye in the game now, getting his pace done.
Team Taylors have had a moment there. Hopefully they rejoin in a good fashion. Yeah, they've managed to do so just ahead of 4th placed Happy Accidents. Happy Accidents incidentally falling back from 3rd place Talking Heads, as we saw there the Taylors getting a little bit of a 4-wheel drift on. Of course, there is a lap between Talking Heads and Happy Accidents, but that gap is only extending at the moment as you rightly say, this man, Michael Andrews, continues to find his groove.
Yeah, the gap between us and Happy Accidents is pretty much exactly as it was beforehand. We were pretty much exactly a lap ahead of them, so nothing gained or lost in that respect. That's one of the matchups that stayed perfectly fair, in my opinion. Feel free to disagree, but I think that's correctly spoken.
Yes. That's Taylor's again, I'm afraid, at the Canada corner turn 12, but rejoins the race again. So Taylor's just struggling to find the rhythm right now. Ben Serda with the question for the Lemons. Have the Lemons actually run a Lemons race, the 24 Hours of Lemons in America? I assume not. You have no idea what we're talking about, do you?
It's 5 to 1 in the morning. Can we elaborate?
24 Hours of Lemons is basically a jalopy race where I believe it's $1,000 the car has to be or something like that.
Car of very low value, very low reliability is called a lemon. And that's where the whole 24 Hours of Lemons comes from, and he doesn't know this in his team.
Well, I'll be honest,
I wonder if
I didn't come up with the name.
Is aware of this, is what I'm wondering.
Well, the thing is,
stolen someone's idea.
Luke, who's driving the car, he came up with the name for the team. And
Are
we
you
were
aware
like,
of the 24 Hours of Lemons race?
No.
No, he's not. Oh dear.
This
We're
is
going to get done for copyright.
Quite the twist. I wouldn't call it copyright. It's just a fun name, but still.
Spencer's decided to give 10-hour mark awards to various teams. Spencer Madman says best off-roading team award goes to Team Taylors. Any further awards, Spencer, at the 10-hour mark in this race? Do let us know. Are we giving Spencer too much power? Because I don't know.
I definitely think so.
I think so.
Exposed, oh dear.
This has descended into madness, and I very much enjoy it.
We're all mad here.
Oh dear,
a little bit.
Oh dear, oh dear.
I will say, actually, with the gap between us greatly shortened, it does give an opportunity for us to maybe have a bit more on-track battling.
Oh yeah, like the first hour.
That was a very, very fun race.
That was
at the start. Very clear to me you had more pace, that's for sure. But I had a good time trying to defend from you in that. Good fun.
Yeah, no, it was great to be a part of. It was a quite obviously we were going side by side in that corner just gone turn 2. As
turn
you
3.
come, well, yeah, no, sorry. Let me be American for a second. That was turn 3. Yeah, obviously we were side by side going down into turn 3. 2. And obviously because the track goes to the right slightly before actually going right, we were side by side and the track just ran out. So it's an easy mistake to make. Raw Motorsport in the pits.
You want to take his job? You're not giving him the chance to say it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, no, they're in.
I'm going to be honest. I'm too tired to function right now, and I'm about to get in the car.
I'm happy.
I don't know.
Brought it up.
I'm happy. I'm fine either way. We are about 4 laps out from seeing the proper pit stop window, I'd suggest. So quite why Matt Bell has decided that now is the time, I'm not sure. However, I say that the Chandler's Ford Chargers are in, so maybe my maths is a bit off. So the 69 car is also
I'm going to have to love and leave you. Goodbye.
Is that because you're driving or sleeping?
Hibernating.
You'll find out. I think that's driving.
Yeah, it's got to be driving.
I think Luke Papworth has thrown in the towel and called in the pro once again.
Well, in that case, the gap's definitely going to grow again shortly.
That's not your
because-
cue then.
No, it's not my cue. We're trying to keep to 2 to 3 stints. I was going to go for 4 there before we had the temporary stop. I was in the middle of my third, so I've done 2.5 more stints than Mike has. So he's, we're halfway through his first, so he's got another 2 stints to go before we're equal on stints. We've not got set times and agreements. We're just literally doing, I do 2 stints, you do 2 stints. That's how we're running it pretty much. So he's still got another 2 stints before I'm looking at going, unless he particularly feels like he wants to jump out for whatever reason.
Interesting. So it's going to be a little bit of a while then. The 24 Hours of Lemons car still soldiering on with Luke Papworth at the moment, but there are pensive faces strewn around the Lemons rig at the moment, and I believe a Mr. Malin ready to get behind the wheel of the car. Sounded a bit like the pig off the Looney Tunes there. Little. I stuttered my way through that one.
I mean, anything to keep the crowd entertained. So you even go with high-pitched sounds too? Why not?
Most of my sounds are high-pitched. I have the world's most fluctuating and curly laugh.
I will absolutely say though, while I have been racing, I have noticed you do sound a little Murray-esque sometimes.
Really?
Yes.
I've not heard that one before.
No. Well, maybe it's the speaker system we've got here. But
Sure, it wasn't while Tom Brooks was on, because he gets Murray Walker.
No, it was definitely you. Definitely you.
Yeah, when I get excited, I think when we're excited, we all sound a bit like Murray. I think that's kind of how commentators work. We just all do it in French with Murray when we get excited.
Well, he was iconic, so absolutely.
I will never forget the 2001 British Grand Prix. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, and then some laughter from Murray. I think self-deprecating as anybody.
In comes both of ours.
Yeah, the second place battle is in the Lemons. And
I'm just going to go stand by the door and see that Mike's okay. Doesn't look like he's looking for me. He's just keen, I think.
Locked.
He's keen.
Locked and loaded.
Yeah. He just wants to get going again.
2 cars in, 2 cars out then of pit lane. All good, Mike? All good?
He's all good. I got the thumbs up.
There you go.
He's happy.
So Race Ventura have just exited pit lane, just 3 seconds back from Kinder in Need. So that scrap is as close as it has been really all day. I don't think they've been more than 20 seconds apart at any point. I'd say that's another scrap that hasn't really been at all hindered then by this reset of the room. Let's keep an eye though on your 2 boys in the pit lane. We've got the Talking Heads and the 24 Hour of Lemons cars. Lemons out a little bit quicker there. I think that will pretty much make the gap.
I'd say
what
it looks
was.
like he's gained. Mike's gained a little bit there, to be
Oh,
honest.
okay.
Yeah, he's gained a couple of seconds.
Okay, interesting. Yes.
I do have a pit exit strategy that I'm not willing to share that has gained us a couple of seconds each time, actually. So.
Ooh. You have people watching the tape now.
They can watch the tape all they want. There's only 2 people that can figure out what I'm doing. And that's race control.
Oh dear.
It's all legal, trust me. I'm not one to use underhand tactics, but, just using things to your advantage when you have knowledge.
Ben Serdert, so how many people are staying awake on GS's sweets alone?
So GS refers to Ginger Squish. That's how my partner Jade is known within that online community. I'm not sure how many people are looking to stay awake for the entire thing, but let's put it this way. Nobody wanted to touch the wheel cake because nobody wanted to ruin it. So during that downtime, we took the chance to cut the cake.
Oh, I didn't spot that.
Yeah, so now we're hoping that people will be a bit more willing to go for it when it comes to the main cake. But, the sheer quantity of food that's there, I don't doubt I'll probably end up taking a bunch home and taking some to work. Because she just... 3 seasons of Bake Off just happened in our kitchen. 3 seasons, I tell you. So we've got a fun set of cleaning the house and kitchen when we get back. That's definitely waiting till after the Formula 1 race on Sunday. I can guarantee you
that happens. I completely forgot about F1 this weekend. Stop the start watch. Have James Smith taking over. So Tom Adams out, James Smith in. Let's get that on the record. And I should also take a closer look at that. Wow, I'm really bad at this. Take a closer look at the list of drivers, just in case we've had a few changes I haven't caught. Chris Orrit. I don't think I've got him listed in Kinder. No, I don't. That was a driver change I missed, so I think Chris Orrit has been in since the restart.
And on your record there, you never said that Josh has gone back in instead of Luke as well. Obviously, we noted
Josh
it
is in.
because he left us.
Yes. That's only just happened, but good point. So Josh Malin is back. I really can't use this keyboard one-handed. Bad at it. But so Josh Malin is in. Let's update the document. Hopefully the driver list is back up to scratch now. Team Taylor's into the pit lane. So Richard in.
Bit of a tangent here, but
I like a tangent.
We were just watching my car, and I'll tell you what, I love the livery on it, and I have to say, big shout out to Ethan for doing the work on the liveries of these cars. Not just mine. A lot of these cars look phenomenal. He did all the liveries last year. He's done the same again this year. You don't even need to give him that much of a specification. I literally just told him the colours, a couple of graphics to go on there, and he's come out with something that just looks amazing.
Spencer, Madman, says next award should be most caffeinated drinks consumed. I think that would be a hard-fought contest.
I've seen someone walking around with a Red Bull every 5 minutes, so
yes.
Certainly not me. I've had a couple of monsters, but I've definitely seen someone walking around with
A couple of
some...
monsters, though, that's equivalent to 4 Red Bulls. Twice the can size.
Yeah, but I've seen quite a few.
I think it's about 9 hours since I last... probably about 9 hours since I last had an energy drink. I've been off them for a little while here as we... I was going to say rapidly approach
because you're
1
relying
a.m.
on the sugar, aren't you, instead?
That's
Just
true.
Go get some cake.
Yes. I have been having a couple of donuts lately. 1:07 in the morning now. I was going to say we're rapidly approaching 1 a.m, but we have surpassed it. So let's run you through the order with 13 hours and 50 minutes to go. It's one lap at the head of the order between the Chandler's Ford Chargers number 69 with Ethan Jones at the wheel. And in second place, of course, we have the 24 Hours of Lemons machine. This car fetching number 82. It's been taken over by Josh Malin. So Malin now at the wheel of that car once again. Malin, of course, running second place with just 5.9 seconds. It's fluctuating a little bit, but long and short of it is Michael Andrews ain't far behind right now, although he does look like he's losing a bit of time.
Yeah, Josh has got the pace to pull away a little bit, but Mike's definitely found his pace enough that he's not dropping back severely, which is great for us in terms of our pace.
Well, no disrespect to Luke Papworth. I know he likes his sims as well, but obviously Josh, has won at some of the highest levels of UK motorsport, or at least competed at some of the very highest levels. And some more insider scoops here from Ben Serda. Red Bull actually has a higher caffeine concentration than Monster.
Oh, so there we go. It works in my favour.
There you go.
I win. Well, I don't win. Somebody else wins with the most caffeinated drink.
Fourth place, a lap behind this car that we see on screen, is, of course, the Happy Accidents. Here we are with the Golf livery, as approved earlier in the broadcast by Ollie Goethe and Stuart Hall, both of whom are part of the Rothgo Collection family, I suppose, as it were. Ollie's father, Roald Goethe, responsible for a collection of literally dozens of Golf liveried race cars, and that is an approved livery now, so that's official.
Something's happened there with 24 Hours of Lemons because we've taken them.
Ah! Okay, well, I unfortunately can't get a replay of that, I don't think. But yes, you're quite right. 24 Hours of Lemons have had an off because there has been a moment there, and also the Scrappy Racers down to 5th place, or remaining in 5th place, but they just lost some on-track time there with a moment at turn 2 or 3, depending on what side of the Atlantic you're on.
I do wonder, not too far ahead of both of our cars, we do have another position car. With perhaps there's something involved there with 24 Hours of Lemons.
Maybe so. The number 10 is not, or the number 99 is not far away from those two in what is now a very compelling scrap for 2nd place. To very quickly fire you through the rest of the order. 6th place is still Raw Motorsport. They're back on the same lap as the Scrappy Racers. Kinder in Need, 7th. Race Ventura, Stop the Start Watch, and Team Taylors are our order, but now we've got to scrap on for 2nd place as the Talking Heads are holding on to 2nd place. Michael Andrews is going to get the elbows out here up against Josh Malin.
This is just making me wish I was back out on track again now, because it's a good race in there between us earlier, and now he's taking it to Mike. He's definitely got the pace. I think he'll get past us in the end, but I hope Mike manages to put up a good fight.
Very close stuff here. You can see on the onboard, just getting a nose ahead is Malin. He's got the inside line. He's deep on the brakes, but is he too deep? No, he gets it stopped. Very nicely done. Wrangled that car to the apex. Got it stopped just in time. But here comes the traffic once again.
Well, all I can say is the gap's reduced from the 6 seconds that it was before, so I can't be complaining too much. We'll have to see how it goes further on.
We stand an unbiased co-commentator in this house.
I tried to stay unbiased, but, you know, I'm competing here.
Very, very true. Team Taylor's cutting the nose off of Josh Malin there. Blue flags are flying. You saw the light panels there as we approach the King. Team Taylors should be allowing these two through. It's hard to do, I'll grant them that, but they don't seem to be particularly trying to make it happen right now. Towards Canada Corner they come. Ooh, and Michael Andrews deep on the brakes. He's over-rotated it, and that's going to put him probably back to about where he was relative to the Lemons car.
Well, you know, swings and roundabouts. Sometimes works in your favour, sometimes it doesn't. Can't complain too much.
Racing.
I mean, it definitely could have been worse. He could have had a lot worse of an off than that minor rotation there. So, well kept. Let's keep racing.
So easy to do. Just losing the rear end under braking in these cars, and especially when you're focusing on a lot going on up ahead of you in the windscreen.
And I will say the onboard view is certainly quite restrictive. You don't have too much to look at, so it's very easy to miss a brake point, miss a turning point. Yeah, there's a lot that can go wrong.
Quite right. But for now then, Malin and the Lemons team are in 2nd place and 5.1 seconds clear now of the Talking Heads. The other close battle on circuit has gotten a little bit more spread out. Kinder in Need in 7th place with Race Ventura 7.5 seconds back at the moment, although the gap is extending and then shrinking almost corner to corner, much less sector to sector. So we will keep an eye on that as we continue on. Make sure, or try not to miss anything that goes on between those two on track. I thought you had this.
No, I'm just trying to pay attention and not lose my nerve.
Oh.
It's a lot more nerve-wracking when it's somebody else in your car racing for your position.
Yeah.
But I know what I can do. I know what I can come up with, how I can perform. And as much as I know Mike really well, I don't always know how he's feeling, how he's able to again, I know that on his day he can match me for pace, he can beat me for pace, but sometimes you're just not feeling it, sometimes you're really feeling it. I don't know what he's feeling. Let's hope he's feeling good. Well, I'll hope he's feeling good.
regardless of who your teammate is, there's always an element of your destiny now being out of your hands.
Absolutely.
In this situation, and we watch on at the moment as Malin starts setting quick laps. You see at the top of your screen there, we've still got the talking heads and Michael Andrews trying to find a way past. Nicely done there, late on the brakes, but it's side by side through the first corner, and just about through goes the talking heads entry.
Done there, I think.
Yeah, that was very nicely managed. Deep on the brakes there goes Team Taylors.
And you do not know what just clenched there for me.
I do. I can hear
a lot of things.
Oh, dearie me. Well, the talking heads just about survive that encounter with the lapped traffic. Now Michael Andrews. Mandrews can forge a path all of his own. Now does so, though. 8.5 seconds back from the Lemons, so I think this is now going to be about just finding his rhythm again after a disturbed few laps and staying within touching distance of the Lemon car.
I'd love to say he's going to catch him up and go for the move, but Josh is just on another level right now. As you say, he set past his lap a minute ago. Just at the minute, it's keep pace as best we can. Hopefully we can chase him down when someone that's not as much of an alien as Josh is behind the wheel.
Josh Malian.
There you go. you just made a new online persona for it.
Spencer, get that one going, yeah? The 24 hours of Lemon's car we ride on board with now then. Through the last corner, Josh was saying this turn, such a late apex, the final corner, quite easy to get that one wrong.
I was going to say, you said quite easy there, and I was going to say that's not an easy corner, but I'm glad you had to finish that sentence with something else.
Yes.
It's not an easy corner. And someone's taken out what used to be my braking point reference. So there were a few good laps there where I had no idea where to brake for it.
I assume with the resetting of the room, your braking point might be back.
Possibly.
Although it'll probably be gone again.
I was going to say possibly, but again, somebody might knock it out at some point, and, you know, I had to find a new braking point. Now I've got to choose between the two and which one works better.
Josh Malian the Lemon, the go to the race, says Spencer Madman. So
do you think he's biased?
You know what?
The goat of the race. Definitely biased.
There's a whiff of bias, I have to admit.
I mean, I don't know Josh quite so well, but, you know, you can't rule out Michael Hillman or Ollie Swift.
No.
Both of them are definitely very rapid drivers, and they haven't had as much track time as Josh has so far, I believe. So
this could be dramatic then. Kinder in Need with a spin, and that's for position. Race Ventura just going past the Kinder in Need car then. So Race Ventura up a place, up into 7th place with a mistake there for the Kinder in Need driver Chris Orrit. And easily done there at Canada Corner. That seems to be one of the main black spots for dramas down there at turn 12.
Certain corners it's very easy to lock up and just lose it. That's one of them. It's so easy to just lose it and go wide. Spin around a little bit.
And so I know that you were talking earlier on about American tracks and them not being your forte, your favoured side of the Atlantic for racetracks. How do you feel about prototypes in general in Sim? Do you enjoy these?
They're great fun to race, but they don't quite suit my my racing style.
Right.
I'm very much a Formula style racer.
Oh.
And although these cars can drive in a similar way, they're subtle differences enough that they don't always suit me brilliantly. But not so much that I can blame the cars on my performance. You know, I can still perform quite well. But you know, there are times where I've been on par with people, put me in a Formula car, and I'll blow them away. But this isn't one of those times. These cars are nicely well balanced.
And so on paper, I would assume this is closer to, well, it would be on paper closer to a Formula car than a GT, but prototypes versus GT, where are you
GT at? Actually, but it depends on the GT.
Okay.
I cannot stand front engine GTs.
Really?
The balance of the cars just does not suit me at all.
Wow.
This is part of the reason why I really enjoyed last year. The Ferrari being a mid-engine, really well balanced, nice, lovely car to drive, suits my driving style well. I also favour McLaren and Porsches because of the balance of the cars, how they drive suits my style a little bit better. That being said, all of them can be fun to drive, just sometimes some suit better than others.
I like a front-engine GT car. I think less rotation. I don't like a rotating
Now,
rear
you
end.
see, I like a car that's very on the nose, and you know, you're playing with the rear end as to keep it on the track. Requires a bit of finesse, but when you get it right.
I'm dyspraxic, so my hands don't really talk to my brain properly. So
ask the Formula One drivers. For them, it's about the seat of their pants.
yeah, I know. Kinder in Need then closing in once again. So we're seeing the battle here with Chris Orritt trying to regain that position he lost just a couple of laps ago. Race Ventura just up the road from them. There's some traffic up ahead, so a bit of a wide line there from the Ventura driver, Jamie Marsh. And it does look as though this Kinder team have the pace advantage right now with Chris Orritt at the wheel. There's also some traffic up ahead in the form of Stop the Start Watch. This could get quite interesting here in the lower half of the order.
Certainly good racing all around, and hopefully they can keep it all clean. More good racing.
Here's a question for you, which you might not know the answer to.
Knowing me, if it's something trivia related, then it's going to be a no.
It's trivia about you.
Oh, okay. How would I not know the answer?
I don't know.
Have to see. Let's get the question.
What's your worst finish in a Children in Need 24 hour?
You're right. I don't know the answer to this one.
Told you.
Honestly, I think I've just finished third and fourth in these. I remember it was Imola in the Ferrari. I just really couldn't get to grips with that car on that track as much as I'm okay with the car.
Raw Motorsport recovering from a moment there and doing so just in front of the leader, but Matt Bell cognizant of the situation. Tim Shaw, sorry, they've updated the driver, so Tim Shaw is now at the wheel, and Tim, cognizant of the situation there, keeps himself out of harm's way as we refocus on the battle for 7th place.
Yeah, it's weird. I haven't thought about it now. Yeah, third and fourth are the two places I've finished in Children in Needs. As part of a team, anyway. Oh, more action, more racing here. Come on.
Yeah, Race Ventura having to defend for that 7th place right now. Jamie Marsh gonna have to get the elbows out, and again you've got that lap traffic up ahead, the X factor of the situation. Kinder in Need maybe just keeping a watching brief right now, as up ahead of them the lap traffic doing a good job there, staying well out of the way but separating the pair. So let's see.
Let's hope they can get out of the way for the second one.
Yeah,
doesn't look like it.
Teased leaving the door open at Carousel there, but didn't do so. And now you've got the horrible thing of Backmarker up in front of you at the kink, but though just gets off the throttle there. Not too much time lost, but a few tenths in favour of the 7th place Race Ventura car and Jamie Marsh as they negotiated the traffic on that occasion.
Glad they had the recognition to get out of the way in the end there. At the end of the day, they do still have to race their own race as well.
Course,
so
yeah.
as much as we would like them to move aside and let us through, they still have their own race to race.
Kinder in Need there, just asking a bit too much of the rear, going through 13. Bit of a sideways moment as a result of that, so clearly, as if we had any doubt in the matter at all, Chris Orritt is pushing right now in the 8th place 23 car. 8 laps back from the lead, this scrap for 7th and 8th place, but no less hotly contested. I think that's something we see not just in this race here at the Children Need 24 Hour, but also I see it a lot at, say, events like the Citroen C1 24 Hour at Silverstone, where yes, there are a great many more cars, but you still end up with the order spread out significantly, and people do just kind of pair off or end up in batches scrapping with each other, irrespective of what's going on at the sharp end or how far away they are from said sharp end.
Good battling doesn't have to be at the front of the field.
Nope.
It could be anywhere on the track.
Quite right. Big fat BMW M6 GT3. Now that sounds dirty, says Spencer. Spencer shipping in with his unique brand of interaction.
Definitely not up my alley, that. But
you don't like the M6?
Oh,
actually, I don't like the M6.
I don't like the Beamers in general. The M4, the M6, or the M8. Any of them really. It's just not me. Again, front engines not for me.
The M4 in real life in 2022 in GT Masters at least seemed to be something of an anomaly, because it's, at least with the BOP they had this year, very, very quick in a straight line. GT Masters, we saw a double win for Schubert Motorsport BMW at the Red Bull Ring, where it's all squirt and go in a straight line for most parts. There's a bit of another sideways moment there for the Kinder in Need car of Chris Orrit. But for a majority of the season at some of the tighter tracks in Germany, like, say, the Saxon Ring or the Nürburgring Sprint Circuit that GT Masters use, that M4 just wasn't quite there, wasn't quite up to the pace, no matter what the drivers did with it. Slipstream, though, for Chris Orrit. He could be on to start making moves here. If he gets a good run through the first couple of corners of the lap, he might get a good slipstream down the back straight.
Looks to me like he's getting ready to set up for... Oh, bit of a wide moment. Oh. Oh, if not for that, he'd have been lining himself up nicely for a move into turn 3/5, depending on which way you want to look at it. Yeah. Seat of the pants moment, that one again.
Yeah, it looked so uncomfortable when these cars go sideways.
Still close enough to put him under pressure, though, that's for sure. Definitely deeper on the brakes. Oh, he's putting much on the... Oh, if he hadn't had that moment, that would have been a move.
Could still be in the next few corners, and a big moment there for Race Ventura. A bit of oversteer for Jamie Marsh on turn-in under the Corvette bridge through the Hurry Downs, and towards turn 8 they go. And the Kinder in Need crew will be willing on their man Chris Orrit at the moment in this scrap for 7th place. But for now, Jamie Marsh just about controlling the situation, but you can tell with some of the lines that have been taken, he's well aware that there is a car pursuing him, and I think he is paying a lot of attention to the rear view mirrors, justifiably so.
It is a whole talent of itself to be able to make it around the track while looking in your mirrors the whole time. It's certainly a challenge. That's part of how you're made to make a mistake. You're looking too much behind you and not enough in front.
Let's see what kind of run the Kinder in Need crew get then through the last corner. Sets up to try and get a good run.
Lovely line through there.
Yeah.
Lovely line.
Very well done. Will have the slipstream. Had a slight snap of oversteer on exit, did Chris Orrit, but nonetheless he's got the slipstream. Can he get himself to the inside? Will the Race Ventura team go defensive? Yes, they do. Moved just in the nick of time to take the inside line into turn 1, and the 2 crew remain in P7 for now. It's a good drive this from both parties. Clean, close racing to the outside in turn 2. Contact between them, and somehow, I was going to say somehow both cars stay straight, but that wasn't quite the case. Ultimately, locked the rears and sent into a slide was Chris Orrit. Now with what will be a 3-second gap by the end of the straight, he's going to have to do all of that again.
Good effort there. Unfortunate to have lost it right at the end there after the contacts. Bit of racing that. Nothing more you can say, really. It's unfortunate. Let's hope he can take the battle back to him.
Yeah, so Shammy Fish saying go on Kinder. So Shammy supporting Chris and the team right now. If you haven't already donated to the team you're cheering on tonight, remember you can go to theracecentre.co.uk, and on the homepage, on the banner on the top of the homepage, you can find all of the information about this event, including the Just Giving links for each team. And if you want a slightly easier path, if you don't want to worry about any clicks at all, go to racecentre.co.uk/PBC-CIN-2022, and there you can find everything you need to know, including the vital Just Giving pages. At about 10 AM UK time, they will once again work out who has the most money in their respective pots, and they'll once again close the field together as a result of that, using their fancy percentages system. Chandler's Ford charges into the pit lane then as that battle for 7th place comes across the line. I imagine Ethan Jonas is staying in the car for at least one more stint. Yep, thought so. Nods of approval from some of those watching on.
Race Ventura are changing their driver to Graham Smith, I believe. They've just changed that on your screen.
There you go.
They'll be coming in shortly.
Yep, that would make sense. They're on the 15th lap of their stint, so I'll do that in advance. Race Ventura getting Graham Smith back behind the wheel. From memory, I think Graham is one of their more consistent drivers, so that could be an interesting call, and we'll see where that puts them relative to Kinder in Need. And of course, as we alluded to, whoa, as a slight moment there for Chris Orritt, but as we alluded to earlier on, everyone's on pretty much the same pit window right now.
You say that, but interestingly, Chandler's Ford Chargers came in this lap, and but 24 Hours of Lemons and my own team, Talking Heads, going around for another lap of it. So it could well be that Chandler's Ford Chargers are a bit harsher on their fuel and may well end up losing a pit before we reach the end of racing.
So Race Ventura there, slightly off track coming out of the second element of the carousel, but kept the car in a straight line. Let's see then, as we have yellow flags for the 5th place car, the Scrappy Racers facing the wrong way at 13, rejoining the track gracefully with no one nearby, although here comes the Race Ventura car. Thankfully not too much time lost. Will Race Ventura come in this time? Not quite yet. Now these guys did actually do 90 laps on the stint earlier on. We clocked that one earlier. So we know that Race Ventura can go way into the race if they need to. Now this is interesting because they're side by side with the 5th place car. I believe Scrappy Racers would have a bit more pace than Race Ventura right now, but through they go. So this might be compelling. Team Taylors have had an off elsewhere on the circuit, but we continue to watch on as the Scrappy Racers find themselves in amongst this battle for 7th place.
Happy Accident's about to change their driver to Scott Atkins. And I believe someone has just come in the pits. Who was that? 24 Hours of Lemons. Are they in the, Is that them in the pits? Is that
yeah, they've come in.
Temporarily puts me into second. Come on, Mandrews!
There you go, but I'm most compelled by this situation here at the moment for Henry Skelly. Just about lets through the Kinder in Need car right now, so maybe he's not quite got the pace relative to these two. Remains in 5th nonetheless.
I tell you what, I'm paranoid and concerned that Mandrews may run out of fuel.
Really?
Paranoia, of course, I hope.
Okay.
But he's gone he's got the fuel light, and he's gone 2 extra laps than the leaders. So if he's already past the pits, he's already past the pits. There's not much more I can do.
Yeah, you want to make sure he doesn't pass the pits again, right?
No. If my paranoia was true, then I'm already out. I trust him. It still says he's got 4 litres. All right, okay. So he's managing to conserve fuel. That's Jade coming to ease my concerns there. She's got me covered. There we go. Why do you think she did all the bakes? Who knows? Maybe I'll get her to come in here and give you a quick chat about all the bakes later.
Her ordeal to get everything submitted before midnight
absolutely.
As well.
Yeah, that too, I'm sure.
For school.
Oh, it's for college, yeah.
Oh dear. Server crash part 2 says Spencer.
No, Spencer.
Stop it.
No.
Absolutely not. Happy Accidents then up into 4th place, or remaining in 4th place. Talking Heads are in, and the 24 Hours of Lemons will most likely regain that second position in just a few moments. Josh Malin continues on.
Okay. I was expecting that. That's all right. So one more stint for Mandrews before I'm jumping back in. So you've got me for at least 30 more minutes.
Okay. If you want
If you want me,
you can go.
if you want me.
I'm happy with
Don't
anyone.
you want me, baby?
Not if you keep doing that.
Yeah. This is why I don't sing. Why did I do that? That's probably why.
But no, anyone is welcome to hop in and out as they please.
At this point, I'm sticking around, someone to talk to, something to do until such time as I'm racing again, or unless somebody else wants to hop in and say hello.
There you go.
I'm more than happy to share the microphone again.
There you go. Call outs there if anyone fancies it. We're always willing to chat. Talking Heads will rejoin the race just momentarily. Everyone watch. What's their trick? But there we go. Back out on circuit goes.
Yeah, gained a couple of seconds back, so that's working all good.
Charles Grout's car, driven by Mandrews himself. I always want to call him Mark Andrews because there was a pro wrestler called Mark Andrews who also went by Mandrews, and it's really
I was
throwing
completely unaware of this. All I know is, again, back when we met in the karting society at university, there was another Mike, so it became Mandrews
and Mike.
Yeah, to differentiate between the two.
We used to have
it's a nice, affectionate nickname for him, and I recently found out when people were donating to our Just Giving page, it's a nickname that has followed him to his career. So
there you go.
That's his moniker.
He is Mandrews now. There's no escaping.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to be on the headstone, lads.
Tactical lunch breaks, says Spencer.
Yeah.
It's a bit.
I know. Spencer's having a conversation.
Tactical
with
midnight
himself.
snack. Tactical midnight. We've got plenty of stuff to snack on.
We do. There you go. Cookies, I think, approved by the lemons. The cookies approved by the lemons.
Have you donated? Donate again. That's not a no.
That's not a no.
It's all the children in need. He can do as he likes.
These cookies are worth it, then.
Absolutely.
Obviously.
Absolutely. I'm very particular when it comes to cookies, and I'll tell you what, she's found a recipe that just
You're the cookie
hits the
coach.
spot. Yeah.
I've got some weird training montages going in my head now after the phrase cookie coach.
Keep those to yourself, please.
Let's see what your total is at the moment. I swear it's been 398 for a long time now.
Come on,
It's
people.
irritating me. It's been 398
Come on,
for like
people.
6
We need more
hours.
donations. I raised more than this on my own last year. Come on.
Ah, dear. Someone get poor Charles over 400 quid. The poor man deserves it.
The children deserve it.
The children
The
deserve
children
it.
deserve it.
There you go. Of course, we shouldn't understate that. We are racing here for BBC Children in Need and the Kinder in Need car with a moment there. I think once again, Chris Orritt was closing in, unfortunately, on Race Ventura, and once again he's had a little bit of a slip and has ended up 5 seconds down the road once more. I think this is why this battle continues to be so close, is that there's a car that just kind of pootles around, or not pootles around, but sets consistent lap times. There's another one who's pushing out their skin as a team, but making the odd slip on the way.
Need that skin to grip.
There you go. Oh, that's
into the
not a
wall.
good place to go off the circuit.
Didn't
And
look
the
like he
kink.
lost too much time there, though.
No, in fact, he's gained about a second in the last few moments alone. Let's check in with Race Ventura. There's no traffic around them. They haven't been stifled by any physical obstacles on that occasion. Race Ventura fairly fresh out of the pits, if memory is serving me correctly. I've got information on my screen at the moment, but nonetheless, it's no longer Chris Orritt in Kinder in Need. Duncan Ford has taken over from Chris Orritt, so I missed that one. Duncan takes over. I think Duncan is the ringleader of the team. He set up the Just Giving, so the pressure on the boss's shoulders at the moment. Just double checking Race Ventura. Graham Smith wheel for Race Ventura now. We changed that a few laps ago, so Graham Smith is in at the wheel of this car now. And two different drivers then in Graham Smith and Nathan Ford in this battle for 7th, but nonetheless the scrap persists.
Again, can't say no to Goods Racing.
Kinder going for the NASCAR tactics, says Spencer.
Is he referring to the incident not too long ago where somebody used the tactics from the video game?
Ross Chastain at Martinsville. Yes, that's what he's referring
I
to.
don't tend to follow NASCAR, but even that made its way into my newsfeed.
It's everywhere.
Impressive stuff.
I think he had, like-
I'm sure everyone's considered it at some point, but nobody's just had the
cojones.
Yes, to try.
Yes.
And he had nothing to lose. What a move.
It was quite a move from Ross Chastain, not just to make up some places on the last lap of the race, but also put himself into the championship at Phoenix. He did win the title, however. He came 2nd place as Team Taylors are properly grass tracking around this circuit right now. They've got the 5th place Scrappy Racers car just behind. Seemingly not hampering Scrappy Racers. Scrappy Racers too far back. But we'll keep an eye on this between Henry and the Taylors. Hopefully the JDC liveried car, the famous Gainsco colours, will remain unblemished here. Meanwhile, Talking Heads, they've got some lap traffic up ahead and a car exiting the pits. Oh, that's an uncomfortable set of circumstances as Stop the Start Watch come out onto the track. Yellow flags in Sector 1 for the 7th place car, so off ahead of them went the Kinder in Need machine. So I think just running it wide at turn 1 was Duncan Ford, but he has stayed on the circuit.
Certainly an uncomfortable moment there going forward, but Mike handled it quite well, and the car coming out of the pits did quite well to...
I completely missed this, but Race Ventura have dropped behind Kinder in Need there. I was about to say that Kinder in Need in 8th place would fall back away from Race Ventura a bit, but actually they've swapped positions. I think that's happened while we were looking at some of the other stuff going on. But yeah, Race Ventura have actually fallen behind Duncan Ford now, so the battle has switched positions. Not sure what happened to Graham Smith, but he's lost a place.
Well, let's see if Duncan can keep it on track now. No, he hasn't got the pressure of having to chase someone down. Maybe he can keep a bit more consistent, perhaps, and pull away from Race Ventura.
Be disappointing if they did at this point. They've been together on the circuit for so long. So, as we are, how many laps into the final stint for the Talking Heads? 4 or 5 laps, it doesn't say on the screen at the moment. 24 seconds of gap between the Lemons and the Talking Heads.
Again, with Josh in the car, I'm not surprised. They can pull away at the moment. I'll try and pull them back when I jump.
So this is Josh's 2nd stint.
Second? Is it not his 3rd?
Well, he was with us for the first stint, wasn't he? First stint after the restart, he was talking to us. So he's been in for 2 stints. Do you anticipate that he'll be in there for a 3rd?
Oh, I don't know. They've got more drives than we have, so they've got more driver changes to take. Whereas me and Mike were doing a bit more longer stints. I anticipate probably doing an hour and a half to 2 hours in the next one, so that Mike can get some shut-eye perhaps, but we'll see.
There you go. Do you want to go and take a break and get some sugar down you?
Maybe in a bit, yeah.
I think that might be wise for you. I don't want to see you into a barrier and think that's a collective fault of the broadcast.
It's not going to be the broadcast's fault, it's going to be the fault of me for not being able to take a nap anywhere. It's not a bed.
There you go.
But hey, I managed it last year. I can manage it this year with some breaks. It'll be alright.
If you can survive 24 hours in VR, I think you can manage just about everything.
I can manage 12 hours with breaks. Absolutely.
I think that was my favourite thing about last year's broadcast was telling all of the real-life drivers we interviewed about your effort, and them all collectively kind of calling you vaguely insane.
Yeah.
In so many words.
There's a little bit of me that's disappointed we're not doing VR this year, but I spoke with the guys, and I completely understand it. It makes sense why that wasn't pursued this year. But I've said it before, I'll say it again, I'm totally not against doing it again, mad as I may sound. But, you know, when you love racing and you enjoy it, you do what you can. It's a unique challenge, not many people have done it. I know Matt Bell's done it, not in VR, but, you know, he's done it in the past on his own as well, so...
He won it when he was on his own, didn't he?
He became second, same as me.
Oh, he was second. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. So
this race has never been won solo.
Oh, is there a little bit of contest between you two on that?
No. A little bit of bitterness on, you know, I led for so long last year.
That's true.
You know, and I had some misfortune.
It was
I can't say I'm bitter. That's not really the right word. Disappointed is definitely more accurate.
If you didn't tune in last year, it was the Ferrari 488 GT3 or E? It was E. Yes, it was the E car. The Ferrari 488 GT at Spa, and this man Charles Grout did the race solo, and
in VR.
There you go, in VR. And I think it was a particularly disappointing or a particularly difficult couple of hours for you, where for a long time you were on the rear bumper of the leader, but a lap down. It felt like a very cruel. You were with the Chargers, but a lap down for a while.
So I had a small spin at the start. You know, that's how race starts go.
Oh yeah,
and then
the source.
And then I was able to do really well with my pit stops and conserve fuel. I was able to get ahead just on pit stops after not too long. I believe it was just 2 hours in, I was in the lead.
Yeah,
I then proceeded to lead for the next 17 hours.
Yes.
And everyone, myself included, started to believe. And then unfortunately I came across stray Adrian at the exit of Pujon.
Hi, Adrian.
Yeah, he tried to get out of my way. I tried to avoid him, and unfortunately there was an coming together which completely annihilated my lead. Obviously I was losing time anyway to the Chargers in second place. Fatigue, and obviously again Michael and Ollie, very very fast drivers in their own rights, were chasing me down. And they got right up behind me. Then there was a bit of contact at the top of the road. I forget the name of those corners. I'm terrible with corner names.
I forget where you were.
Spa at the top.
At the top?
At the end of the Kemmel Straight, you got the corners there.
Oh. Les Combes, yeah.
Les Combes. After Les Combes, we were coming through after Les Combes, and then there was a bit of contact between myself and Ollie. Ollie got through.
Yeah, it's just before Speaker's Corner, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's the one, yeah. Bit of contact there, they got through, and I just lost all motivation. Well, not all motivation, you know, I couldn't find my groove. And I struggled.
It was evident.
They built a gap fairly quickly, got a lap ahead, and I was actually quite fortunate to come out behind Ethan in that I could start to get myself back in the groove, match his pace, and keep it going. Because I think if I hadn't been able to find myself behind them again, I possibly would have dropped even further and not even finished second or possibly even third.
Yeah.
But all the same, it's good fun. It's good fun. You can have reflective moments. Potential glories of past. But
I get
second remains my best Children in Need result, and it's the one I did on my own. So
I get the feeling you've got another roll of the dice in you when it comes to going solo. The hints keep dropping.
Absolutely, I'm never going to rule it out. But at the same time, when I've got reliable teammates.
Kinder in Need going wide there at Canada Corner. Sorry to cut over you there.
That's all right.
But
gotta cover this action.
Yeah, so doesn't actually lose any time to Race Ventura, who I think might have had their own separate moment there, because they suddenly dropped about second at the same turn. But Kinder in Need's Duncan Ford continues to hold on to 7th place, and moments like that for Race Ventura aren't going to help wide at the last corner, as the Happy Accidents lap them once more in 4th position.
Monkey see, monkey do. Race Ventura saw that Kinder in Need went wide, and they did the same.
Yellow flag in Sector 1 for Team Taylors, who are right in the middle of the road there.
Fortunately able to get going again before 7th place Kinder in Need catches them.
Yeah, There you go. So Team Taylor's currently with Richard Barton not at the wheel. Most unusual place to come to a rest there. Maybe just caught the grass on corner entry. Rapidly approaching the 11-hour marker in this race. The first half of this race, I feel, has absolutely flown by. I think at times I've been slightly overstimulated trying to sort out various interviews and such, but it has flown by so far.
Certainly doesn't seem to be dragging like last year's was.
Funny you should say that.
Of course it's me saying it.
Yeah. There's Race Ventura then. Whoa, that was a slightly taily entry into turn 8 there. 2 cars up ahead of him, and neither of them are the car he's chasing. So there's 2 cars between 7th and 8th place, even though there's only 4 seconds between them right now. That's an interesting situation.
Compressed.
For Graham Smith. Yes, there's a cluster forming, isn't there? Gaggle. I like the word gaggle. That's a good one.
It's like Formula 1 at the end of qualifying.
Yeah.
Gaggle.
I used to get... I got actively bullied by a non-English speaker for my persistent use of Indeed in commentary.
Did you ever used to watch Kurt J. Mack?
No, I don't know who
Indeed.
that is. I don't know who that is.
Indeed.
Fair enough, if you say so.
Kurt J. Mack says so.
But, yeah, I used to say Indeed a lot. I still say Indeed a lot. But I say it a bit less now, I think, consciously. But an Italian driver came up to me and said, you are the commentator. What's your name? And I went, oh, Adam Weller. And he goes, Adam Weller indeed. And I'm like, okay, I'll take the hint. So happy.
At least you can laugh about it.
Indeed.
Indeed.
I wish I could say I did that on purpose, but I didn't.
No, you didn't. I could tell you didn't.
It's a reflex. It's so bad.
I'm gonna leave you on that mark. I gotta fuel myself and empty myself and get ready to go. So good to chat.
The pleasure.
Let's see if anybody else is gonna come in and say hi. Let's see.
They don't have to, but if they want to.
I said
they
let's
can.
see. Not I'm gonna force them.
Okay.
Anyway, take care.
You're
I'll
a very
probably.
persuasive man, so I don't want you to use that power for evil, you know.
Anyone? I make kissy faces at you. You want to come chat? Come chat. Hey, here we go. I convinced someone. I told you. You told me. I'm convincing.
Okay.
Talk.
Goodbye. Who have we got? I'm not good with faces.
Ben.
Ben. Okay, Ben. That might need to be a little further away from that. There.
Like there?
Perfect.
Good.
Good stuff. So, one of the lemons.
Indeed.
Second place at the moment, and holding sturdy over the Talking Heads. Tell us about your own race so far. How have you felt about your driving to this point?
It's been okay. We obviously I think I've done a couple of hours in the car.
Go closer.
Couple of hours in the car in total by now. Obviously we've put Josh back in just to build a bit of a gap over Talking Heads before the rest of the team get into some longer runs through the night. But no, it's been good.
Loud or quiet? Okay, quiet.
Volume good. Can you hear me in the room? Better. Okay. There we go.
A lot of people have to keep that mic far away, so I thought that'd have to be the case for you, but apparently not.
I won't shout.
Here you go, you won't shout. Don't want to wake the neighbours. But, I mean, Ben, obviously you guys have had a good run thus far. Josh did a mega run at the start, I'd say. He was right up there. But explain your relationship with the race centre. Have you done much here before?
So I think I first came here probably back in the middle of 2021. I think I got a voucher, a gift voucher to come here.
Okay.
Did an open race meeting, did fairly well, and then myself and 2 other members of the team that are here today came and did a team endurance event, which was 2 hours long, around Hockenheim in some 488 GTE cars. Did fairly well, and as it happened, there was still 1 team slot remaining to come and do the full 24 hours for children in need. So here we are.
Mike further away, you're now being told.
Further
It's
away.
impossible, this, isn't it? He's been told every possible combination. Yes. Someone was telling him someone else. Battle for 7th and 8th place. We're watching on screen here at the moment as the Kinder in Need car, driven by Duncan Ford. Oh, into the barriers. I was about to say that he was closing in on his rival Graham Smith at Race Ventura, but no sooner was I going to utter that than he found himself in the barriers, rejoins just behind the Chandler's Ford Chargers. But that corner, turn 12, I've seen it catch a few people out. Your fair self, Ben?
Maybe once or twice.
There you go.
Yeah.
I got another confession.
Indeed, it's a tricky one. It can vary on the exit there. Even the same kind of inputs, and you end up coming out the corner backwards when you don't really feel that you've done anything differently.
Yeah.
So it's a tricky one to evaluate and understand what's gone wrong there quite often. But yeah, I think it's caught almost every one of us out at least once so far.
No, it is a tricky section of the circuit. I mean, how do you feel about Road America in general? Did you come into this with much knowledge of the track?
Vaguely,
Right.
not on RF2, which obviously we're using today, and not in LMP2. So yes, and I knew the track, but not overly well. We've been to each of the practice sessions, and I think we got up to speed fairly quickly. It's always difficult to kind of gauge your pace when not everybody's attending every practice session, and potentially not showing their full pace either. I think there's a bit of sandbagging going on at times. So but no, we've gotten to grips with it. I think across the team, obviously Josh was on the pace fairly early, as you'd expect, and the rest of us have kind of built up from there, but we're all there or thereabouts now in terms of that long run pace.
So what's your flavour when it comes to real life racing? What do you follow?
Formula One mainly, and then domestically, a bit of British touring cars,
Okay.
and the package that goes with it. So, but yeah, mainly Formula One. But I'm into anything. Something's on telly, DTM, GT3, or whatever it is. Mainly European stuff.
Yeah.
Aside from Formula One, but yeah.
No, that's really cool. I must admit, I've always been a bit of a sports car person, so places like Road America are always of interest to me. What's your favourite track then for a sim rig? What's your strongest or most preferred?
I think it's probably not strongest. I haven't raced on that many, but I think in terms of as a circuit, I think I'd have to go for Spa. It's an iconic circuit, and it's really good to drive. So that's probably my favourite circuit. If I had to pick one, I'd probably go for that. Obviously, we're a year late with this, but nevertheless, we're quite happy with Road America. So
Yeah, I think Spa ends up being one of those circuits on sim that just everyone defaults to. Like, I mean, I largely, because I don't have a gaming PC, I have a PlayStation, so I'm on Gran Turismo a lot, and it seems like everyone just defaults to Spa ultimately, because it's one of the places, isn't it? And good for so many categories. I think the combination of Spa and GT3 frankly dominates the conversation.
I think that's it, and especially if we look in the real world now, with the upgrade they've done to the circuit in recent years to kind of expand the number of events they can hold. Obviously, homologated for MotoGP now, with all of the changes there. I was there actually earlier this year, March this year. Just they were finishing off that work.
Oh, interesting.
To the kind of outside of La Source and up the hill over Radion. So interesting to see it in person. But yeah, like you say, I think that's why it's become the default. It's because of the variety of events that it can hold and does hold.
And so what were you there for?
I was on my way to the Nürburgring.
Ah,
So
track
so anybody that's been over to Germany, over to the Nürburgring, one of the sort of 2 or 3 routes that you can go takes you about 5 minutes away from Spa on that kind of motorway down through Belgium, so it's a bit of a no-brainer. And if you're getting off an early Eurotunnel in Calais, then it's a good stop for lunch as well.
Yeah, I think there's a hour 90-minute drive between the two, between Spa and the Nürburgring.
Yeah,
extremely close together. I've been in Germany 5 times this year, and each time, 4 of them has been a completely new area for me. I've never been to Nürburgring, never been to Hockenheim, Lausitz, or the Nürburgring, Hockenheim, Lausitz. Oschersleben was the other one I hadn't done before. And each region you go to in Germany, you just go, this looks amazing. It's a ridiculously beautiful country. And then you look at the housing market. The Eifel region of Germany, where the Nürburgring lies, I saw a 3-bedroom house, not much of a garden, but a beautiful 3-bedroom house, 15 minutes from the Nürburgring. You want to hazard a guess how much that was on the market for?
I'm gonna so roughly on the kind of exchange rate, I'm gonna guess somewhere 500k.
Try 85.
85.
85,000 for a 3-bed house. Look nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that explains. When I wasn't there. I was there for 3 or 4 days, but the locals do say that obviously a lot of people, when they go out there and they get the bug, they look into what can I buy somewhere out here to basically have as a holiday home to go out there and stop over whenever they need to.
Yeah.
I think it's I mean, obviously there's the political side to it as well, which we won't go into, but I think the cost of living out there is also a little bit higher. So swings and roundabouts, but hey, if you can afford it,
I mean,
why not?
It's half the price of what my 2-bedroom apartment would be. it's tempting, for certain. Yeah, it's ridiculously cheap out there in the Eifel region because, frankly, there's not much of an industry out there. But if you work in motorsport, then it's not as big of an issue because a lot of race teams around there. At the Nürburgring. Have you ever had the opportunity to go to the Nordschleife for N24 or any of those big events?
No, I haven't. Something I'd like to do. I'd like to get into that. Going to see some endurance racing on the continent. I was looking at Le Mans actually just the other day.
Good man.
Obviously they've got their is it their centenary celebration? No. There's an anniversary next year, isn't there?
Yes, it is the centenary. Yes, because the first one was 23. Yeah.
Yeah. So looking at that, and when you look at the price of even a day out to go and see British touring cars here at Silverstone or something, but to go and see Le Mans for a week really, with all of the testing and practice that goes on beforehand, is really good value.
It is, and it's something I advocate regarding the Grand Prix all the time, is that for the price of an entry ticket to the F1, just the entry ticket, don't worry about grandstand or anything else, or eating, you can get a year pass for all of MSV's car races. Now MSV owns brands, Snetterton, Alton Park, Cadwell Park, Donington Park. You can attend all of their car events for the entire season the same cost as a British Grand Prix ticket. It kind of makes sense to me to go for the latter party.
It makes you think, doesn't it? And,
yes, it does.
And dare I say it, if you were, I'm not going to say foolish enough, but bold enough to buy a Grand Prix ticket for the Formula One, you will get a better view on the television.
It's so painfully true. It's sad, but it is very true. I see that Ethan Jonas has gotten out of the car. How do I know that? He stood there, backpack on shoulders. I think ready for a nap, are we, Ethan?
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, there you go. I'll have a double cheeseburger, yeah? Rob Weldon has taken over the Raw Motorsport car. Ethan has made way for Alex Brine at the Chandler's Ford Chargers. So Alex Brine now at the wheel of that car for the second time in this race. When can we next expect you in your car, Ben?
So I think obviously Josh is in the car now and probably hasn't got all that long left.
No, he's actually got his fuel light on at the moment.
Okay, so Josh will be in any moment now. As I'm sat here, I won't be in the car next. I think Cormac will jump in now, probably for a double stint for an hour or so, and I'll likely be back in after that.
Okie dokie. So That will be probably a good hour or plus away. And are you trying to sleep this evening? Are you giving that a shot?
At the moment, I don't feel too bad.
Right.
I'm not as bad as I thought I might. I'm on the second Red Bull of the evening and of the night.
Wow.
At the moment, I'm not intending to until I feel a desperate need to. So we'll see how it goes. If I get the opportunity to, I've got some pillows and some blankets in the car, and I can sort of make a makeshift bed in there. So
Team Taylor's scaring themselves off the track as Josh Malin comes in. Charles Grout is subbing himself in to the Talking Heads car, so Charles will take over from Michael Andrews. So we asked this question earlier on. I'll ask you as well, Ben. Out of 10, what kind of rating would you give your car for sleep? What have you got to sleep in, potentially?
I've got I like this question. Everyone should be asked this, shouldn't they?
I'm trying to ask everyone.
I own a Volkswagen Golf R Estate.
Ooh.
So, performance
7.5. Okay, yes.
Facelift, yeah. So just big enough to sleep in, with the back seats down. Creates a fairly good space. So if needed, it's a good option.
I'm duty bound to give a 300 brake horsepower Hoon Estate at least an 8.5 out of 10 on the sleep in the back of scale. I think you have to be in a camper van to get a full 10 on the scale.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I know that Ethan needs to do his duties regarding the Facebook stream. So Facebook viewers, the stream is about to go away for just a few seconds. But as you know, if you were here earlier on, we will be restarting in just a few seconds. Twitch, this doesn't affect you, but Facebook will be away for 10 seconds. I can't believe that we're almost halfway. 9. 6, I think last year as well I was properly sleep deprived. I only had 3 or 4 hours sleep the night before. So I was really out of it last night. Welcome back then to the stream, Facebook viewers. This is the third part of the live viewing experience of the BBC Children in Need 24-hour live from the race centre. We have raised over £5,000 collectively across the 10 teams so far in this race. We started at a shade over 3,000. We've now hit that 5k marker. I want us to at least hit 6 before the end of this race, please and thank you. We've got 12 hours and 51 minutes before that benchmark has to be hit. So hurry up. I am joined, if you are just tuning into this third part of the race, or if you're just tuning in on Twitch, 11 hours deep on that stream. I am joined by Ben Strathern from the 24 Hours of Lemons team. They currently sit second in the race, 1 lap off our leading Chandler's Ford Chargers. Talking about all sorts of things over the last few minutes. The German housing market, the Le Mans 24 Hours, and Lord knows what else. But one thing I should ask you is how much 24-hour sim racing experience have you had?
So 0 is the short answer.
Wow.
So across the team, actually, we've got fairly minimal experience, really. Josh has done, I want to say, 1 24-hour endurance event before.
Yeah.
What I would say is that we've done the equivalent of an endurance stint at home, for example. So we're all used to doing 2 or 3 hour stints on our games console of choice at home. Josh particularly, has sort of done competitive sort of 2-3 hour mini endurances, but in terms of this duration, absolutely none, with the exception of Josh, who has done one, I think.
And so, what is your poison at home? What is your go-to sim experience at home?
So I regrettably used to have a basic but functional sim rig at home.
Yeah.
And when I moved house, there wasn't room for it.
Oh.
So it went to a loving home.
Oh.
I'm just. This is going to sound really poor given what we're using today, but I'm an Xbox person.
Okay.
So I had a Forza Motorsport 7 set up, which is far from the best sim game
We'll
out
say
there.
Simcade.
Yeah. But it worked and it was good fun to play on. So, but clearly what we're using today is much better.
Yeah, light years ahead. If you're unfamiliar, R-Factor 2, of course, is utilised at all levels of motor racing, including by Formula One teams and drivers. And we've seen more and more events run on R-Factor, especially during the pandemic era. The Le Mans 24-hour virtual races have been run here on this game. We've had the Indy 500 event that the race ran, the publication, put together with the likes of Jenson Button. I believe Montoya was in it. I know that Emerson Fittipaldi was in it, much to everyone's amazement. And that was a great era and really showcased what R-Factor 2 is capable of. If you're a fan of the British Touring Car Championship, R-Factor 2 has gained quite a few BTCC cars in recent times. And obviously we're talking about yourself attending BTCC races before. Ben, which circuit would you say is your favourite to spectate from?
So I've got a story here,
Ooh.
Adam. This will fill some time.
Go,
so
lads. I'll
for about 15 years of my life, in fact no more, 15 plus years of my life, I lived in Thruxton. In the village of Thruxton. Obviously that's, a big name, big circuit on the calendar, fastest in the UK, of course. So yeah, fortunate enough to live there for 15 to 20 years, somewhere in between there. So for those out there that may know the circuit, and I might get too technical here, but just off the outside of Goodwood and Church Corners, around the back of the circuit, in the really quick bit, there's a row of trees, and I lived about 200 yards the other side of those trees. So it was quite funny watching the cars come through Noble, which is the left-hander, late apex, on the telly, and at that point I could mute the television and have surround sound because the noise travelled from the circuit. So that was the party trick. What it did mean, though, living there, is that as a resident, I don't know how common knowledge this is or whether I should be saying it, but you do get free entry, which is really good. So sadly I don't live there anymore. I milked that for as long as I could, and then they did find out eventually that I don't live there anymore. But yeah, that's definitely probably my go-to, just because it's where I went, regularly for such a long period of time with my family and so on. And really, probably from quite a young age, what ultimately led to my interest in motorsport. So definitely my favourite, and a track I've driven in my own cars as well on track days. So.
Cool. Just going to note that Team Taylors have received a penalty there. I believe that's for pit exit, or rather for pit limiter, but nonetheless they've received a drive-through penalty. So Team Taylors with a little bit of penalty serving to do as Chandler's Ford Chargers put Happy Accidents another lap down there. Now, it says 3 laps down now on the screen. I think that might be a pit cycle thing. No, it's not. It's legitimate. So that is now a 3-lap gap between the two. That's quite dramatic. I was going to say, Ben, and this is weird, but it's about Thruxton. But because of the Thruxton thing, I need to ask how old you are.
24 now. I nearly had to think about that. It is 2:15 in the morning.
And so, were you old enough to remember when the big open single-seaters, the Euroboss series, ran at Thruxton?
Just about.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I don't sort of personally remember physically seeing them on track.
Right.
But yes, do remember them being there.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in that day. But you know, sort of, I suppose my probably earliest vivid memory was the were they the Texaco branded Vectra VXRs back in the touring car series?
Texaco brand?
Maybe they weren't Texaco branded.
There was a Holiday Inn branded one.
But
2008.
they were black with maybe red sponsorship. The Vectra VXRs that ran in there. I went to a local school in the area, and when the touring cars were in town, so to speak, the school got invited out to kind of go and do a pit lane open day kind of thing. And that's probably my earliest kind of vivid memory of the series back then.
Yeah, so if you're unfamiliar with what Euroboss is, it's effectively, as Team Taylor's rejoined just ahead of our leaders, so let's keep an eye on the Chandler's Ford Chargers can just find a neat way through here into what I'm insisting on calling Turn 2, because that kink absolutely doesn't count as Turn 2. But not quite found a way through yet. We expect, though, that we will see Alex Bryan get by in short order. But regarding the boss cars, Euroboss is effectively like a post-historic Formula 1 category. These days, a lot of the F1 cars you do see, and there aren't many of them, are kind of 10 or 15 years old, as Chandler's Ford Chargers with a little bit of contact get through and make another lap up. But in the late 90s, which is about when they stopped going to Thruxton, the cars were 4 or 5 years old, some of them. So that'd be the equivalent of a 2018 car from F1 on a club build today. You have Nigel Greensall, who's an incredibly handy driver, at the wheel of a 1995 Tyrrell, setting lap records at Castle Combe, at Thruxton, basically everywhere he went throughout the late 90s. And then the series got a bit more European. But yeah, through Thruxton and Castle Combe, pre-chicane Castle Combe at that, in a 1995 F1 car. That's something that doesn't feel legal now.
No, certainly doesn't. And I thought that makes me think of the I suppose it's a unofficial lap record, which I think Damon Hill holds at Thruxton in a one of his Formula 1 cars at the time, with an average speed of something like 140 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'm pretty
around
sure that
lap.
was the 96 Williams. I
Yeah,
think.
96 or 98 rings a bell as well, but somewhere around that
98
period.
he was with Jordan already.
Okay.
He went to Arrows in 97 with the famously exploding Yamaha motor. But there are some incredible cars in Boss back in the day. I recommend anyone who isn't familiar maybe has a look at some point. The Challenge Ford Chargers, what do you make of this livery then? I do like the day glow elements on this.
I must admit, obviously we came into this as a first entry.
Yes.
Didn't really know what was possible with livery, so we set Ethan to work and just said we want a lemon themed car. If there could be 24 of them, that would be brilliant. Had we known that we could have a glow in the dark car, well, we would have been all over that, obviously. But it does look really impressive as it comes into these dark spots on the track, doesn't it?
It does indeed, and we ride with the 24 Hours of Lemons car at this moment in time. Still, of course, with Cormac at the wheel for at least another stint or so, and a lap down. A lap and a third down on the leader right now. In fact, no, more like a lap and a half. But still very much in contention. And I mean, all of us know that anything's possible here.
Anything is. I mean, maybe the whole race will crash again and we'll be right back on their tail.
Why of all the scenarios?
I think that's probably the only one that could lead us back somewhere close to a potential win in the next. Just shy of 13 hours now. I think we don't quite have the pace unless we deploy it very tactically to challenge for the win in the next 12 to 13 hours or so. I think we know where our race is, and we've known that since the end of the first couple of stints, and that's for P2 against Talking Heads, who are obviously in P3 with Cormac holding a pretty good gap, it looks like, at the moment, back to them as well.
Yeah, although I do believe that Charles Grout is closing in steadily at the moment, back there in third place. Gap is at 28 seconds. What was everyone's last lap time? Second place, 24 Hours of Lemons, 154.433. The Talking Heads on a 153.354. So at least last time by a second quicker was Charles Grout. So he's hunting. Remarkable pessimism, though, from the second and third steps of the provisional podium. Both of you have seemingly no desires or thoughts of victory at this stage.
I think there was a brief moment earlier in the race. Obviously, there was for those that were watching way back when, at about 1 minute past 3 yesterday, in the afternoon, I should add. Obviously, we had the turn 2 incident on lap 1, which I think was probably quite a big surprise. I don't know if has there been a discussion about whether there was contact with our car or not. I don't think we've had that conversation yet. But
Josh wasn't sure, I don't think.
No, I think I've heard anecdotally out in the room that perhaps there wasn't. I think racing room was left. So I think if there was, it was nothing more than a racing incident.
In terms of how Michael started spinning in the Chandler's Ford Charger's car, I think he just lost the rear. I don't think that was anything to do with you guys.
Okay, but yeah,
That's
I
how
mean,
it looked live.
There was a brief moment, probably in those early stints, that we thought we might be able to hold off, pardon the pun, the charge of the Chargers coming back through. But I think that moment has long gone now, and I think Ollie and Ethan. And Michael and Alex, so they're all fast. They're a very solid team, and incredibly consistent, and probably consistently quicker than us across all 4 drivers. So probably not our fight today, but as you say, anything can happen. Maybe somebody will fall asleep at the wheel, and we can gain a bit of time back. But I think that's our only hope at this point.
Careful, people have been accusing you of the chat of being past your bedtime, so
I think I'm gonna
it's not you.
Get my glasses out. I don't wear glasses.
Ollie STR.
Yeah, so that's my brother. And he's right. So if you're still watching, Ollie, yes, it's way past my bedtime, as it is past everyone else's, I would suspect.
I'm usually up at this kind of time.
Okay, it's not past Adam's, but with the exception of Adam, it's past everybody's bedtime. But we're going strong, I think, actually. Certainly in our team, we all feel good still currently, all quite happy to jump back in the car for an hour and a half. So, long may that continue, hopefully.
I will say, though, that usually if I'm up at this time, it's because I woke up at about 1 o'clock, so it's not quite the same as normal. But I'm all used to doing these 24-hour races. Ben, I will thank you for joining me for the time being. I'll let you escape back to your team.
No problem. Thank you very much for having me.
And have a little chat. I'm always keen to hear more about how people got into the sport, and I'm now very jealous of your back garden, as it turns out. So we've learned something.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Right, I will take that off you.
Thank you very much.
But thank you very much, Ben. So that was Ben Strafford, who will take over the 24 Hours of Lemons car in the not-too-distant future. I'm going to take this opportunity with the wireless mic to take a little look outside and see what the lay of the land is out there. I should say, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to try and bother anybody, but I'm just curious to see how everyone's looking out here. There's degrees of wakedness across the room. There's a few people who are seemingly driving with a litany of what are either sleeping people or corpses around them. But by and large, it still looks like quite an awake and alert room. and I'm sure that there are a good few of you still tuning in and supporting your teams of choice. If you haven't already, make sure you check the racecentre.co.uk and you can find all of the details you need to get yourself donating to the team of your choice. So it's the racecentre.co.uk, or if you want a more direct pathway to all of the teams' Just Giving pages, go to the racecentre.co.uk/BBC-CIN-2022. So it's just coming up on 2:25 a.m. UK time here at the Race Centre in Chandler's Ford, just outside Eastleigh and Southampton. 12 hours and 33 minutes of this race still to go. We're rapidly approaching the halfway stage at this moment in time. One battle we haven't talked about for a little while is that one between the 7th and 8th places. Race Ventura, now with Graham Smith at the wheel, or Graham Smith, who has been at the wheel for a while, he has built a gap over Duncan Ford. Duncan Ford is now some 36 seconds back from 7th place. So we just see Team Taylor's there recovering from a minor mishap. They've now fallen 2 laps down on their closest competitors. Stop the start watch. The 24 Hours of Lemons team, 21 seconds away from the talking heads behind them. And Charles Grout is still setting some good pace right now. 32.171 in the final sector on the previous lap was his personal best. So he's finding speed and pressing on nicely. A little bit of snap oversteer there coming out of turn 8. Through the carousel comes Charles Grout. He was 28 seconds back from second place roughly half an hour ago. In fact, maybe about 20 minutes ago. He has closed in, that much is for certain. Yellow flag in sector 2. And who is that for? I'm not quite sure whom it was for. I think it may well have been our race-leading car with a brief hiccup there. At least that's where the yellow flag displayed on my telemetry. Whether or not it was a mistake for Alex Bryan, I'm not so sure, but he's there with that 5th place Scrappy Racers car. Whether there was a meeting of the minds somewhere, I'm not so sure. What I can tell you is that Sam Jewell has taken over the Scrappy Racers car while we were talking to Ben. So let's update that on the system. Are there any other driver changes that we are not counting for? Yes, James Collier is at the wheel of Stop the Start Watch, which we didn't have there, so we'll change that. Scott Atkins, happy accidents. We still have Chris Leach on screen. So Scott Atkins has taken over there. Rob Weldon for Raw Motorsport, we have him. That's been the case for a while. Charles Grout, we have him updated. Cormac, we have at the wheel of the 24 Hours of Lemons car. Patrick has taken the Taylor's car again, so we'll put that down. Patrick Krivdovsky has once again taken the wheel of the 99. And I was just talking about Duncan Ford. It's no longer Duncan Ford at the wheel of Kinder in Need. Steve has taken the helm now, Steve Rowley. There's a bit of a sideways moment there for the Chargers, our race leaders. And I need to update Steve Rowley as well for Kinder in Need. Steve Rowley is in the car, and that should be your current driver graphic back up to date, in theory. So it is Chandler's Ford Chargers into the pit lane from our race lead. I believe the second place car, the 24 Hours of Lemons machine, will just about unlap itself momentarily for 2 or 3 laps. So we are kind of almost starting to stray back into where we were previously in regard to the lay of the land in the race. Chandler's Ford Chargers team pull up. And do they pull out Alex Brine? I don't think Alex has been in the car for very long. I don't think there's an exchange of headsets going on out there. I think Alex is locked and loaded for another stint. So the lead car into the pits, as is the Kinder in Need crew. So Steve Rowley will be taking over the car now, I assume. So Rowley will rejoin the race, as will this Chandler's Ford Chargers car. Rejoins some 90 seconds plus clear of the second place car, 24 Hours of Lemons. The talking heads, though, Charles Grout at the wheel of the orange and grey Oreca 07. He's running very well indeed. Still gaining on Cormac Wilton up ahead for the 24 Hours of Lemons. So the gap has gone down by another 7 seconds or so. I think it's about 7 seconds every 10 to 15 minutes that Charles Grout is gaining. How many laps has Grout done in this stint? He's done 14 laps, so I don't think it'll be too long before he makes his way to the pit lane. But the 24 Hours of Lemons team have also done 14 laps, so at least for now their stints are in lockstep in that battle for P2. Team Taylor's up ahead in the 99 car then. Some more back markers for Charles Grout to navigate here. Down the main straight into the first corner. We've seen the old brake failure at the end of the main straight at Road America over the years. You may remember quite a famous clip of a car vaulting the fence at turn 1 with brake failure. Someone flipped a Shadow Can-Am car recently, going over the crest of the hill on the main straight as well. So one of many sections of Road America that seem doomed to catch people out. Team Taylor's up ahead of Charles. I'm sure he's breathing in a little bit And as he finds his way past Team Taylors, the Scrappy Racers have had a slight moment. So, Sam Jewell at the wheel. And he does so on an in-lap. He has a moment as we have a car off track behind as well. That's actually the 4th place car. I'm not sure if it was off track or whether it was just extremely wide, actually. But the Scrappy Racers, joined by the Happy Accident crew. Raw Motorsport also into the pits. It is pit window o'clock. Let's see if the 24 Hours of Lemons crew are in this time. They may be. They may also have one more lap. Difficult to tell. In they come. So the 24 Hours of Lemons crew in. You can see the fuel warning light on their monitor from my vantage point. Talking Heads also in. Charles Grout may take a swig of water, but that aside, he is locked into that seat for the time being. I see a wild Chris Leach wandering around, venturing. Come on then. Oh. So this mic, you need it a little bit away from you.
Is it like that? That's
a little bit further.
A little bit further. That's it there.
Yes.
That's it. My mic. Yeah.
Yeah, that mic's a bit weird. I won't blame you for that one.
That's quite right. This is just a bit of a looking behind the scenes here. This is quite the setup in here, I have to say.
It is. We can thank Ethan Jonas for his considerable efforts to put this together. But Chris Leach with me here in the commentary box for now.
Yeah.
And I feel like this race hasn't been a happy accident so far. I think you've kept your nose clean.
So far, I think we've done quite well to be able to sustain what we've had. But I think since like hour 3 we've been in this no man's land between 3rd and 5th, and we're going to remain in that position for the foreseeable, I think, because the restart wasn't overly kind to us. We didn't get the we didn't lose anything, but we certainly didn't gain on the team in front. So yeah, we're but it's not about that. We're happy with 4th if we can get some money for charity and complete the race. So that's it. I'm not going to lose track of the fact that we are here for a fantastic cause.
And speaking of that, of course, we'd already topped £3,000 for the charity as Raw Motorsport is reversing. That's not a good sign for Rob Weldon, who has taken the car over. But Rob Weldon at Canada Corner having a bit of an issue. But obviously we're at $3,000 before we even started this race. When did the fundraising process begin for your team? When did you start knocking on doors and shaking people down?
Absolutely, it is the most effective way of doing it.
You sound like a proper bad lad.
Oh, well, you've got to get it by any means, haven't you?
Yeah.
That's it. Obviously, you've got to speak to Matt Bell about that, because whatever he seems to be doing, he seems to be getting a hell of a lot of money out of people for he's got 17 or 18 people on there, all there's 100 quid, 500, is it even 500, I think?
There was.
That's it, so,
There was a 500.
So, whatever he's getting, he's obviously got his iron bar out, or, breaking some legs. But, we haven't gone quite to that extent, but I think in the past, it's always been a little bit easier, perhaps, the days before the event to say, right, we're doing this, we're doing it for a good cause. If you're going to give any sort of money to children in need, then at least we'll be your foil.
Yes.
So yes, so that's sort of how it's been, and we've managed to get to 500 quid easier than in some years, that's for sure. So yeah, you can have a look at that on the old Happy Accidents Just Giving page. That's via the Race Centre website. You can see everybody's on there as well, so you don't have to donate to us. You can prop up other people's who perhaps haven't got quite as much money as we have.
Yes. I'm rooting hard for the Scrappy Racers to
I said, well, we're
To
doing,
get the
we're doing
scrappy
well.
racers to get some more money because they're only just over 100 quid at the moment. So I think at the moment,
Oh,
if
no.
you're wanting to donate to someone, make it the scrappy racers. Check out everyone's links at theracecenter.co.uk/BBC-CIN-2022 to have a look at everyone's teams and a little bit of history of the event as well. How many times have you done this, Chris?
So it's a lot. I think my first one was in 2010.
How bonny-faced were you in 2010?
Quite. So I was extremely bonny 16 then. So I know. So I'm not sure how I got through it, but I did. And then yes, I said it's been involved in almost everyone since. In fact, probably have been. So yeah, it's been a long time. But I've been associated with the place a long time now. I mean, I think the first time I set foot in here was in, I'm going to go with 2007, where it was even doing the maths there, even more so. So yes, and I can confirm the place has not changed. Yeah, that's a terrible advertisement for the place, but it's true. So yes, it's a very, it's like an old faithful place, but yes, from then to now is it's amazing how kind of quickly time passes, I suppose.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, I commentated on Formula 4 for the first time this year, and doing the research ahead of the first weekend of that was an upsetting experience. Seeing people who were born in the summer of 2006.
Oh wow!
Racing cars.
Yeah.
We had so 15 is the minimum age to enter F4, and halfway through the year we had a 15-year-old kid rock up a week after his 15th birthday. So he was born in June 2007. He's racing F4 cars on international television. It's terrifying, isn't it?
June 2007 was probably the first time I stepped in here, so there you go. That's it. That's it. That's yeah. I mean, I'm not going to get too depressed by that, but it's pretty easy. It's.
I mean, it's I turned 25 last month, and you just feel like the oldest man in the world commentating on these guys. It's like, I remember 2007. You're not allowed to drive a race car yet. I'll have you know.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I mean, yeah, I guess you see this though across all formulas. I suspect is that people are getting younger and younger.
Yeah.
Especially the feeder series, I suppose.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I think they kind of quashed that a bit, didn't they, when Verstappen joined at 17? They went, maybe we should cap it at 18 for F1 drivers, which is probably wise. Because not everyone's quite got the natural abilities that love him or hate him. Max is clearly quite talented at driving a car.
Indeed.
But I'm not sure I'd trust every 17-year-old I've seen in junior formulas with that one car. I'll put it that way. I've seen some repair bills in my time. Yeah, I mean, even in GT racing, in the junior subcategory of GT Masters, the age cap is 25. And so I turned 25 during the season finale weekend, and annoyingly the media centre caught wind of this, and I had the head of communications for the ADAC, which is basically the German equivalent of the AA, so this dude has better things to be doing than bullying me. He grabs my shoulders and go, later today you won't be able to be a junior in GT Masters anymore, you're going to turn 25. It's like, I think there's more issues at play than just my age, weight, wealth, talent.
Your skills clearly lie behind the mic. I think
that masturbate.
No, it's certainly the best commentator in this house today. So.
Oh, I'll take it. Although I must say, Mr. Malin was pretty good earlier on.
Engaging.
Yes, Talking Heads have been closing in on the 24 Hours of Lemons team for a while, and that gap is now down to 2 seconds. It shrunk by another 4 or 5 in the last few minutes as Charles Grout continues to push on. I mean, all of us who were here last year know it. That man, Mr. Grout, is a machine.
Yes, he certainly is, and I'm not entirely sure how he managed to sustain himself last year, how he managed to get to the 19-20 hour mark and was still, setting PBs and doing some crazy stuff. But he's definitely got it in him. And yeah, this is quite the recovery drive, albeit somewhat aided by the earlier server crash, which we're not going to say this is all on merit, because they were miles behind. I mean, miles behind.
Such fantastic.
Previous to that, but we're a fair place. We got to stick to the rules. That's it. The rules are what they are. And yeah, I mean, he's definitely taken advantage of a somewhat fortunate situation.
There you go, and we've just got some traffic up ahead in terms of the Kinder in Need team, who make it fairly easy for both parties to get by in the battle for second. Rather generous, considering they're only 17 seconds down the road from Race Ventura up ahead, but Steve Rowley keeping himself out of the dramas. As you can see there, Charles definitely pushing some seesawing at the wheel on turning, I think, at some of these corners. Now, I'm far too conservative and careful in my virtual racing, so I know my opinions don't count for much, but I feel like a prototype is a car I don't want to over-rotate very often.
Absolutely not, and we've seen that countless times throughout this entire event so far, is that, it's very easy to send it sideways, and yeah, nearly the curse of the commentator there, Charles. Very, very angular there out the corner. But yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting scrap here between these two teams throughout the rest of the night, because I think they're quite evenly matched. We've seen a bit of to and fro. I'm intrigued to see if Charles can get by cleanly, because that is ultimately what we're here for. But let's see, it's a resumption of a battle that went on earlier on today. If you were with us 3-4 o'clock this afternoon, this was the premier battle, shall we say?
Yeah, at the sharp end of the order at the very beginning, and we're now seeing it relight again, and not just because of the sparks. Charles Grout to the outside line at turn 5, and he's got that done on the brakes, but does he get the run out of the corner?
Oh.
Yes, he does. Masterfully done around the outside. Brave on the brakes. Nothing that Cormac Wilton could do about that. The talking heads, Charles Grout, up into second place once again.
Brilliant move around the outside there. So that is not the orthodox way of overtaking around there, I have to say, but he's done a tremendous job. I mean, we're talking about keeping it clean. Well, yes, I know I have my reservations sometimes, but that was spot on.
Yes.
Spot on.
That really was a great move. What do you make then of this combo of cars? How are you liking Road America with the prototypes?
Yeah, I think it's a really fun combo. So it's even at night you can push, even at night you can be aggressive. We've seen a few times tumbling even throughout the dark period, which hasn't been said over the years here. So sometimes it is a real challenge to be able to see, let alone race. So I think that the guys here have done a tremendous job with putting this together. It's very accessible, it's very drivable, and I have to say it's very enjoyable as well. That isn't always the case. So this circuit is somewhat left field. I know that it's an established circuit on for this kind of racing, but not necessarily as well known in this country as it otherwise would be internationally. So yeah, I think that the choice is a leveler because it's somewhere that people haven't driven, whether that be on sims or in real life, and also the car is something that this particular centre has only started to roll out as an option. So yeah, outside of the free practices or the practices that have been put on over the last few weeks here, it's very difficult to get a head start with this.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think it's always interesting for this kind of event where everyone's kind of at home, especially an event where not everyone is, in depth into a sim. They haven't got a 1,500 quid rig, iRacing and everything at home. To pick a circuit that you can't really get on many console games. Road America has been in Forza here and there, but if you've got a PlayStation, I can't think of the last time. Was it in Project Cars? Might have been. But there haven't been many console games, home-based games, off PC, where you can drive Road America, so unlike a Spa or a Le Mans where everyone has done 1,000 laps if they're entering this kind of event.
Yeah,
let's
absolutely.
be real. As you say, a few people probably did their first laps of this track in prep for this, so
Yeah.
it's very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that going forward, this could be a winner as a format, because the last thing you want is people to enter who have done, as you say, thousands of laps in real life or not. And gives you a bit of it does give you a massive head start. I'm not going to lie, so having been up against that, and maybe done a little bit of that myself in the past. It definitely levels the field, and I say levels the field today. It levels the field to the point where everyone's kind of in their own little world.
Yes. Into the gravel has gone the 24-hour of Lemons car.
Ooh.
That's at turn 1. So a moment there for our third place car. A moment there for Cormac Wilton. Rejoins the race now, but he's lost a good dozen seconds or so with that moment at the first corner. I'll tell you my pitch for next year.
Go for it.
I'm not actually too worried about what car we do for this. I think the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez, the home of the Mexican Grand Prix, would be compelling.
Well, it's certainly a high speed challenge. I'll give you that.
There's high speeds. There's a lot of interesting braking zones. I think 10-1 could be quite funny.
Well,
there's an arena.
Listen, that's true. It's got everything, and
Yeah.
and yeah, it would you could tailor a car to that easily, easily. So, I mean,
NASCARs.
Wow. Well, I mean, it's something for the guys here to have a look
Actually,
at.
wait, no, there's no headlights on a NASCAR. Redact.
No. Circular. I think that it's never out of the guys' minds here.
No.
What will happen next year? I remember just having a sneaky thing last year. It was like Ethan said to me, there was a few of us here, so how about just try this for me? I'm like, okay, this is a bit random, and it was this.
Yes.
And thought nothing of it, which has shelved it for 9 months, and then it comes out in the first practice and goes, well, that's the reason why we kind of asked you to test it last year, to see if it was any good.
Yes.
And well, it turns out, testament today, yes, it is rather good.
It is. Yeah, no, it has been a potent combo so far. I just like the idea of anywhere that has a bit of a messy first corner, to be honest, because it
Always.
makes for entertainment.
Well, I see. Roll and start, 10 guys.
Charlotte Roval.
That's
floodlights too. We could have the NASCARs.
I mean, the Americans aren't going to like this, but I mean, there's just one continuous corner, is there not?
Charlotte Roval. The Roval's
the Roval
road course layout. Yeah.
Well, that's I mean,
which has been a source of NASCAR-related anarchy every year they've gone. So.
Isn't it anarchy in NASCAR most of the time?
Baku Street Circuit.
That's it. In NASCAR. That's it.
No, maybe not NASCAR. I'm just throwing pictures out now. Adrian, you're listening.
Isn't he in the land of NASCAR?
He is, so that means his time zone might be conducive to listening, going, what are you two chatting about?
Well, that's it. When it gets to 2:52 in the morning, that's it. In a race that, well, let's be quite frank, nothing's really happening. You have to find your own entertainment, really. So
I mean, my argument would be: have you ever watched the Le Mans 24 Hours on telly all the way through? Because I'll tell you now that 5 a.m. they are chatting some stuff. There's traditionally the Eurosport coverage devolves into misty-eyed ramblings about the 1980s, which I love. I love listening into that. But that's exactly what it turns into. It's one of the joys of a 24-hour broadcast is commentators are allowed to go a bit nuts and no one questions it.
I am surprised, livery-wise, that no one's put, that's it, and other brands are available.
Oh.
That's it. a silk cut,
Oh,
livery in here, because I mean we've seen the Golf oils that we've got.
approved, incidentally, by two of the people who look after all things Rothko, the Golf historic racing car collection.
Oh, now
been approved.
That's. I've heard that. I didn't hear that. That's good. I'm feeling heartened by that.
Yes.
I did hear that somebody also said that we had the best name of any team here as well.
Yes, so you had Joel Sturm, our first interview of the night, the GT Masters and GT World Challenge driver. He said Happy Accidents was his favourite team name.
Well,
and then Oliver Goethe and Stuart Hall said, "Yeah, that livery is brilliant. Shame about the team name."
No, they don't mean that really. They mean that in an ironic way.
Yeah, but Ollie Goethe is the son of Roald Goethe, who has the famous Rothko collection of pretty much every Golf Le Mans car there's ever been. GT40s, all of the Aston Martins, the 2000s and the 2010s, McLaren F1 GTRs.
Yeah.
It's probably a $200-300 million collection.
Blimey.
And it seems to expand every time I say hello. I get told all of the stuff that's come in.
That is quite unbelievable. Well, I mean, I'll take it.
So you've been approved. You're officially a part of the golf racing lineage at this point.
That's it. Any and all donations are welcome.
2 is Just Giving page, which you can find at theracecentre.co.uk. Look at the banner at the top of the homepage. You'll get all of the information regards everyone's Just Giving pages. And do donate if you've got a favourite team. I've been asking a few people questions like this. What are your plans now for the rest of the evening? Is there sleep on the agenda?
Oh yes.
Yes?
Oh yes. That's it. Now, some people have sleeping bags out there. I've seen an inflatable sofa. I think that's very good. And that's it. We've got a few weird and wonderful chairs out there, but the pièce de résistance is in the car park, may I say.
What is that?
That's it. Now, some time ago, just a bit of an impulse buy. I have a pickup truck.
Oh.
I have a tent for my pickup truck, and it goes in the back. It fits in there lovely.
So you're lying in the flatbed?
I am. I take it around Europe, and it is very comfortable.
There's a mattress in the flatbed?
There is.
Good lads.
There is.
So far, we gave a BMW 3 Series a 6 out of 10 on the sleep in the car park scale. We gave the Volkswagen Golf R Estate an 8.5. I've said only a camper van can get 10, but that is a 9.5 comfortably.
Oh.
That's a very good option.
It's definitely a budget camper van. It gets strange looks abroad because you go there, and this tent's from Canada, I think. So
right.
So it is quite common in North America. But you go to Europe, and we took it to Switzerland earlier in the year, and went to a campsite and said we literally only need a very small pitch, and they were looked at us like, how?
Yeah.
It literally goes in the back, and I say it's great. I'm not gonna lie, it's a game changer. You take it abroad. You don't need a camper van. Just buy a £200 tent that goes in the back of your pickup, and you're sorted.
Now, with that resource on your person, I assume you've done the good and proper thing and hit up Le Mans at some point.
That's it. Well, I mean, it's certainly on the agenda, but I haven't been there yet. So it's there's things to do, but I can readily go to France.
Yes.
So
for now.
For now. It's it. It helps my wife is she could be a resident if she bothered to apply for it. She could be so it's good. So yeah. Maybe that's something worth looking into in the future, maybe. But yes, that's it. For now, it's certainly something that's not in the short-term plans, but yeah, I think it would be quite cool to see one day.
I was speaking earlier on about my desire to move to Germany at some point.
Okay.
You're talking about your wife's possible citizenship and how that helps.
Yes.
For any French escapades. I was advised genuinely and sincerely by someone in the GT Masters paddock that if I do want to try and get into the country on a permanent basis in the post-Brexit era, my best bet was to have a sham marriage for 3 years.
Oh, well. That's,
which is heartwarming advice.
Indeed. There's nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing like bending the rules. Oh, well.
3 years in a day.
You never know where it might take you.
Oh dear. Obviously we are rapidly approaching. In fact, we have just passed the halfway distance, so let's commemorate
Whoa,
that now.
yeah.
We have gone past the 12-hour mark in the race. 11:59 and 10 seconds to go. I assume you're not far removed now from your truck. Is that the next thing on your agenda?
I wish. You've
got a stint.
I have got a stint coming up. So.
Oh no! How far away is that?
I know. It'll be reasonably soon, actually. I think so.
Next stop, are you?
So yes, I am indeed.
Let's have a look. The Happy Accidents have done 13 laps, so you've got about 3 laps, mate.
Oh well, there you go. It's been a pleasure. So
yes, there you go.
This is I really hope that someone else takes the mantle, because you can't leave Adam on his own. That's it. You can't. That's it.
No one spoke to me last year.
No.
Suddenly everyone's so precious about it.
That's it. It's got to happen. That's it. It's for the viewers' sake. I think more people you can ask questions to, the better. Until the real big hitters. I mean, and I'm sure that this has been promoted several times throughout the. But there's some very exciting people going to be on in the morning. So
yes.
Much more exciting than me.
No, you've been a barrel of laughs and entertainment. But let's see if we can continue that on track.
Let's. Okay.
That was Chris Leach, ladies and gentlemen, soon to take the wheel of the Happy Accidents machine. And hopefully, by happy accident, we haven't insulted anyone during that little broadcast interlude. We are into the second half of the BBC Children in Need Race Centre 24 Hours of 2022. This is the 13th running of this event that has done so much good for the Children in Need cause. As of now, this event in total, over its lifespan, has raised over £70,000 for Children in Need, over 5,000 of which has come for this year's event. So thank you so much to everyone who has contributed so far, but keep those donations rolling in. We've got a long way to go. We haven't really got a short time to get there, but nonetheless, we are well on the way into this second half of the race. And if you have a team that you're supporting, you should be contributing. You should be supporting. The race leaders are into the pit lane. If you want to contribute to the pot for your team of choice, go to theracecentre.co.uk and then look at the link above at the top of your page. All 10 of the Just Giving pages are available from there. So then the Chandler's Ford charges are in. I would suggest that Alex Brine might be out. Yes, he is. Was that a Mr. Hillman that I saw getting back in the car? I think it might have been. So then, with 12 hours in the books, it is the Chandler's Ford Chargers that lead the way. The Talking Heads currently in second place after Charles Grout made that move on the Lemons machine. It is Michael Hillman into the Chandler's Ford Chargers car, I was correct. But the Lemons down in third place then, with Cormac still at the wheel in that car. The Happy Accidents are in fourth place right now. The Happy Accidents in P4 of the 46 car. We know that car will be taken over by Chris Leach very shortly. In fifth place, the Scrappy Racers, the number 44 car. In P6, it's Raw Motorsport. They are a lap down on the Scrappy Racers. I should say Scrappy Racers are 3 laps off of Happy Accidents. So there's a big gap between the top 4 and the chasing pack. Raw Motorsport in 6th, as I said. Race Ventura are back up to 7th place now. They were down in 8th again for a while. Race Ventura and Kinder in Need have been practically inseparable since the early stages of this race. And for now, Race Ventura are running just 35 seconds clear of Kinder in Need in 8th place. In 9th place, it is Stop the Start Watch. And rounding out the top 10 is Team Taylors. Just looking at my highly sophisticated driver tracker system to see whether or not we've got any driver changes in recent times. We do. Happy accidents with David Sklanders, who was at the wheel. Of course, we now know that we'll have Chris Leach at the wheel now. So let's get Chris on the board. So Chris Leach is there. Nathan Handley has taken over the Race Ventura car again. So Graham Smith has handed over to Handley. Let's update the board on that one. Anyone else who has had a driver change? Michael Hillman, we haven't updated that yet. Let's do that while we still remember. Alex Brine has handed over to Michael Hillman. I think that about covers any recent driver changes, so I will update the graphic on your screen now. The talking heads are in. I believe there won't be a change of personnel there. No, Charles Grout looks like he is remaining in the pod for now. I believe that Mandrews is well asleep at the moment. Or at least I hope he's resting. So there is almost exactly a lap right now between our top two out there on circuit. We follow the Chandler's Ford Chargers. They just go through the kink now. The second place car goes through the kink now. So there really isn't much between them. Raw Motorsports had a bit of an off, but rejoins there onto the pit road once again. Now the talking heads are in, or have been in. Let's see where the 24 Hours of Lemons car comes out relative to the talking heads. Question is, will there be a pit stop this time by for the Lemons crew? No, they continue on. So I've been talking about how they're in lockstep at the moment, and that could be about to change. I note that the fuel warning light is on already for 24 Hours of Lemons, so I wonder quite how much petrol they've got left. Enough for a lap, I hope. We've assured this. Okay. Fingers crossed, everybody. So the second place car on the warning light, but it should be okay for the rest of this lap in theory. I see that Rob Weldon is out of the Raw Motorsports car. So Rob replaced by Nico van der Wurf for now. So we continue to follow the 24 Hours of Lemons car, approaching Canada Corner on what by all logic should definitely be an in-lap. Rounds turn 13, final corner awaits. And into Pitch Road doth come the 24 Hours of Lemons car. And as anticipated, a driver change is forthcoming with Ben Straffen taking the wheel. So Ben Straffen will take over from Cormac Wilton. Ben Straffen taking over the number 82 car. How will he stack up against Charles Grout? We heard from Ben earlier on. The Thruxton native, as we now know him to be. Raw Motorsports' Nico van der Werf with a bit of a moment at Canada Corner. We're just seeing him gathering that one up. There's the Race Ventura crew in 7th place. Do they owe us a pit stop imminently? Yes, I think a pit stop is in the near future for Nathan Handley. But for now, he's got a best part of a lap in hand over their main rivals in this race, the Kinder and Need crew in 8th place. Pit stop then will be on Race Ventura's agenda in the next lap or two. We have crossed over the halfway mark here at the Chandler's Ford 24-hour race in aid of the BBC Children in Need. We've raised over £5,000 so far. We have run well over 500 laps across our 2 races, as it were, with our little server incident earlier on. And we continue on into the darkness. We're not too far away from the light. It's 3:10 in the morning, local time here in the United Kingdom. In about 4.5 hours' time, we will be joined by Spa 24-hour winner, GT Racing megastar and all-round pleasant chap, Jules Gounon. We will hear from him in about 4 hours' time, kicking off what we'll call our breakfast show. We're going to have a array of drivers, a lot of young single-seater talents to talk to, among others, in the morning. Trying to make sure this broadcast is a good mix of racing action, getting to know our drivers here in the pods, and hopefully drawing some interest from the wider motorsport sphere by showcasing some driving stars from the motorsport scene. Out wide there goes the Chandler's Ford Chargers car with Michael Hillman at the wheel. Hillman, who of course started the race, rather apropos that he is back at the wheel just after the half-distance marker. It's 32 seconds between the Talking Heads and 24 Hours of Le Mans in second, or Lemons I should say, in second and third place. For now, while I take a little bit of an intermission, I'll leave you to ride on board with Charles Grout. So then, we are still racing here at the race centre for the Children in Need 24-hour race. And we've seen some very compelling battling to this point, especially in recent times between the Talking Heads and the 24 Hours of Lemons in second and third place. For now, it's the Talking Heads and Charles Grout that have the advantage. But this car, the 82, is certainly not out of the hunt at the moment. Ben Straffen at the wheel of the 82 car for now. We've had speculation that it was past Ben's bedtime quite a long time ago, but he seems to be more than awake enough to pilot the car well at the moment. Just coming out of the pit lane in 9th place is Stop the Start Watch, who were previously locked in a bit of a battle with Team Taylors. However, in more recent times, it seems as though the 33 crew, current driver James Smith, have got the upper hand just a little bit. James Collier was at the wheel earlier on. It's now James Smith, so I think that's a fairly recent driver change there. Just seeing if anyone else has changed while I was briefly away from Mike. It doesn't look like I've missed any other driver changes, but into the pits has gone the Stop the Start Watch team. 9 car slowly gapping the 82, it seems, says Ben Serda. Yeah, that does appear to be the case. Good pace right now out of Charles Grout in this car. The number 9 Oreca 07, complete with horns and cones and all manner of livery eccentricities. Got onto the grass a little bit there on the way up to the Corvette bridge, but managed to style it out magnificently. He's into his... is he still in his first stint? No, he's in his second stint, I believe, at the moment of this run in the car. Of course, it was Charles Grout who took the start. We saw him have some fabulous battles with Josh Malin in the early going. That was for the race lead, of course, and while the Chandler's Ford Chargers have managed to move their way up to the lead, the battle between the Lemons and the Talking Heads continues to persist. Right now, it's Charles Grout with the pace advantage. However, it ebbs and flows at will, it seems. So, a question for our audience here at the circuit. If our audience here on the Twitch stream, I should say, what would your ideal combination of car and track be for this event? If you were to take part, or indeed if you just wanted to watch the Race Centre BBC Children in Need 24 Hours, what would be your poison? What would you choose for your car and track combination? Be interested to hear your thoughts. Talking Heads running a bit wide there at turn 6. No harm, no foul for Charles Grout. Bit of a late night announcement here. I'm not sure I've mentioned this on air yet, but we have secured an additional guest for our stream come daybreak in the form of FIA Formula 3 race winner and numerous time LMP2 driver in the Oreca 07, so he's going to have some relevant experience for us to talk to him about. Franco Colapinto, the 19-year-old Argentinian racing driver. We'll be hearing from him, a driver who has competed in both the Asian Le Mans Series and European Le Mans Series in Oreca 07 chassis. Has also done a little bit of GT racing. Former Spanish Formula 4 champion as well. Had a very strong season for Van Amersfoort Racing in FIA Formula 3. 9th in the standings ultimately, and took 2 race wins on his way there. So we look forward to having a chat with Franco Colapinto in the morning. I believe that'll be about 10 o'clock in the morning that we get the chance to hear from the young Argentine talent. That's in addition to Spa 24-hour race winner Jules Gounon. We'll have Euro Formula Open race winner Christian Mansell. He'll be in FIA Formula 3 next year. And we'll also hear from Freddie Lubin, who I think is making tracks for LMP2 after a successful first test in one of these Oreca 07s at Bahrain a couple of weeks ago. So we're going to have a stacked card of racing minds to pick. New fastest lap since we reset the race for Michael Hillman, who again proves himself to be arguably the quickest driver out there. He had the fastest lap in the previous race, the previous iteration before the server crashed a couple of hours ago, and Hillman has once again laid his cards on the table and said, anyone got a better hand? Didn't think so. Hillman running well at the moment. I think Ethan Jonas has currently left premises to sample some food. But a lot of the team cheering on quietly to respect those that are sleeping, but quietly cheering on Michael Hillman there at his pod. Some submissions from Ben Serda regarding my previous question about your ideal track car combination for this event. Not sure about the car. A bootless Watkins Glen. The short layout, the NASCAR layout of Watkins Glen. Given Ben Serda's racing preferences, that doesn't surprise me. That would be an interesting one for sure. Depending on what we're in, that could be getting on for sub 60-second lap times if we're not careful. That would be entertaining. I'd say a relatively short circuit would be good for this format, actually, with the 10 cars. Daytona is also a good option. Yes, we were talking with Charles Grout earlier on. Both he and I thought that's what was coming at one time. So the Daytona 24-hour race, of course, that's coming up in the new year. Daytona 24 hours will be the beginning of a new era in the IMSA Championship. The hypercars, the LMDH cars will be introduced to the fray for the first time over in IMSA. Of course, we're going to see a huge wave of new manufacturers, new participation. Exciting times ahead for the FIA WEC and IMSA sports car racing. Really going through a boom period at the moment. Of course, we've seen the glorious new Ferrari, the 499. Cadillac coming into the scene as well. BMW, of course. Porsche. Also got the likes of the Collers-built van wall, should that ever materialise. Which I'm reliably informed it will do. I think there's still some argument about whether or not the van wall will be called a van wall. But I'd say let's get the courts out of this and just get the car on track. That'd be good. The Chandler's Ford Chargers are into pit lane. Michael Hillman is in. I don't think Michael Hillman will be out. He's not been in the car that long. So the Chandler's Ford Chargers in. Just putting a lap on stop the start watch there. Is the man we heard from a little earlier on. Happy Accidents, Chris Leach. Although David Sklanders is still listed on the Happy Accidents board here. I don't know if... I thought Chris was getting in the car. Can't see from here, but pretty sure he was meant to be in. Nonetheless, 46 car presses on. In a fairly lonely 4th place right now, a lap behind the podium, 3 laps clear of the scrappy racers. Yellow flag, sector 2. Not quite sure whom that was for. Kinder in Need and Race Ventura. We've spoken a few times about their scrap. Seems to have cooled down slightly at the minute. I believe we're... Yeah, both of them only 2 laps apart on pit cycle, so it's not out of... it's not because of a pit stop that they're 62 seconds apart. They are organically 62 seconds apart at the moment, so Race Ventura has the edge as of this moment over Kinder in Need, but I'm sure that battle will find a way to yo-yo again. Here are the Happy Accidents into pit lane. So I wonder if this is when Chris Leach is getting in the car, whether we've jumped the gun a little bit on his arrival. My understanding that it is Chris Leach at the wheel. But the window still says David Sklanders for now. Ben saying there, one of the karts from R Factor 2 could be a barrel of laughs, but I think it would get old when driving for 24 hours straight. And yes, I do think a kart for 24 hours on a sim might get a little bit dated after a while. I should think of a serious answer to my own question there. I'm locked in on having Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. I think that would be very fun. But what car? I don't know if we have LMP3s in R Factor 2, but that could be fun. They make a nice rumble. Perhaps spec GT4s, something like a McLaren 570S GT4, if such a thing is available. I know all of this is available through mods, but I'm a little bit R Factor illiterate, it must be said, beyond the bare bones of just about being able to control a car here at the race centre. I don't know quite what's in the game and what's not. Happy Accidents then with Chris Leach at the wheel. P3s exist in R Factor 2 according to the list I'm referencing. Okay, interesting. Ben keeping me in the loop. I think we'll probably want to go for a different flavour than a prototype for next year, though. I'm not sure exactly what it will be, but that's the beauty of the event. There's always a little bit of an unknown as we drop the teasers. New fastest lap on the board from the Chandler's Ford Chargers, courtesy once again of Michael Hillman, who's really piling on the fast laps. What do you play then, out of interest, Ben? You say you don't play R-Factor particularly, but what's your sim poison then? Also, when do you sleep? Into the pits has come the Raw Motorsports entry. Rob Weldon only got out of the car one stint ago, I believe, so Nico van der Werf should be in there for a little while longer. I think last I saw of Matt Bell about half an hour ago, he was face down on his beanie bag, so I think he's withdrawn for the next little while. I imagine Van der Werf will take the next stint. What I will do in the not too distant future is I will once again tot up the totals, see if there's been any movement on that front. Tom Barczak is taking over the Kinder in Need car. So, fresh blood in Kinder in Need. I say fresh, he has been in the car already today, but Tom with another stint at the wheel. Happy Accidents are just closing in now on the car behind them on the timing and scoring. That is, of course, the Scrappy Racers. Scrappy Racers currently with Sam Jewell at the wheel. So Sam coming under a little bit of pressure here from Chris Leach, as just running a bit wide there was Jewell. I understand we are running blue flags, so he will be pressing into the situation and gives a wide berth there to Chris eventually. Nicely done. iRacing Project Cars 2. Okay. Tempted by iRacing. Need to get a proper PC for that though. Eastern US time zone, yeah, okay, so you're 5 hours back from us in merry old England. We are well into our Saturday here at 20 to 4 UK time in the race centre. BBC Children in Need 24 hours. It's about that time where I take a little look at the current donation situation. See if there are any movings or shakings. Team Taylors are on £325 at the moment. So congratulations to Team Taylors on what they have raised so far. Their target is £350. So be sure to visit the racecentre.co.uk and click the banner at the top of your page to look at all of the fundraisers, all of the Just Giving pages for everybody. If you want to help Team Taylors get over that £350 barrier that they've set themselves, then make sure you go to their page. They have 325 for now. Stop the Start Watch have 425, which I don't think is a change. I think that's where we were previously. Yellow flags in Sector 1. I believe that was a moment for Team Taylors. Happy Accidents have so far raised £570. So the car we follow at the moment with 570 in the bank. As for Nathan Handley and the Race Ventura crew, who we see on screen at the moment, they have £720. So they have got a good total. I believe that has not changed. I'm not sure we've had many new donations given the time of day here in the UK at the moment. £400 for the Ethan Jonas team. Have accidentally deleted my my total. I was working out a total there. £400 for Ethan Jonas and the Chandler's Ford Chargers crew. Kinder in Need, how are they doing at the moment? £340 of their £100 target. I think that might have gone up slightly. Raw Motorsport, £17.65. Of course, they are well clear as the most donated to team. Matt Bell doing a good job there. The Scrappy Racers, still on £105. I'd love to see them get a little bit more money. Push it if you can, guys. The Talking Heads still on 398. And the 24 Hours of Lemons page are bang on £500 right now. So they've got a nice total, which has been the case for a few hours. I don't think our total has changed. I'm not sure there have been many new donations recently. We have already topped that £5,000 marker. We want to hit 6,000 though before the end of this race, if we possibly can. Do go to the racecentre.co.uk and click the banner at the top of the website to learn more and find all the Just Giving pages. Failing that, go to the racecentre.co.uk/BBC-CIN-2022. So Race Ventura into pit lane from 7th position. They're currently a lap clear of Kinder in Need because of the pit stop situation. Kinder in Need have just now unlapped themselves. With Tom Barczak at the wheel. So Barczak will be looking to challenge the Race Ventura squad. I believe they've just changed driver to Darshan Patel as well. So Race Ventura, I think possibly on this stop, are changing to Darshan Patel. That will make things interesting. 2 new drivers in those dueling cars. We'll see whether that changes the dynamic of the battle at all. So, Road America is our destination for this race. We've been circulating for almost 13 hours. Road America isn't a circuit particularly known for its 24-hour racing. Is known for its endurance races, though. In a broader sense, they used to do the odd 4-hour race in the American Le Mans Series at Road America. And still a fixture of the IMSA sports car season. So, Kinder in Need now have a clear picture of the task ahead of their man, Tom Barczak. After the pit stop, 67 seconds remains the gap, so it's still over a minute. It's actually gone out by 5 seconds since we last properly checked in, or at least I last properly checked in. You could be watching their intervals a lot closer than I am. But Race Ventura in 7th place, seemingly more secure up against the advances of Kinder in Need than they have been for quite some time. But there's still a long way to go, and it does look as though Barczak has a good handle over this car, putting in some good lap times right now. What were their last laps? Let's have a look at some of this comparative pace, Maloriki. Kinder in Need, their last lap was a 1:56.045. What about the 7th place Race Ventura crew? They're on an outlap, actually, so I can't get a good read on theirs. However, we've got yellow flags out right now. I think there may have been a moment between Race Ventura and Raw Motorsport at turn 13. It looks like that's the case. 2 cars off then at turn 13. I didn't see what happened between Raw Motorsport and Race Ventura. They're 6th and 7th in the race, albeit 3 laps apart from one another. There's definitely been contact towards the end of the lap. Race Ventura there backing off from the back of Nico van der Werf and then running ungodly wide into the first corner. Just about staying on the tarmac or tarmac adjacent material. I just remembered, this is Ben Serda sending me a message. I just remembered Mid-Ohio as an option, but it seems it's not available in rFactor 2, which is a shame. Yeah, Mid-Ohio would be a good little circuit for this, I think. Oh, straight on there goes Race Ventura's Darshan Patel. So, that moment between the Raw Motorsport crew and Darshan Patel has shrunk the gap in the battle for 7th place. It's 51 seconds, well, almost 52 seconds between them as we ride on board with the Kinder in Need car. Will they have egg on their face in this battle for 7th place? Of course, the Kinder livery on this Kinder in Need machine is a tribute to a team member who's not with them this event, of their buddy Spencer, who has apparently been torpedoed a couple of times in the past by cars in Kinder liveries. So I think now something of a running joke and perhaps mild needling towards Spencer. They're running the Kinder livery, and they're even running Spencer's face on the front of the car, as if it weren't clear who this one was targeted at. So Kinder in Need, that's their story behind their colour scheme. And for now, putting in a good effort. Penserda saying, I'm not regionally biased on that one at all. Yeah, I won't ask what state you're living in then. That seems fairly cut and dry. We're 5 minutes away from completing hour 13 of the race then. And right now, the two pace setters as Raw Motorsport, I think, have had a moment. Nico van der Werf just getting the car back onto the circuit at the last corner. Van der Werf back on track. But as we approach the end of the 13th hour, the pace setters on the circuit certainly appear to be our top two, perhaps unsurprisingly. In fact, our top three all in the 153s, so Chandler's Ford Chargers with good lap times, but the Talking Heads and the 24 Hours of Lemons teams both setting comparative times right now. And with Michael Hillman in the car, that's no mean feat for either Charles Grout or Ben Straffen. So Ben was right when he said it wasn't his bedtime. He's been putting in a good stint so far. I understand Josh Malin is fast asleep in his Volkswagen Golf R at the moment, but I'm sure he'll be back at the helm in the next 2 or 3 hours. So the Raw Motorsport 23 car, with that last loop at the final corner, is now back behind Race Ventura again on the track. And of course we saw those two collide in the not too distant past. So Race Ventura, I wonder if they'll be extra courteous this time to avoid any further debate. Certainly Royal Motorsport closing in, and Nico van der Werf trying to find his rhythm. He's had a couple of solid laps. His last one was a 1:56.3, which is a solid time. A few people in the 56s, including Chris Leach, who we heard has been in pretty much all of these Children in Need 24 hours. And Chris is on 156.2s. I was going to say he's on 156.2s. He's just set a 154.980, so he's going a little bit quicker now. But 156 is certainly a competitive enough time for the mid-pack thereabouts. However, Royal Motorsport trying to increase the gap once again to 3 laps between themselves and Race Ventura. And on this occasion, Ventura make it nice and simple between the carousel and the kink. No dramas, no paint exchanges, please. Nice and simple between those two teams on that occasion. Team Taylors have a swap ongoing. Andrew Barton taking the wheel. Patrick Chebdowski making way for Andrew Barton. They currently sit 2 laps off of the Stop the Start Watch team. Currently run in 9th place with James Smith at the wheel. Coming up on them is the 24 Hours of Lemons car. Just with a bit of overspeed there through the kink. That's never good. And off track goes the 24 Hours of Lemons car. Only momentarily, though, at the kink. Just met the barriers only briefly, but no harm, no foul. Just trying to find a way past our 9th place runner at the moment. Is he going to go to the inside? Yes, but he's tapped the Stop the Start Watch car into the grass a little. Thankfully, both cars remain in the right direction. So I think we can wave that one off as a racing incident without too much concern. We just saw that we've crossed the 13-hour mark in this motor race. The Race Centre Children in Need 24-hour is still going strong. It is the Chandler's Ford Chargers that lead the way at the moment. They are a lap clear at the moment at the sharp end of the order, with Michael Hillman at the wheel. In 2nd place are the Talking Heads, Charles Grout. Thankfully, he can pluralise his team name this year, along with Michael Andrews, running in 2nd place right now. The 24 Hours of Lemons team, they are 53 seconds back from 2nd place. They're in 3rd, of course, and that is Ben Straffen at the wheel for now. The Happy Accidents are a lap further back from them, in 4th place with Chris Leach at the wheel. So the Gulf liveried 46 car running in 4th place. There we see that machine. In 5th place we have the Scrappy Racers. Just a few car lengths, or just a few seconds clear of 4th place on the road at the moment. They run in 5th. They are 2 laps back, however, from the 46 car. A lap behind them is our 6th place runner, Royal Motorsports. Nico van der Werf currently at the wheel of the 23 in 6th place overall. Race Ventura with Darshan Patel at the wheel, running in 7th place. Still in a long-standing battle with Kinder in Need. 42.4 seconds is the gap between them in 7th and 8th. Kinder in Need currently entrusting their Eureka 07 to Tom Barczak. In 9th place is the Stop the Start Watch team. They are competently piloted right now by James Smith, who's steadily building advantage over Team Taylors, who currently sit in 10th place. Andrew Barton has just taken the wheel of that car. Andrew showing some good pace, as he has done. I think Andrew has been the leading driver for the majority of the time in this car. His last lap of 1:55.753, which is a solid little lap time. The 69 car, though, remains our race leader. Chandler's Ford Chargers at the head of the order through the carousel. You see the four corners of this car, all designed slightly differently to represent a livery preference from each of its drivers. Car complete with its Tron-esque livery. Running comfortably in the lead at the moment, and Michael Hillman still batting in those quick lap times. Still comfortably in the 1:53s at the moment. I think one more lap before we see that car in, however. This is the 17th lap of the stint, which means they're pushing right to something like the edge of their fuel, I would say. If that fuel warning light isn't on, it's more than likely about to be. So we continue to stride on here at Road America, and it's still the Chandler's Ford Chargers team running at the sharp end of the pack. The talking heads, as we said. Oh, and a bit of a moment there for Hillman. Hillman just asking too much of the rears. Out of turn 8 and into the wall he goes. However, regains his car quite nicely there. Maybe lost 3 or 4 seconds, but critically, the car remained pointed in something like the same direction, something like the right direction. And so Michael Hillman lives to fight another day for now. Wonder if expecting the car in this time. I'm just wondering if Hillman is popping out of the car this stint. Into the pits has come Michael Hillman, so no great surprises there. They'll have fuel, they'll have tyres. Question is, will they still have Michael Hillman in the car? I'm not seeing anyone stood by the rig, so I think Michael is continuing on his virtuous path at the head of the order. Yep, doesn't look like we're going to see a driver change there, so Hillman will continue on as our race leader for now. Just coming past the pit lane, you'll see at the bottom of your screen, that's a second place car. That is the Talking Heads machine. So just unlapped himself has Charles Grout. But Charles is about to be subbed out himself. Michael Andrews, Mandrews himself, is about to take the wheel. Now, Ben Serda, again, staying with us here in the broadcast. Tyre Wall saved that car from crabbing all the way to the pits. Under the assumption damage exists, that is. Damage is off in this race. I think given the nature of the race is to cater to varying experience levels, the decision has always been in place to not include damage. So the worst you can do is cost yourself time and potentially net yourself a penalty by taking others with you. When you have an incident here in this race. Nonetheless, we have seen some costly moments so far in this race. Charles Grout, though, has had a, by and large, very neat stint. As I say that, he has quite a big moment. Coming out to the penultimate corner. But with that, he will make his way into the pit lane. I'm quite glad he didn't stack it there, as I said, that he'd had a clean stint. Michael Andrews will take the wheel then. Has anyone else switched drivers out in the last few minutes? It certainly doesn't appear that anyone has. So hopefully your driver list on your screen is currently fully up to date. So Talking Heads pit crew, virtual though they may be, once again spring into life and get working on the Talking Heads number 9 car. Chief among the tasks, uninstall Charles Grout and plug in Michael Andrews. Hours and 49 minutes remain in this race. We continue to watch the leader, although I do want to just switch back to Kinder in Need. Let's ride on board with Kinder in Need for a moment. Currently, it seems as though Tom Barczak is doing a very good job indeed. He's narrowed the gap quite significantly between himself and Race Ventura. So the gap was out at about a minute at the start of his stint. It's now reduced to 31 seconds. So he's halved it and a little bit more. The gap in this battle for 7th and 8th place, which remains in flux. Two very closely matched teams. He's very smooth about his driving. That's quite obvious in the body language of the car. Maybe not the quickest lap on lap, but certainly keeping himself out of trouble and keeping the car out of strife along the way. Yellow flags in Sector 3, but didn't see whom that was for. Whatever drama had befallen somebody was clear before I could spy on them with our cameras. The 24 hours of Lemon's car is into the pit lane then, so is there to be a driver change? That looks awfully like there is. Has Ben Straffen climbed out? I'm not too sure, but we'll no doubt get an update in due course. Straffen, of course. There we go. He's installing the next driver on our info sheet himself. So we will have Luke Papworth back behind the wheel. Luke Papworth taking over the citrus beast that is the 24 hours of Lemons machine. Luke Papworth then. We mentioned this a little earlier on in the broadcast. Might be known to people for his YouTube following. Hampshire photography. Covers automotive events in kind of our neck of the woods here in Chandler's Ford and elsewhere in Hampshire. And is creeping his way up to 100,000 subscribers on YouTube quite handily. Luke Papworth then now at the wheel of the 24 hours of Lemon's car once again. So we've got two fresh drivers in the battle for second place then, because of course we saw that Michael Andrews is now at the wheel of the Talking Heads car. Charles Grout handing over to him, and third place, of course, the 24 hours of Lemon's car, now in the hands of Luke Papworth, having traded with Ben Straffen for that one. Kinder in Need have fallen back away from Race Ventura. I'm assuming that is owing to a pit stop. It certainly appears that that's the case. So that's battle for 7th and 8th place continues to be fairly close, and once Race Ventura make their next stop, we'll see quite how close they are. It's gone down by about 30 seconds in the last 45 minutes to an hour, and post-pit stop may be telling on that front. How many laps have Race Ventura done on this stint? The answer is 15 laps for Darshan Patel's first stint, so I don't think it'll be long before he's in. Runs down towards turn 8 of the lap now. This is the apex a bit there. I thought he might have been letting a faster car through, but there isn't anyone in his direct vicinity, so just slightly misjudging the corner, but handled it well. Power on, out of the carousel. Past the motorcycle chicane at the kink. Now on towards Canada Corner for what could be the final lap of his stint. Hops the curbs at turn 13 into the final corner of the lap. Does the number 2 car head for pit lane, or is there a little more fuel in the car? There is a little more fuel in the car. We saw them do a 19-lap stint earlier on, so we know that they're capable of some pretty magic mileage down at Race Ventura in the number 2, so perhaps we shouldn't be surprised that they continue on for a little while longer. So Michael Hillman has indeed settled in for another stint in the leading car. I would imagine this is his final stint before a handover. But we'll see if Hillman is dialed into the car, and perhaps his cohorts may decide to leave him to it. Certainly, he has been pretty spot on in these closing salvos of the race. Closing salvos, we've still got 10 hours and 41 minutes to go. Mid-stage salvos of the race, let's say. He was, of course, a little bit scruff in the early stages, but he's bounced back admirably, along with the rest of the team. They've built themselves an advantage of, well, just over 1.5 laps for the time being. Has been impressive as ever from the Chandler's Ford Chargers, who have taken 3 consecutive wins in the last 3 editions of the Race Centre Children in Need 24 hours, 4 in total. Currently, they're in the hot seat for win number 5, but there's still a long, long way to go for the Chandler's Ford Chargers. Into the pits, as anticipated, have come Race Ventura. And just exiting now is Darshan Patel. And rejoins just 20 seconds ahead of the Kinder in Need car. Well, 21 seconds, but nonetheless, it's going to be an interesting stint here. I'd say that Bart Zak has made up now about 45 seconds in total since he's taken the wheel in this battle for 7th place. So Kinder in Need will be willing on their man. He's got the gap down under 20 seconds now, so it is coming down. Can Darshan Patel respond then? He's just done his first stint in the dark. Perhaps this second stint will bring on a little more speed. To get adapted to the dark, or even adapted to yourself kind of at this time of night, can all lead to some greater pace as the stint wears on. There is Darshan Patel in the Race Ventura machine, and that is not the line through the final corner. That is way out wide for Darshan Patel. being pursued there by a pair of cars, the Happy Accidents and Happy Accidents and the Scrappy Racers there. So Chris Leach, along with Sam Jewell, be watching on there as Darshan Patel stays way out of the way there to avoid any further delays. Just checking that we haven't had a driver change down at Scrappy Racers. We have, actually, so I've missed out on that. Sam Jewell has taken a leave of absence from the cockpit. And Henry Skelly has taken over one of our 2 driver duos here. You have to admire that effort from those competitors, but the long and short of that slightly scruffy few corners is another 10 seconds out of the gap. About 10.5 seconds all told between Kinder in Need. 10 to 11 seconds depending on where you are on the circuit between Kinder in Need in 8th and Race Ventura up ahead. The battle is closing in. Tom Barczak is doing a very good job at the wheel of the Kinder in Need car. He runs through the carousel section. How to torture your left-hand side tyres. The carousel. The kink, basically a non-factor in these cars, although you do want to try and minimise your steering angle, hold as much speed and momentum as possible, and that's why sometimes we've seen people get a wee bit ambitious around that corner and find the wall. But nonetheless, the Kinder in Need 23 car pressing on. Gap now to 8 seconds. So then, we seem to be having a lemon-themed evening. It's a lemon drop in at the moment here in the commentary box. Ben, you're out of the car. We were having you bullied, I'd say, unfairly for it already being your bedtime before you even got into the car. But I would say that it looked like a solid stint for you in the Yellow Peril.
It was incredibly solid. I think I got out thinking, what more can I do? Obviously, Charles Grout in the Talking Heads car, I'm pumping in, 53 deads, 53 5, thinking what more can I do? And obviously Charles has pulled about 15 to 20 seconds on me since getting in the car over that hour. So clearly some time to be found. Luke back in our car now, obviously. And we'll see what we can do in the remaining 11 hours. But yeah, fair to say the past couple of hours, I think, hasn't quite gone to plan, as the gap between ourselves and Talking Heads ahead demonstrates.
Yeah, well, I think it was a very good stint nonetheless. Most of the time, as you were saying, you're in the 53s, and the same applied to Michael Hillman. A lot of people in here think he's the fastest guy in the room. And obviously Charles Grout, who has a league of experience here at the race centre. So I think you did more than a solid job in that stint. And obviously we've got our sleeping beauty, or your secret weapon, in his Volkswagen, hopefully in a nice deep sleep. We heard he likes to hibernate. But Josh Malin helping all of you guys, and you were at all the practices, you said, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. And Josh was with you for some of them, right?
Yes, all bar one.
All bar one, and did he kind of help you guys at all during that process?
Yeah, definitely. I think for us, obviously, the LMP2, any prototype car, they're an aero car. You've really got to lean on them to get that aero to work, to maximise the downforce that you've got, to keep that minimum speed up. And I think that's probably the main thing we've all learned. That and the braking. I know others have spoken about how tricky these are, particularly with the rears locking down into turns like this, turn 5, but no dramas there on that occasion. So yeah, once you've mastered that braking and learned to rely on the aero, much easier to drive. But been helpful to obviously have Josh with us, who I believe is a qualified real-life racing instructor.
He is just recently.
Yeah.
Yes,
So very, very helpful. Obviously, difficult to convey, particularly in a sim. But obviously, we've got access to data telemetry here at the race centre, which was all very helpful and up to a reasonable pace, but not quite doing us justice yet.
You all are. I think you both yourself and the Talking Heads are the two most downtrodden teams seemingly here, and you're second and third place. So I feel like I need to give you all a collective slap and go, fine, stop it. For now, though, we continue to focus on this scrap between Race Ventura and Kinder in Need. 5 seconds the gap, so it is still coming down in favour of Tom Barczak at the moment. Yellow flag, Sector 1, it's for Raw Motorsports. And I think they're the Talking Heads. Did they end up having a moment? No, they didn't. They had to take evasive action, though, as Matt Bell recovered himself. So Matt Bell has taken the wheel of the Raw Motorsport car once again. He's no longer face down beside the rig. He's in the rig. Hopefully not face down. But obviously we talk about the fact that battle for 7th and 8th place is so close. It is quite comfortably the closest battle out there on circuit. Is it at all difficult to remain focused on kind of still very much a target, but a target that you can't see, a target that's, distant? You're kind of watching the timing screen rather than being in a battle. Is that tricky?
100%. I think in that stint I've just done there, I think I'm looking at the gap ahead to Charles on that occasion, at least once a lap, looking at where I'm gaining, where he's gaining. I think even within a lap, that gap was swaying at its peak about 3 seconds within the lap as we were faster and slower than each other through different sections. But definitely, we're always looking at the gap, which has remained fairly stable at the moment. It looks like between Luke and the Talking Heads car.
Yeah, I do think that Luke and Michael Andrews aren't too far separated on pace. I think that's safe to say. James Collier taking over the Stop the Start watch car. We've got yellow flags in Sector 1. It's Matt Bell again. Matt is struggling a little bit in the early stages of this stint. But hopefully he can get his head around the car. In fact, early stages, he's quite a way into the stint actually, but nonetheless, he is having a bit of trouble out there at the moment. Let's go back though to this battle, which is getting very close indeed. For P7, it's down to a second. And it is closing in ever more so between Darshan Patel and Tom Barczak. Barczak has been very smooth here. He's been consistent. We're right on board with him now, as we have done a few times over the last 45 minutes or so. And while obviously the raw pace isn't quite there, it does look like a car that's being driven quite smoothly, I'd say.
Absolutely. I think to gain in the way that
never mind that. There's a big moment. A contact between the two of them. I think that Tom is going to self-police there and has indeed self-policed and allowed Race Ventura to drive away before them. But big contact there between both parties, and that is a dramatic moment. And we're just talking him up, and easy to do that though in the slipstream. Of course, it gives you 3 or 4 more miles an hour in a straight line, and you have to brake a little bit earlier to compensate, and the dirty air maybe hinders your braking as well. So it's easy done, but unfortunate timing.
Absolutely, and there we were talking about smoothness, and that happens down into turn 5. But absolutely, to close the gap in the way that car has, you need to drive smoothly and you need to drive consistently, which I think is being done. Obviously, I think we've seen that a lot, and we've got another gaggle of cars here that might trip over each other at some point in the next few laps. But particularly with blue flags and back markers that are braking earlier. Either through, close one, either through sort of their natural braking point, or they're braking early to try and give the car lapping them that opportunity to get by.
Well, Darshan Patel left the inside open for the Scrappy Racers car, and that gave him a poor run out of the last corner. It's put Tom right back on him, and much deeper into the first corner goes Darshan Patel. Tom Barczak looking for a good run here onto the back straight and towards the turn 5 braking zone. He's got a good run there. I think he might have it. Let's see. It's side by side between the two of them. Let's take a look at what's going on outside. It's as even as you like in a straight line. And he's much later on the brakes. Has he got the car stopped? Yes, he's going to drift wide though. However, the move was made realistically long before the apex. It was already done and dusted, and the Kinder in Need car of Tom Barczak back up to 7th place. These two have been focusing on each other for the last several hours in this great tight fight for 7th and 8th place. You get the feeling it's not quite over yet between the two of them. And they've also got the company of the car, the Scrappy Racers machine, up ahead, which could prove to be a jeopardy-laden third party, but nonetheless, that was a good move from the Kinder in Need guys, and what they failed to do a lap ago, they did very nicely a lap later.
Absolutely, I think that's not the first time we've seen a really good move around the outside down at turn 5. I think perhaps the unorthodox approach, but in reality, there's also an element of that's a very sideways moment, well held. There's an element of actually that turn 5 is such an acute corner anyway, that once you do commit to defending on the inside, you are sacrificing that entry, the exit, and the minimum speed through the corner. So sometimes, if you can avoid the contact around the outside, is a really good bet.
And the good thing is, a lot of the drivers we're dealing with here today seemingly are aware of their role to play if they're on the inside in that circumstance. I've been in open lobbies before. I know how it goes sometimes when you're on the outside on corner exit. But it does seem there's a healthy level of respect across the board. Anything that we have seen, none of it has been done with any malice.
No, absolutely. I was just going to say that, Adam. Yeah, none of it's been intentional today. It's been some really good driving. And there's a run down the straight here. That's not for position, I don't think. No, it's not. So yeah, there's been a really good standard of driving today. I think there's been some misjudgments in cars being lapped or unlapping and that kind of thing, but no malice, and that's a little bit wide, but no damage, luckily.
Bit of a moment there for Tom Barczak. He's run it wide in 2 consecutive corners. Does that give Darshan Patel an opportunity? Certainly he closes back up now in this battle for 7th place, and Barczak goes vaguely defensive into turn 8 to signal his intent. Patel just a bit trigger happy on the throttle. The car's skating a little bit underneath him. I think we might once again be in this phase where the 7th and 8th place cars, Kinder in Need and Race Ventura, are once again inseparable. There was a good 6-7 hours of this race where every time I looked at them they were somewhere under 20 seconds apart, and well, if they're back to that, all the more power to them. It's good fun for us to watch.
Absolutely, it's sort of memories of Josh Malin versus Charles Grout in the early stages of this race, and in some of the latter stints as well. But there's definitely been some good 2 and even 3-way battles, and that's a big impact on the exit there.
That was the Scrappy Racers car having a moment there. The Scrappy Racers car of Chris Leach of Henry Skelly found itself across the road there, and unfortunately Patel, as best he tried to move out of the way, didn't quite clear the car, and Darshan Patel ending up making contact with the stricken 5th place car. Several laps clear, some 6 laps ahead, the Scrappy Racers versus this Race Ventura car as it runs wide, but that battle we've been watching, suddenly a little bit more distant, 9.5 seconds between them now.
Absolutely, I think to go back to that collision on the exit of the final turn there, what is maybe difficult to convey, but people, watching may be getting a sense of from some of these onboards is that actually that final corner as you enter it is reasonably blind.
Yeah.
You can't necessarily see what's on the exit, so particularly when there's a car that's had an off, had a spin, is rejoining. It's very difficult to avoid because it's really only one line through there, and once you've committed to it and getting on the power on the exit, that is where you are going.
And of course, what we have to bear in mind as well, those of us watching the Kinder in Need car, you watch it there. We've got the orange airbox just on top of the car there, and that airbox is where our onboard camera sits. Of course, the actual onboard view, the driver's eye view that everyone is using here at the race centre, that does have a higher degree of blindness. There's less of a field of view there, and that is why corners like what looks like a fairly open space, turn 14, is actually quite bland because the cockpit rather gets in the way sometimes.
Absolutely, and to put it in road car terms, you know, most people hopefully can see we've almost got a bit of an A-pillar on the cockpit of these LMP2 cars. When we're in the car and driving, we can't see anything behind that A-pillar, so we can only see out of the front screen. Obviously, you know, we're none of us using VR today, so it's not like we can have a look through the corner. It is very much a fixed view, that can create that issue.
Ben Serda still with us out in the US, Ohio, from what I understand from some of his track biases.
Hi Ben.
Hi Ben, says Charles. Good old aero wash making cars suddenly very loose. Final corner is a commitment corner. You set your line and there's not a whole lot you can do to interfere at that point with the G-load. Pardon me, with the G-loading of many cars around there. So yeah, 2 good points there. Aero wash is certainly a killer in these LMP2 machines. Raw Motorsports in the end of the first stint for Matt Bell. I imagine he will continue on. Had a couple of loop-de-doops, but hopefully he can dust himself off and continue pressing on. Were there any major spins or loops for you in that stint? If there were, you could keep them to yourself, because I don't think we caught any of them on stream.
I don't think there were from memory. My memory is fading rather quickly at this ungodly hour.
There you go.
I don't think there were. I know Cormac Wilson had a couple in the previous stint. Unfortunately, I think that was just a result of tiredness and that lack of concentration. But none in the last stint, which was, as I said, a really good stint. Unfortunately, despite how good it was, we still lost time to the talking heads. But such is life.
There you go. Throw some curveballs at us. So what's next on your agenda? When are you next back in the car, roughly speaking?
So I'm looking out of the comms box. I can't see that Josh or Cormac are back in the room with us, so they are still asleep. Luke is obviously in the car and must be due a pit stop soon. He will carry on and do at least one more stint, and then we'll see how we're all feeling. And the talking heads are in.
Yeah, so talking heads into the pit lane. And how many laps have we done in this stint with the 24 Hours of Lemons? They have done 15 laps so far. Let's ride on board with them as they run through the carousel out of turn 10. Through the kink. Could this be an in-lap? We'll have to wait and see. The fuel warning light isn't on yet, so I imagine at least one more lap.
No, we can't work it out, but the Lemons car does appear to be slightly more fuel efficient, and we do seem to be running about on sort of a one lap overlap, if that makes sense to you and anyone listening. So we are able to run that extra lap without needing to pit. The downside to that, of course, is that every time we're pitting in this kind of very similar strategy at the moment, they're gaining on the undercut because they're able to pit for those fresher tyres sooner and pull 1 or 2 seconds through that sort of pit stop phase on us.
So they've come out rather close together. The 24 Hours of Lemons car has just gone past in second. Talking Heads just leaving the pit lane. Of course, the Lemons machine is due in the pits any moment. The fuel light is on the car now, so I imagine this is going to look like an in-lap pretty soon. But the Talking Heads rejoin 12 seconds behind. They will, of course, leapfrog again once the Lemons car goes into the pit. So is there a vague whiff of a chance that he might get thrown back in if he's crying enough?
I don't think so. I think we're all fairly happy at this point and fairly committed to the slightly longer stints. It lets us get into a bit more of a groove, albeit, we are tired at this point. And sometimes going on for longer can be a bad rather than a good thing. But Luke seems to be doing okay at the moment. No major incidents. That gap to Talking Heads is fairly stable.
Very good lap last time by out of Ollie Swift, who has taken over from Michael Hillman in the Chandler's Ford Chargers crew. Ollie Swift just set a 152.394, and I can't help myself. Yes, very swift indeed. So a good time there from Ollie. That's a purple sector in the final sector of that lap as well, so good going from him. We alluded to it earlier on that often in the Race Centre 24-hour, the dark doesn't actually present quicker lap times, unlike the real world, as in comes the Lemons car as anticipated. But it does seem that the class of 2022 is finding its best pace well into nightfall.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of pace through the night. Obviously the temperature, I don't think it has too much of an effect on these cars, on the lap times, around this circuit and on the compound we're using and so on. You definitely do start to feel a bit of a lack of grip in terms of like turn 7, the fast, normally flat right-hander, which is now, depending on your turning point, requiring a little bit of a lift, just so you don't understeer wide there. So in a couple of corners you do feel the lack of grip and the understeer coming in, but overall it's not a problem.
So Race Ventura, we check back in with them. Last time we looked at this battle in any intensivity, I don't think that's a word, they were 15 seconds back from the... Oh, they were 9 seconds back from Kinder in Need. The gap is now out to 15 seconds. So it does seem as though Tarshan Patel not quite able to match the pace right now. However, the Kinder in Need crew are having a personnel change. Chris Orrit is due to take over the car shortly. So Tom Barczak, who again has put in a smooth and largely very consistent stint, he will be superseded by Chris Orrit. What is the longest single stint that you have ever done in a sim rig?
I think it would have been, and if anyone is still with us that was listening the last time I was here in the comms box with you, Adam, would have been, I think I did a couple of hours around Hockenheim in a 488 GTE car.
Yeah.
So that's probably the longest single stint. That was individual race rather than a team race, so no chance for driver rotation there. Obviously, pit stops to stretch the legs whilst rolling down the pit lane and waiting for tyres and fuel. But yeah, that was a couple of hours and doable actually. I think we'd probably all be quite happy to do that kind of stint, but it keeps us a bit fresher if we limit it to an hour or an hour and a half.
You ever try the old 24-hour Nürburgring races on Gran Turismo back in the day?
No.
No, of course you're an Xbox kid. I
Yeah.
forgot. Please tell me you've played a Gran Turismo.
Not for a long time.
Well, at least you've played one. That's okay.
Yeah.
I feel like Gran Turismo is a mandatory tick at some point on everyone's simulator journey.
It is, and it was a while ago, but I have done, yeah.
Yeah, no, it was cool to hear from Tom Brooks earlier in the broadcast. He's off to Monaco on Wednesday to cover their World Tour event, along with Jimmy Broadbent, and I know that he's been a bit distant from the sim in his driving pursuits in recent times. I think he and I share an affliction, which is being far too busy for half the year and far too lazy the other half. I hope he's not listening. And we both love our cats very much. Kinder in Need returning to the circuit then, with a new driver at the helm in the form of Chris Orrit. So, how long till Race Ventura are in? It won't be long. Maybe 2 or 3 laps at best. Question is, will they retain the same driver? Oh, I hope they don't retain that line through turn 3 at Kinder in Need. That was a little bit glacial.
Yeah, turn 2 or 3. Is it officially 3 or 2?
Officially, it's 3. I've been saying 2.
It is. But do you know what? When you drive it, I can understand that, because the line into what is turn 3
is determined by the king.
Is determined by the king. You almost have to run sort of really close to the edge of the outside of the track and sort of dart in to then brake on what is a narrowing sort of entry on the outside. So yeah, I can see why they call it a turn. But yeah, difficult entry into that turn 3.
Yeah, for sure, it is. Not easy in the slightest. We saw Charles Grout early in the race, just getting a wheel or two on the grass, struggling for turn in, and that is very easily done. Our leading car is heading down to turn 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it, and right on board with that leading car right now. Let's see if he's still getting to the 174, 175 range in a straight line. Ollie Swift, he's been setting good time, shifts up to 6th gear, gets to 174. Don't quite touch 175 seemingly, unless you've got the help of a little bit of a tow, in which case you're 3 or 4 miles an hour quicker. So you don't have the luxury of sleeping in a car potentially, do you?
I do.
You do?
Currently, I don't feel the need to.
Right.
But it may happen. I feel like it's almost too far gone now, because soon it will be the morning, and by then, what's the point? So I mean, it is the morning, but
my counterpoint is exactly that. While it's still at least a bit dark, I would suggest getting some sleep in, because you do have to keep going till 3 p.m.
That's true.
That's a way into the day.
Yeah. We are. What are we? That will be 10 hours away in just over 10 minutes.
Yes. So. You've still got a ways to go yet, and you've still got a couple of hours of darkness to play with. I suppose equally, you don't want to leave one man standing in the rigs. So.
No, absolutely. Always make sure that we have, because we have the luxury of a bigger team than some people do with the 4 of us. Always helpful to have somebody on standby, just in case somebody needs to swap out fairly urgently for any reason.
It would be funny if the team with one of the more populous driver lineups ended up with nobody. That would be funny.
Although at the current rate, it could happen.
It could. Everyone seems to have run away from you at the moment.
Interesting. I saw Ollie Swift on that last lap when we were riding on board, down into turn 5, up into the top gear in the LMP2 car. You can actually run down to that turn 5 in 5th. They redline at about 9,000 RPM, these cars. So some of our team have been doing that, just because it makes that initial deceleration a bit better going into this turn 5 here.
I think it's probably maybe a little bit of fuel saving, just not quite revving it up all the way to the top. Oh, hello. Yes. There you go. Stuart Neville is due into Race Ventura Land, so Darshan Patel will make way for Stuart Neville. Stuart, I think, on his 3rd stint of the day, so he's his 3rd stint of the race, I should say, which is a day long, so technically I'm right. But he will be back in the car shortly, and we'll see how he can perform in that number 2 car in the continuing to and fro battle with themselves and Kinder in Need. We are 10 hours and 8 minutes away from the checkered flag in this race. We're almost 14 hours in as our race leader picks his way past the Race Ventura squad who make their way into the pits. Darshan Patel heading in for that driver change. We'll take a little bit of a couple of minutes intermission here in the commentary box as we rapidly tick towards 5 a.m. local time. It's 5 minutes to 5 local time here in the United Kingdom as we continue on with the BBC Children in Need Race Centre 24 hours. And it is the Chandler's Ford Chargers at the sharp end of the order. The 69 car currently a lap clear. Better part of 1 2/3 of a lap, in fact. The gap has gone out slightly over the last half hour or so. It is Ollie Swift at the wheel of the 69 right now. He's well into the 153s, so he is setting a good competitive pace. The Talking Heads in second place are currently having a first stint for second driver Michael Andrews. Mandrews subbing in right now for Charles Grout. In third position is the 24 hours of Lemon's car. The Lemon machine 55 seconds back right now from the Talking Heads. I think might have been a little bit of an error on that last lap from Michael Andrews, because he was about a minute clear and that gap is down to 55 seconds. He currently follows the Race Ventura car in 8th place. Race Ventura now with Stuart Neville at the wheel. We spoke about his driver change a little while ago. Let's run you through the order in full then. With 10 hours of this race to go, we've broken the 14-hour mark now. 10 hours remain here in the 24 hours for Children in Need here at the race centre. And it is the Chandler's Ford Chargers that lead the way by a lap over this car, the Talking Heads machine. Just keeping an eye on this right now because two cars close together, and off track there goes Michael Andrews briefly, but he's very tidily got his way past the number 2 car there. So he sits in second place, a lap and 2/3 or so off the lead. In third place is the Yellow Peril, the number 82 24 hours of Lemons machine. Bit tail happy there. The AT2 in the hands currently of Luke Papworth. Just hearing a few moments ago from Ben, who was in the car previously, and Luke Papworth in his second stint. In third place, and in fourth place we have the Happy Accidents. The 46 car, the Golf liveried machine, currently some 3 laps off the podium. Oh, sorry, 1 lap off the podium, I should say. They're in fourth place, although the Lemons car is not far behind them. Could be about to be 2 laps away from the podium before long. In fifth place, 3 laps further back from them, is the Scrappy Racers 44 entry. In sixth place, the Raw Motorsport 23 car, with Matt Bell currently at the wheel. 4-time winner of this event, getting a bit crossed up there. He runs in P6. Kinder in Need, 7th position. And 26 seconds back from them is the Race Ventura outfit. Stop the start watch into the pit lane at the moment in a comfortable 9th place ahead of the 99 car Team Taylors, who run in 10th position for now. Andrew Barton at the wheel of that car, as he has been for a little while, setting decent pace out there in the 54s actually last time by. Barton putting in a good stint in the 99 car. Ben Serda still watching on out in the US, teetering around half a lap of gap between second and third place, he says. Yep, absolutely the case. Evenly matched teams here, and evenly matched drivers, I'd say, right now, in the form of Luke Papworth and Michael Andrews. Michael, who has had much less practice. I understand that Luke has pretty much been in for all of the practices coming into this event. Has not been the case for Andrews. Meanwhile, a bit of a scare there as Matt Bell collected himself up from a spin out of the last corner and fortunately had recovered the car sufficiently to be clear of any dramas for this 24 hours of Le Mans machine. Sparks flying once again as the 82 car, the 24 hours of Le Mans machine, turns through the Corvette Bridge, turn 6 and 7. Turn 7 is the Hurry Downs section of the circuit. So easy to run wide there. You see a lot of that in the real life racing sphere, particularly in heavier cars like a NASCAR or a GT machine. So we are currently on the 150th lap since the server incident a while ago. Means we're, I believe, well over 600 laps in total here at Road America. Chandler's Ford Chargers on that 150th lap since the restart at the moment. You saw they're running wide quite significantly, both of the cars in this queue. You've got the third place 24 Hour of Le Mans car being pursued right now by Matt Bell, who we ride on board with at the moment, getting a bit of a tow down the long back straight. Power down up the hill towards turn 6. Car likes to try and snap at you in the mid-apex there at 6, but Matt holds it together nicely. I think he's got himself a good little running mate there in the form of Luke Papworth. It seems they're about even right now. Towards the kink they go. And while this isn't for position, this is certainly a compelling little on-track pairing. Our race leader is into pit lane. I would anticipate that Ollie Swift is to stay at the wheel of that car for a while. Oh, and an off-track moment there for Matt Bell. The grass tried to steer him off towards the barriers, but he held that together nicely. Watch on as the Raw Motorsport car heads into the pit lane. So it's done. playing convoy with the 24 Hours of Lemons machine. Into the pits comes Matt Bell. Chandler's Ford Chargers also in, as we alluded to just a moment ago, and now exiting the pit lane once again. Can see that signs of daylight are firmly on the screen now here at Road America. I was afraid of declaring it, but it's becoming rather obvious. Those trees are starting to look ever so dark green. We are getting towards daylight here. No one go outside, we're not there yet. Over in the United Kingdom. But Wisconsin, on our factor, is about to see the first signs of daybreak here in the 24-hour race. Gap between Kinder in Need in 7th place and the Race Ventura guys in 8th is about 31.6 seconds at the moment, fluctuating in the mid 31 second bracket at the moment. So it is Kinder in Need with the advantage at the moment. They're back in the lead of that battle. Chris Orrit ahead of Stuart Neville. Their last laps, well, Stuart Neville with a 156.473. The Kinder in Need car, 156.160 for Chris Orrit. So a slight pace advantage on that last time by for the car in 7th place. I note that Ventura's lost a couple of seconds since I've been talking about them. Maybe I scared them off track a little bit. But nonetheless, we talk about that 7th place battle. It's been one of the more consistent sources of entertainment across today's racing. We've been at it all night shift, that much is for sure. The Race Ventura number 2 car there, just getting a bit sideways or a little bit of a snap of something, going through the kink. Of course, the Road America circuit was built as a replacement to road racing in and around the Elkhart Lake road network. Road America built as a full-time permanent replacement to that, much like Brno in the Czech Republic was built in the 80s after the street circuit was deemed no bueno. Road America, though, has been around a bit longer than that. It opened in 1955. We mentioned, of course, that they are currently resurfacing the circuit. You may be interested to know that the LMP2 lap record around this circuit is actually quite long-standing because it's not from the cars of this era, the era of LMP2 car that we see here on the circuit today in this R Factor 2 race. It's actually from the late 2000s when LMP2's budgets were rather skyrocketing, courtesy of factory participation from Acura and Porsche. That lap record belongs to Frank Montagny. A 149.439 is the quickest ever LMP2 lap around this circuit. So we're about 3 seconds off that all-time lap record, but those late 2000s LMP2 cars were very fast beasts indeed. I think Ethan's in there. Ethan, I think we have a gentleman trying to buy some water at the desk. If you could provide hydrational services, that would be greatly appreciated. The 24 Hours of Lemons car is into the pit lane once again. Just trying to root through the IMSA website right now to find the qualifying times and race times from last year, or this year, I should say. That's the Road America circuit. I'll be curious to see where the lap times are sitting relative to what we're doing here on the game. So I'm picking my way through all of that info at the moment. Let's ride on board with Raw Motorsport. It's still Matt Bell at the wheel. Let's take a gander at what he's seeing as we continue on into daybreak. So then, we've been riding on board there with the Raw Motorsports crew and Matt Bell. We just saw there the Scrappy Racers car getting a little bit raggedy just ahead of him, and we've got a little bit of a 3-car pack going on at the moment because the Scrappy Racers joined not just by Raw Motorsport but also with them the 46 car, the Happy Accidents machine, the Gulf liveried car, currently in the hands of Scott Atkins. So Scott Atkins has taken over from Chris Leach. So Scott back in the car for the second time since midnight, I believe. I think he's had a couple of shots at the night shift, and now he's going to bring them through into daybreak. And meanwhile, the Scrappy Racers still with Henry at the wheel. I think this maybe is end of his second or approaching his third stint. How many laps has he done this stint? I don't know, I think he might be on the start of his third. Looking at the screen, but running through the night diligently. Sam Jewell did quite a little bit of a shift in the night as well, so I suppose it makes sense. They are doing long shifts in the night, as a great many are at this stage. Andrew Barton, he's another one who's been out there for a while in the Team Taylor's machine, running down there in 10th place, consistently lapping fairly impressively in the 55s or the high 54s. Andrew seeming like the most consistent and quickest member of that team, I say, as he runs onto the grass just slightly. That was an inevitability, really. I think he got away lightly in the grand scheme of the commentator's curse on that occasion. Chandler's Ford Chargers, though, not far behind them on the road at the moment, as are race leaders a lap back. And there you go. Ben Serda has come up with the information that I was looking for and did indeed find and hadn't relayed yet. That the LMP2 qualifying time was 1:54.137 this past year at Road America. So we are a few tenths to almost 2 seconds quicker, depending on who's at the car at any given time. But of course the DPIs, which are based on the LMP2 chassis but are rather less restrained and feature different bodywork, different engines, etc. Their time was a 1:48.915, which is right around the ballpark of Frank Montagny back in 2008, the all-time LMP2 record around this Road America circuit. So interesting to see how the eras match up. The sports car community seems to get some very fast cars every few years, and then they go, oh no, this is far too expensive and audacious, and then they come up with another rule set that slows them down by 5 or 6 seconds. Gradually the manufacturers and the teams find that pace year on year, and then we restrict the cars all over again. It's a never-ending cycle in sports cars. Of course, the LMP2s in their current specification in the World Endurance Championship are more than a little bit neutered, it must be said, to make sure the LMP2s aren't faster than the hypercar category. I know that upset a great many of the LMP2 teams, and LMP2 as a category isn't long for this world. They're expecting to phase that out in the next 2 calendar years, which I think will be a shame, but be intriguing if we do end up with a 2-class system at Le Mans, just the hypercars and the GT3 premiums, as they're calling them, from 2024. If we do go back to 2 classes, that'll be the first time since the Group C era that we've had so few types of cars together on circuit. That's not the racing line, Scott. A little bit of an off-track moment there for the 46 car, the Happy Accidents. I don't know whether he fell, was pushed, or any other circumstances, but the Happy Accidents car now running side by side with the Scrappy Racers, and Scrappy Racers say, right, I'll take this corner then. Maybe 3 laps behind you, but I'm ahead on track for the time being. Scott Atkins with an error or drama of some sort then just losing a little bit of time. Of course, this is a welcome sight, I suppose, to the second place battle, the Talking Heads and the Lemons, because their closest threat for a podium just having a little bit of a moment there. Happy Accidents getting back past the Scrappy Racers quite easily, allowing the car through there was Henry in the 44 car. The orange and blue battlers in 4th and 5th place. They are 4 laps apart, however. Not truly much of a scrap to be had there. Raw Motorsport, though, for the first time in a long time, are on the same lap as the Scrappy Racers. So we could see the top 5 up for debate in the not too distant future. How many laps has Raw Motorsport done in this stint? 8. So Matt Bell is halfway through this stint, so it's safe to say that this is organic. It's not a result of the pit window. The Scrappy Racers, how many laps have they done in the stint? I think they are just out of the pits, so I think they're on differing pit cycles, but nonetheless, it is good to see Raw Motorsport up there and currently circulating a little bit quicker. That alludes to a potential for a on-track battle for position in the future. Kinder in Need and Race Ventura, they're split by 26 seconds at the moment out there on circuit, but I think that's in part because Race Ventura owes a pit stop. Yes, they do. Stuart Neville has done 16 laps so far in that car that has occasionally been magic powered. They did a 19-lap stint earlier in the day, and that is not the line. Is that a pit entry line? Apparently so. In goes Stuart Neville with a degree of rally crossing into pit lane. I think that's his second stint at the wheel, so we'll see whether he extends or whether he makes way. They've got, of course, 5 drivers in the car, so they've got some manpower to play with. In fact, I think he might have only done 1 stint. It wasn't that long ago that Darshan was at the wheel. It feels like forever since we've seen Nathan. No, Nathan Handley was in not too long ago. But it might be someone else's turn at the next pit stop. I think for now, though, Stuart Neville is going to remain. Just seeing Ben Serda there with LMH and LMDH both running. It'll make the grid a bit crowded. Is that reference WEC? Is that with the LMP2s being sent away? Yeah, it would indeed. I mean, you're comfortably going to get. If you wanted to, I'm sure you could get 30 GT3 entries for WEC, as long as that premium kit isn't too stupid or causes any undue issues. I could certainly see a strong quantity of those cars, and they don't want to go much beyond 35 or so cars for garage reasons in WEC. So yeah, I think that a 2-class system probably will make sense. If we've got a dozen, 14 or so hypercars and the rest of the field formed of GT3s, certainly going to be competitive. Don't think we could argue against that. It was really interesting actually to hear from Stuart Hall earlier in the broadcast, yesterday as it now was. He said he's going to be downgraded to a silver now. I thought that was the domain of 45 plus, but apparently at 38 he's being demoted to silver from his former gold categorization in the FIA rankings, and that's going to make him one of the handiest silvers out there. So it sounds like a season in WEC might be forthcoming based on what he said in our interview with he and Ollie Goethe earlier on. So we'll have to see what Stuart Hall gets up to in 2023. I wonder if he'll be back in an Aston Martin. He's been firmly ingrained with Aston Martin since 2009 when they started the LMP1 project. Before that he was racing LMP1s with Creation after a couple of seasons in Formula 3 prior to that. There's the Race Ventura car on its outlap. This time all four wheels firmly on terra firma around the last corner. But yeah, you do see that a lot of the time as some of the drivers, the pro drivers, get a little bit older. They get demoted to silver, and then suddenly their careers take a leap forward again. And just the one more year of GTE in WEC, of course, and that is next year. The GTE Pro Class bid us all farewell at Bahrain a couple of weekends ago, but we will still have the GT classes Pro-Am category in 2023. So the last year of the GTE cars before GT3 finally appears at the full Le Mans 24 hours. It's only taken them, well, eventually 17 years to adopt the GT3 formula in the main Le Mans 24-hour race. Remains to be seen whether it will work out. Occasionally in the WEC, occasionally in GT3 competition, we have seen the BOP hilariously favour some cars in a straight line. I remember the Lamborghini Gallardo was jolly quick in a straight line. It would always be on the front rows at Monza. Another one that was a bit of a case of a dragster was the Nissan GTR. If you remember the last few laps of the 2015 Bathurst 12-hour, Chio made very good use of the fact that his GTR was quicker than anything in a straight line. And ultimately took that race in at the final few laps. Historic victory for Godzilla 23 years after the last Bathurst 1000 victory. I think that WEC is looking to do its own BOP for the GT3 cars, and, well, hopefully, for the sake of our entertainment, it's a successful one. Ben Serda there saying, don't forget the single NASCAR Cup car at the 24 next year. Yep, the Garage 56 project. Hendrick Motorsports working on that. And I understand quite the all-star lineup set for that one. We know that Mike Rockenfeller is obviously working hard developing that car at the moment. And one would imagine he'll be part of the final driver lineup too, as a bit of a more familiar face, or a more familiar presence at the Le Mans 24 Hours, a guiding light for the perhaps less familiar Hendrick Motorsport crew. Because we're talking about pit stops much earlier on in the broadcast, I believe with Ollie Swift, if I'm not mistaken, especially in America with the NASCAR pit stops. Of course, the NASCAR pit crews are all collegiate athletes, college football players and people of that ilk. They have a proper collegiate athlete farming system. If you're not picked up to play football in the NFL or another prominent league, then one of your options is one of the mid to high 30s of NASCAR Cup teams. So plenty of burgeoning options for the young, athletic and strong, of which I'm arguably none anymore, in the NASCAR Cup Series paddock. Rumours also have Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson in that car, if I recall correctly, says Ben Serda. That's certainly what I've heard too. I hesitated to say that initially because I'm in a Euro NASCAR group chat and we're privy to some of the stuff going on with Garage 56. I can't remember where I heard that. I think I've heard it in the wild as well. But certainly, yes, Jeff and Jimmy are two names that have been brought into discussions. Of course, Jeff Gordon recently drove in the Porsche Carrera Cup USA category, making a bit of a racing return at Indianapolis. So a little bit of on-track toing and throwing at the moment between the number 2 car and the number 82 car. So the 24 Hours of Lemons car just getting its way past the Race Ventura entry. Stuart Neville has remained in the seat of the number 2 for now, and has rejoined about 52 seconds back from the Kinder in Need machine. So as the sun rises, you've got 2 battles within 60 seconds out there on circuit. You've got the Talking Heads in 2nd place right now. They are 58 seconds clear of the 24 Hours of Lemons, the battle for 2nd place. And then you've got Kinder in Need and Race Ventura in 7th and 8th positions. So the Chandler's Ford Chargers currently in the lead, but this is the Talking Heads car that we're taking a look at for now, with Michael Andrews at the wheel. Stop the Start Watch are going to make a driver change imminently. It's going to be Tom Adams back at the wheel. It's been a bit of a James fest down at Stop the Start Watch for a while. And so a welcome change of pace in the form of Tom Adams. Now that Smith and Collier have had their fun, Tom Adams will get a run. So then, we are just gone 5:33 in the morning here at the race centre, and I am going to quickly exchange microphones and take a look at what everyone's doing in the vicinity. And I imagine, boldly and broadly, the answer is sleeping, if any of them have any sense. In fact, no, there's a lot of people actually sat up. Yes, true, Charles. You're truly an advocate for sense and sensibility at a racing venue. Oh, I see they've managed to revive more members of the Lemons as well. We said it was going to be an 8.5 using the Golf Estate. What would you give it now? This is your chance to be an Airbnb reviewer of your own car.
For the BMW 330 diesel.
Yours is the BMW,
yeah,
sorry,
mine's
yes.
BMW, yeah. It wasn't bad.
No?
I just need more of it.
I gave that a 6, didn't I? So do you reckon that was about right?
I'd say it's about accurate. Probably a 7 at a push. I mean, it was being a coupe, it's a bit tight, but managed it. So.
Not quite the hibernation you were promised in the Twitch comments, though, right?
Not quite. Yeah, no. I am very much a walking lemon at the moment.
You're in perpetual squint as well, which is always a good sign of a man that's awake.
Absolutely. Very awake. I go to sleep and we're in second. And now we're 2 laps down to the leader and a minute behind second.
Is that translation for you're in next?
Well, I think I just missed my stint.
Right.
So I slept a little. We'll have to see. I think yes.
The hot shoe. Did you not hear that in the briefing earlier on? If you run out of fuel, you're done. If you fall asleep and don't get back up, you're done. So Josh Malin providing me the insights as to his current state. Charles Grout, like a proud papa watching over Michael Andrews at the moment. How's Mandrews doing for you at the moment?
He's certainly found his pace, being nice and consistent, kept the gap to the Lemons. I'm all happy so far. Still set for podium, obviously that's the aim all along. Higher on the podium is obviously better. Yeah.
You were a little relieved to see that those behind you, behind the top three, have kind of vamoosed away from your bumpers?
Yeah, it was a little bit unexpected, but grateful all the same. But gives us more time to focus on the immediate threat.
And they're right beside you. It's almost as if we planned this stuff, eh?
I keep distracting them.
Yeah.
They keep trying to do to me.
Oh, was it you that ordered the pizza?
I ain't paying for their food.
No, you're just making it in bulk. Ah dear. So let's continue on around, see who we can bother and annoy. Continue to follow the talking heads on the stream there, a bit wide from Michael Andrews on that occasion. But it has been smooth sailing by and large this stint. We're going to harass Ethan for a minute. Hello there. You managed to escape the race centre for a few hours. Was that owing to being local?
Yes, 12-ish minute drive if it's clear. Could maybe do it in 6, but for legal reasons can't discuss that. Yeah.
What noble steed was taking you on that quest?
It's a Honda Civic.
Be more specific.
2011? I don't know, I'm not a car person.
FN2.
It's blue. That's as good as
It's an 11 plate, it's an FN2. Let me tell you about your car. No, I think that's about all I've got.
It's 143 brake horsepower. Give you that.
Okay, that's not bad, that's not bad. The Type R only had 200 that generation, so you're not far. Fuel light is on. Are we going to have a driver change here? Yeah? Who's going to be in next then? And there you go. So, I know the Kimi Raikkonen of the room. So, varying degrees of distress out on the circuit as well. I can see that Henry's had a little bit of a moment there, continuing the scrappy nature of the scrappy team's performance in 5th place. I will make my way back to my little box, however. But good to see that we're still a hive of activity, positivity, and energy here at the race centre as daylight emerges on screen, but not outside. So then, the Happy Accidents crew are into pit lane. By my understanding, it's one Mr. Sklanders who is due in next. Sarlise says Headstrong Mandrews in relation to our chat there with Charles Grout and the Talking Heads. Now have the car coming in. Will we see a change or not? Sounded like we were going to keep going, but potentially we will see a driver change here. We're keeping an eye on it. Michael bringing the car back to the pit lane area. And a big stretch, but not a leverage out of the car. So one more stint, it looks like, for Michael Andrews. Kalu, and in fact Calais. And just visual confirmation of the fact that David Sklanders has in fact taken over the Happy Accidents car from Scott Atkins. So let's put that in now. I believe we spoke to him about it earlier on, of course. I believe that their third man is very much enjoying his pickup truck tent that he told us all about earlier on in the broadcast. That is my presumed location for Chris Leach. So then the talking heads have come back out after the pit stop 12 seconds back from the 24 Hours of Lemons car, but that car is 16 laps into its stint. And we've just had some confirmation that it will be Josh Malin taking the wheel, as it sounded like in that interview. So Josh Malin, full of Red Bull and vigour, will take the driving seat for this next stint. So Josh Malin getting into the car, and apparently as a method of awakening Josh Malin, they are going to slap his cheeks. I'm sure that's how all of the pros do it. Has anyone got a fish? So the talking heads with a little bit of company behind them. Who is that? It's the Chandler's Ford Chargers. Just on their tail right now. We said earlier on that it was 1 2/3 of a lap between first and second. Well, the field is in danger of all being 2 laps down, because hunting them down at a rate of knots is the Chandler's Ford Chargers entry, currently still in the hands of Ollie Swift, who has been in there, I think, for 2 stints. I think this is stint numero 3 of his run. The talking heads, of course, with Michael Andrews at the wheel. An interesting comparison of pace. Let's ride on board with our leading car for a little while then. This should be interesting. The blue flags, I'm sure Michael Andrews will be courteous about. However, these are 2 cars of relatively even pace. And sometimes when you've got 2 cars of equal pace, adherence to blue flags isn't forthcoming. Does anyone remember Esteban Ocon and Verstappen at Interlagos a few years ago? That was unlapping, mind you, but the principle applies. So interesting to see how the lines differ between the 2 cars. Beautiful virtual Wisconsin sunrise ongoing here as well. And Talaluta, I wonder who that is, says go Mandrews, but unfortunately I'm not sure he's quite going quick enough. The talking heads going 2 laps down now. Fairly textbook stuff there. Obviously didn't put up a fight with the blue flags. In effect, Ollie Swift has been lightning fast in his stints so far since he took the car over. Really picking up from where Michael Hillman left off. Hillman, who incidentally is sleeping like a baby right now. Talaluta, otherwise known as Mr. Grout, says biased. Only slightly, mate. So the talking heads machine now 2 laps down. Everyone in the field is at least 2 laps off our leader. The Chandler's Ford Chargers are starting to look something like insurmountable out there on the circuit right now. Remember, after 2 or 3 corners of the lap, this car was in last place from pole position. After a little bit of a moment for Hillman, he has, however, along with the team, bounced back remarkably, and now you have to say they're in control, although a controlled slide there through Canada Corner for their current driver. And of course being Ollie Swift, who I imagine will be pulled out after this stint, I would suggest. He's done 8 laps of this stint. I think this is probably his last one before they vacate the seat. Off-track moment there for Stop the Start Watch. Tom Adams, who took the car over a short while ago, just having a little bit of an off-tracker, but 4 laps back from 8th place and 2 laps back from 10th. He hasn't got much to worry about. Meanwhile, Kinder in Need are under a lot of pressure. The battle for 7th place, side by side. Kinder in Need and Race Ventura. Goodness me, they're at it again, and this time there's contact between the 2 of them. Somehow, both cars remain in the right direction. Stuart Neville, then, for the Race Ventura team, all over the back of Duncan Ford for Kinder in Need. So Duncan Ford is back in the Kinder in Need car right now. So he is taken back over from Oritz. And now we have this on-track battle up the inside. Goes the 2 car. Further contact between the two of them. And that time, the Ventura team is sent into a spin. And I've got to say, the Kinder guys, or the Kinder driver, rather turned across the front of the two there. Race Ventura, though, continue on, albeit they've now lost 15 seconds to Kinder in Need. That was not ideal in the slightest. I see that Talaluta, whoever he is, just wishing some evil things upon some of the teams, which I will not repeat. But it might involve fuel in a 69 car. The Race Ventura machine then will be back on the warpath. We saw some close racing between Kinder in Need and Race Ventura there. Once again, it's been a friendly fight up to this point, but there are a couple of crescendos there that might put a wedge between the two teams. Rapidly approaching that 9 hours to go marker. We're almost 2/3 of the way into this race, ladies and gentlemen. Somehow, already, we are at that point. Race Ventura, number 2 car then. We watch on. The gap's already come back down. It was 15 seconds. It's now back to 12. So clearly the pace advantage at the moment is with Stuart Neville and Race Ventura. But a lot of work to do now to once again close in on Duncan Ford. A little bit of grass tracking there from Josh Malin, who continues to see in his morning at the wheel of the 24 Hours of Lemons car, just going past the Ventura machine there, which I think was having a little bit of a moment. Suddenly has lost 5 seconds there going through turn 8. So I think we had a bit of a moment there for Stuart Neville, but nonetheless didn't affect the progress of Josh Malin, who pushes on. Well into the daylight hours now at Road America. The headlights are off. In certain battles, the race is very much on. We spoke before about Raw Motorsport getting closer and closer to the scrappy racers. Well, the gap is way down now. 38 seconds between this car in 6th and the scrappy racers in P5. So Matt Bell, despite the odd error, has been pounding this car around the circuit. He is in the 154s at the moment. And the scrappy racers car not so far ahead. You could see Raw Motorsport car fighting for 5th overall. I'm sure a top 5 would be much preferred over a 6th place finish for the Raw Motorsports group. Just ahead of them is the Kinder in Need car, whom we saw a few dramas for a few laps ago. Race Ventura now 13.8 seconds back from the car you see ahead of us in this onboard. So this is the car in 7th place just ahead. Kinder in Need. Incidentally, they're the better part of 4 laps down on Raw Motorsport at this point. So if anything, at least Matt Bell and co are currently comfortable in 6th. Bell, a little bit of a slipstream, a little bit of a tow off of the Kinder in Need car, which shouldn't be trying to block and doesn't. Inside line should belong to Matt. And sure enough, past the Kinder in Need car goes the Raw Motorsport entry. Into pit lane comes the Race Ventura car. Jamie Marsh, who I have listed at the wheel as or is just taking over from Stuart Neville, I believe. So Jamie Marsh hopping in the car now. They're ninjas, these teams. They change who's on our notice board with nary a knock nor a sound. I often look up and everything has changed without me realising. Maybe I'm just too engrossed in my numerous screens here in the commentary box. But nonetheless, I have got the notification that Jamie Marsh has pitted, or is taking over the car in the pit. Josh Barton is now at the wheel of the Team Taylor's machine as well, so he has taken over from Andrew. Any other moves and shakes? No, appears everyone else has been accounted for on the graphic on your screen when it comes to the driver changes. Let's do a lap on board then with our good friend and occasional co-commentator Josh Malin, who sits in the wheel tracks of the Kinder in Need car at the moment, heading towards turn 1 now. Pretty hefty braking zone, but you can run it out wide, as Malin has done there. Turn 2, that little kink, officially speaking. Turn 3 sends you out onto the long run under the cheese bridge, the Sargento Bridge. We're real cheese people, it says. They're real lemon people down at the 82 crew. Just clipping 174 miles an hour before slamming on the brakes. Malin gets that pretty nicely done under the Corvette bridge for turn 6. Power back on. Just a slight hesitation on the throttle through the hurry down flick to the right. Turn 8, the left-hander. Get the power down nicely there, avoid catching the grass. And then it's time for the carousel. Drifting out wide a little bit. Varying speed, making sure you don't use too much of the exit curb through the kink at over 160 miles an hour. It's then time to once again just get close to that 175 mile an hour barrier going into Canada Corner, one of the trickier corners on the circuit, one of the prime overtaking opportunities as well. Through 13, be sure not to run too wide out there onto the access road. Turn 14, as we've heard, a fairly complex corner, but that was nailed by Josh, and that is a lap of the Road America circuit. As we continue on into the daylight hours, we are starting, or we have already started, our 18th hour of this race. We are 17 hours, yes, we are 15 hours in, my apologies. So we're on our 16th hour of the race. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. We're 15 hours in, into hour 16. Our race leaders, the Chandler's Ford Chargers, got a 2-lap advantage at the head of the order at the moment over the Talking Heads in second place. Some 50 seconds behind them in third place is the Josh Malin driven 24 Hours of Lemons car, which is being pressed on right now. Malin is lapping quicker than Mandrews at the wheel of the 9 car. We'll see if he can challenge for second place in the near future. In fourth place, we have the Happy Accidents. They are 2 laps down on podium contention right now, with David Sklanders at the wheel of the 46 car. The Gulf livery as officially endorsed now by Rothgo after our chat with Stuart Hall and Ollie Goethe, and they are some 4 laps ahead of the scrappy racers. Sam and Henry have been doing a good job as one of our duo driver lineups, and Henry Skelly is currently running in 5th place. Raw Motorsport are just 30 seconds down the road though in P6 and gaining quickly. Matt Bell meaning business at the moment. I don't know how much longer he has in the car. He's 14 laps into this stint, and I believe it's his 3rd consecutive, so whether or not he hands the car over or whether he fancies hunting that top 5 himself remains to be seen. Kinder in Need run 7th place, some 4 laps back from Raw Motorsport, but Race Ventura still there or thereabouts with them in 8th place. In fact, Kinder in Need, that gap building, look to have the upper hand for the time being, although it must be said that the number 2 car is looking a little bit quicker, albeit their pit cycles are now kind of at odds with each other. When one is halfway through the stint, the other is in the pit, so Kinder in Need and Race Ventura are a little more separate than they have been any time recently, but Ventura still lapping quicker than Kinder in Need. Kinder in Need though in 7th and Race Ventura in 8th. Stop the start watch. They sit in 9th place. Tom Adams at the wheel at the moment, and rounding out our order, John Barton representing Team Taylors. Some sparks flying there off the under tray of the Chandler's Ford Chargers machine. Incidentally, as Ethan took great pains to tell me, these cars aren't set up to run ludicrously low. The sparks are just kind of there. It's no reflection upon the car's ride height. But it does look cool, doesn't it? So Ollie Swift is in, and I understand the Chandler's Ford Chargers machine will now be taken over by Ethan Jonas by the sounds of it. So Ethan taking the wheel once again. Raw Motorsports are in. Now, I want to know if Matt Bell is out. So I'm going to take a look at what's going. Have we got a driver change ongoing or not? Down at Raw Motorsports, we do. Matt Bell extracts himself from pit cockpit. And some hard-fought stints from Matt to bring them back into top 5 contention. Let's see what Raw Motorsports can do from here. They're right up there now with the scrappy racers. Ethan Jonas confirmed as having taken over the Raw Motorsport car. And it's Tim Shaw time at Raw Motorsport. Okay, so as we alluded to, Tim Shaw has taken over the Raw Motorsports car for 6th place at the moment. We'll see how he can do now in this stint and whether he can take the fight to the scrappy racers. It's still Henry at the wheel of the scrappy machine right now. Little braze of on-track shenanigans there, but keeps it together nicely. We said Ethan Jonas has taken the wheel of the leading car, so Ethan getting back into the swing of things now. Under the Corvette bridge. Ethan, who was so eager to jump in the car at the start of the race. Now on his 3rd stint of the race, I think the mercenary aspect of this race has set in. Perhaps the hype has been replaced with duty for some of the teams and drivers out there. But nonetheless, I'm sure Ethan will be giving it his all in this stint. 1.5 laps between our top 2 at the moment, but we are expecting the talking heads in. If not this lap, then very soon after. They're 16 laps into their stint as of right now. There is our talking heads machine. I think this will be the final stint before we get Charles Grout back at the helm. There we are, Charles Grout brandishing his own name like the egotist he so clearly is. Putting the talking heads entry up to speed. He will indeed be taking over the number 9 car. So Charles Grout taking over now from Mandrews. Michael Andrews then probably on an in-lap. Let's just see. Yep, in this time. So it will be Talaluta time. It will be time for a appearance from Charles Grout, who I'm sure will be in for a fairly long haul at this stage of the race. I think short stints are no longer in vogue. 24 Hours of Lemon's car. When are we expecting them in next? 15 laps into the stint is Josh Malin, so he'll be into pit lane shortly. And look at the aggression. You can see it in the body language of the car from Malin. He's pressing on. There's another lap of fuel in him, and no fuel light yet, so we'll see if he can get 1 or 2 more laps out of this stint. But Malin, at least briefly, moves into second place. He runs it out wide at turn 1, but clearly pushing the limits here. Really cool to see these LMP2 cars driven at the limit. They do dance around a bit. Malin very much driving it to the limits right now. I think the team relying on their hot shoe a little bit right now, and he's lapping duly in the 153s as a response to that. Chandler's Ford Chargers then will soon see their lead gap restored to 2 laps, I believe. In fact, no, not quite, because in fact, nope, I was right the first time. They will get their lead restored to 2 laps briefly, because the car that's within 2 laps of them is about to pit in, and that's the car we're looking at now, the 24 Hours of Lemon's machine. In comes the 82 car then. And in has come the 82. So the 24 Hours of Lemon's car is in, and Josh Malin will be in there for a little while longer yet. I don't think they have any plans to extract him this time. There go the Chandler's Ford Chargers through into the lead, and here comes Talking Heads in 3rd place. Charles Grout just homing in on the 33 car. Stop the start watch. Currently with Tom Adams at the wheel. Charles Grout closes in into the braking zone. And it's made rather easy there for Charles Grout. So nice, diplomatic back markery there from the 33 crew. Charles Grout will now be working to match or surpass Josh Malin. Every time these two have been in the cars at the same time, it's been a fascinating scrap, and well, the situation post pit stop is that the Talking Heads car of Charles Grout is about 37 seconds clear of the Porsche Carrera Cup GB Ace. In the 24 Hours of Lemon's car, that is Josh Malin. There's the Race Ventura car, the scrap for 7th place, currently stable at about 50 seconds between Kinder in Need and Race Ventura. Kinder in Need have done 14 laps though, so we can expect them to pit shortly, and then the pendulum will swing back in favour of Race Ventura for at least a few laps. They're about 4 or 5 laps apart on pit windows at the moment. So then Ethan Jonas heading down towards the braking zone at T5 and shifts it up to 6th gear only momentarily. Get himself some engine braking into T5 and expertly executed there. Steers through turn 6 under the Corvette bridge. Jonas setting solid 53s out there right now, as last time a 153.818. So Ethan doing exactly what he needs to do in the 69 car. That's setting quick times, competitive times, and staying or maintaining the course that has been charted so far by his Chandler's Ford Chargers colleagues. Of course, colleagues in every sense of the word, given that it is kind of the unofficial race centre team. I'm sure they've got some practice in. And they're using it to good effect. Well, it's taken me till 20 past 6 in the morning, but I just had my first yawn, so it's all downhill from here. Just watching that gap at the moment between 2nd and 3rd place, and actually, it must be said that Charles Grout is currently cooking on gas. A 152.924 last time by. That is a very quick lap. If he can keep those high 52s coming, then he can continue to extend the gap over Josh Malin. Let's see what Malin's lap is, though. His first flying lap of a second stint. I think he's going to be in the mid-53s here. Yes, indeed, a 153.400 for Malin. You can see how hard this car is being pushed at the moment. Let's take a look on board with Charles Grout then through the carousel. It's interesting, he takes a much tighter line than Josh Malin through the carousel. Malin likes to kind of ignore the final apex of the carousel and takes a wide run out of the corner, where Charles Grout is just staying a little more to the inside there by the looks of it. Bit wide at the apex there for Canada corner, but keeps the car on the straight and narrow. You can see him using the rotation to get the car around the corners. He's dancing on the edge. We heard him say earlier on that he likes these mid-engined and rear-engine cars for precisely this reason. Meanwhile, the number 2 car, or rather, sorry, the number 23 car, I should say, the Raw Motorsport machine, is 16.5 seconds back from the Scrappy Racers, so that gap has come down again. Tim Shaw with a solid stint right now. Tim has further caught up the Scrappy Racers crew that have been steadily reeled in by the efforts of Matt Bell and Raw Motorsports over the last couple of hours. Talking heads, Charles Grout last time by a 153.102 is still going quicker than the Lemons machine, but only by a tenth on that lap. It seems as though they're very even. Malin and Grout, as they were in the very opening salvos of this race, of course. Had a great scrap between the Lemons and the Talking Heads in the first part of the race. I see that Sam Jewell has taken over the Scrappy Racers car. Henry Skelly out of the car. Sam Gerald taking the car over. Let's see if he can combat the efforts of Tim Shaw in this Raw Motorsports group. There is the Scrappy Racers machine then in P5. 15 seconds clear, with the gap ever so slightly shrinking lap on lap between themselves and Raw Motorsport. It's compelling viewing as these gaps ebb and flow. It's currently firmly falling in favour of the Scrappy Racers. So if you're just tuning in this morning, welcome along. It's 6:23 a.m. here at the race centre in Chandler's Ford. Daybreak, I don't think is quite reached just yet here in the UK, but we are firmly into the daytime in the 24-hour race itself. In a little over an hour's time, we're going to be joined by Jules Gounon, Spa 24-hour winning driver from this year. Continue to watch Sam Jewell getting himself ready, or getting himself reacclimatized to the 44 car. Having taken it back over in 5th place, he's gained a few seconds on this lap over the Raw Motorsport machine, so possibly a bit of an off lap for Tim Shaw. The gap's gone from 15 to, near as makes no difference, 20 seconds. But a good close scrap for 5th and 6th place ongoing at the moment. Yellow flag in sector 2, and it's for the Chandler's Ford Chargers. A spin for the race leader then. A little bit of a hiccup, a slight bump in the road for Ethan Jonas. I noted there that the Talking Heads car drove by, so no longer 2 laps clear. 69 car losing a little bit of ground. By no means is it the largest of dramas. However, it is interesting that you've seen that moment. Everyone can be forgiven for the odd wrong footing, though, this deep into the race. And I think that as we get into the morning, and those who have braved the all-nighter maybe get a little bit weary-eyed, I think we can expect the odd mistake here and there. Ethan now pressing on without much drama to be had. So the Chandler's Ford Chargers be watching on as Ethan gets himself back into his rhythm, and Charles Grout back within 2 laps of the lead now. It's still a task that he regards as insurmountable. The challenge for this race lead is very much among the Lemons and the Talking Heads. The discussion has been firmly about their battle for second place, that victory doesn't seem to have been of the utmost importance to either party in the last 6 hours or so. I think they're feeling rather defeated by the Chandler's Ford Chargers, but as I've reminded both teams numerous times, there's a long way to go here. And each team's pace is competitive. The Race Ventura car is back into the pit lane, which means it's time for Kinder in Need to assume the lead of this scrap for a little while. The ongoing game of musical chairs and the battle for 7th place will continue as Kinder in Need go by. Kinder in Need with 5 laps of their stint completed, as the Race Ventura car will exit the pit lane. So still about 5 laps out of sync from one another as Kinder in Need goes by, and as the 7th place car goes by, Race Ventura, now in 8th place, rejoin the circuit. Yellow flag in sector 1, and it's for the Kinder in Need car. Oh dear, I was just talking about this. I was just saying they'd inherited 7th, and no sooner did I say that than they went straight on. And that has handed the 7th place back to Race Ventura. And so critically, it's no longer a game of musical chairs. Race Ventura have the advantage for now then, because they've both pitted at this stage, and Ventura back ahead, but there's a long way to go just yet, and I'm sure Duncan Ford will be pressing on now to try and catch back up to Race Ventura, and Jamie Marsh, who's been at the wheel of that car for the last couple of stints. Do we have any other driver changes to note? Doesn't look like many right now. I think everyone in relative stasis. As we said earlier on, it seems that long stints are now the order of the day as we go further into the race. 8.5 hours left to run. We're almost at the 2/3 distance marker. It is 6:30 in the morning. A little bit off track there from the Race Ventura crew. A little bit of a grass kick up coming out of T3, and the number 2 car. Oh, just going to the inside there. That could have been an aeroplane crash. The Scrappy Racers did well to avoid that, but they haven't got past Race Ventura yet. This isn't for position. They're 4 laps apart from each other. The Scrappy Racers, Sam Jewell trying to get himself past. And the scrap, the unofficial scrap, is looking rather compelling. Please find space for 2 cars. They're side by side through the carousel. Goodness me. Oh, a little bit of a touch, but thankfully, I think the job has been done there by Sam Jewell. But that was not comfortable viewing, seeing them side by side and touching through the carousel. And oh, it's not over. Contact again between them into Canada corner. And somehow both parties managed to four-wheel drift their way through Canada corner and carry on, but that was a little bit heart in mouth. Bit off track there went the number 2 car momentarily. So Ventura. Ooh, big wide line there. Ventura then with Jamie Marsh at the wheel. Pushing on to try and build this advantage over Kinder in Need, who are 9 seconds back. Not sure they'll have been helped by their involvement, let's say, with the scrappy racers on those last couple of corners. 24 Hour of Lemons Crew are 38 seconds back from the Talking Heads, which is pretty much exact stasis between them. .38 seconds is about where it was 10 minutes or so ago. It goes back on 4th base on who has a good lap and who doesn't. It seems as though at this stage of the race, Grout and Malin about evenly matched. The Talking Heads car, though, in 2nd place for now. How many laps into the stint are we at the Talking Heads? We're 12 laps in. The Lemons are 10 laps in. Oh, penalty on screen for Team Taylors. I think they may have been a little bit prompt in exiting the pit lane, is my guess, since they were on an out lap. I believe it was John Barton still in the car. They haven't updated yet anyway, but unfortunately exited the pits a bit too sharpish. It seems to have gotten them a drive-through pen. It might have been entered, but I'm pretty sure it was pit exit. Nonetheless, they press on. Team Taylors, who remain 2 laps down on Stop the Start watch. They lost a bit of time around midnight or so, but in general they've been about even with Stop the Start watch. They were close together for a while, and then Team Taylors had a little bit of an off hour or two, and now they've remained consistent at 2 laps apart. Seems as though Stop the Start watch fairly comfortable for now in 9th place. Less comfortable is this battle for 7th place. Kinda in Need have fallen back a little bit from Race Ventura. 18 seconds now the gap. So Duncan Ford not a million miles back by any means from Jamie Marsh. We've got a brief yellow flag in Sector 3, but I'm not sure whom that was for. Nonetheless, the gap between the 7th and 8th place cars remains at about 19 seconds. The gap has gone up in the battle for 5th position. And as soon as I say that, the scrappy racers with a moment there at turn 1. Oh, and also into the wall there has gone Race Ventura. 2 drivers having moments there. Race Ventura then was just talking up the fact that they'd got away from Kinder in Need a little bit, and never mind that, I suppose. Race Ventura have had a little bit of a mistake, and they now fall back within top 10, or within 10 seconds, I should say, of the Kinder in Need car. So a little bit of an error there from Jamie Marsh, but not sure if that was actually connected to the Scrappy Racers incident, whether that was two separate incidents or not. But can tell you that Raw Motorsports is in. I think Tim Shaw will stay in the car. Don't think he's been in there for that long, but I might be proven wrong. Race Ventura a little bit shaky on this lap, but they are still rebuilding their advantage now over Ventura after that moment. Ben Serda. The fatigue is getting to some of them, it seems, says Ben. And I'd agree with that. I'd say that's looking to be the case. It is that magical time of the race where dramas do occur. The happy hour, as it's called at the Le Mans 24 Hours, very much upon us. And we are seeing the odd drama here or there as a result of that. A little bit wide there goes the Race Ventura car, but less of a drama through the first few corners this lap than on the previous lap, so I suppose that's a net positive. There's our race leader. The 69 car that Chandler's Ford charges. Ethan Jonas in the midst of his second stint, I believe. Yes, he's just started his second stint. And while that second stint continues on, let's ride on board with him for a moment. A bit wide there goes Kinder in Need, but Ethan manages to get his way through as a result of that. Yellow flags in Sector 1, I think because Kinder in Need may have gone a spin-in. Yes, they did. We saw them run out wide, but they ended up in a bit of a loop, and Kinder in Need have now dropped again from Race Ventura. The gap is out to 24.6 seconds, so again, the rub of the rabbit's foot falls in favour of Race Ventura. Kinder in Need fall a little bit further back again, but if we know this battle, as has been the case all night long, it will continue to swing back and forth from almost lap to lap. Let's ride on board then with Ethan Jonas for a couple of laps in the race leads, while I take a little bit of a break to stock up on water and things like that here in the commentary box.